Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Cyber Psychic Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In his short, some 16 years life, Izuku Midoriya had done many idiotic things. For starters, he had made the mistake of befriending Kachan when he was 5. It was something Izuku couldn't really blame himself for, given that he had been, well, 5, but even before Bakugo had gotten his quirk, he had always been the one to act the hero. And when it came down to kids, when there was one hero, there was always a contrasting villain. Izuku had also wanted to become a hero, even when he was discovered to be quirkless and deemed useless by society at large. Even All Might, after saving him from a villain, told him as much. And despite the bitter rejection, he had drowned himself in his own studies to hopefully make it one day, if as nothing more than a sidekick. He had latched onto his computer as a form of coping, learning, teaching, something he'd had access to since he was a young boy. One day, he made the mistake of hacking into the police database. It was completely innocent, he told himself, as he wanted information for his hero notebooks, and to update the one he had on known villains as well. It was strictly for curiosity, even if it was definitely illegal and he was specifically looking for the information that the police tried to cover up. He hadn't been as careful as he was now, nor did he have his current skill. Not only was he locked out, but their security was upgraded, and heroes were tasked with attempting to track him down. Not that they succeeded. He certainly wasn't careful enough, but his skills were more than enough to get the heroes off his tail. Even then, he had been constantly looking over his shoulder for weeks, looking for any sign of a hero tailing him, jumping at every sound and running like a frightened rabbit the moment he spotted one in the vicinity. He supposed that was when his descent into villainy started. Even after everything that happened with his best friend, he still didn't want to cross that line. Izuku danced across it from time to time, but he tried to convince himself that it didn't mean he was a full-blown villain. At worst, he would call himself a vigilante, if only to make himself feel better. It was only when his mother got dangerously sick that he had to do something. He had gone online under the name Deku, just as a quick cover, to post hero information for sale to the highest bidder. It had gone pretty quickly, and he was able to look after his mother, deposit money in the accounts to pay the bills and keep food stocked in the fridge. Though he soon found himself selling more and more, at increasing prices as his skill increased, hacking into more well-protected and secretive databases. That was what had first put him on the villain's radar. He wasn't entirely bad. From the footage that he found, he sold information about villains as well, to who he hoped were heroes when he couldn't be bothered checking who they were behind the anonymous profile. But no matter how much anyone pushed for information, he had 3 simple rules for his online doings. 1. Do not meet up in person to exchange information or money. 2. Leave no trace online. 3. Do not directly contact anyone, hero or otherwise. He did his best to abide by those rules, even though he bent them a bit whenever he saw an attack on some camera and hacked into nearby hero comms to give orders. Even though it was rare, he would always give a little smile as he watched heroes barely visible in the corners of cameras jump at the robotic-sounding voice that had just entered their ear. Those that refused to listen paid the price later when they realized that he had been right. And after every transmission, he left his calling card. Rumors had begun circulating about the mysterious Deku by the time he was 13 among heroes and villains alike, even if civilians had yet to catch on. The heroes were careful not to scare them. They were smart. Faith in hero society had been crumbling, bit by tiny bit as more and more villains popped up and the heroes were proven more incompetent, no matter All Might's presence. And Izuku relished it all. Well, perhaps relish was a strong word. He didn't agree with how hero society was structured, but it was a system that needed to be in place. Despite his hatred for All Might for taking away his one dream, his one life's purpose, he couldn't deny the work that the heroes actually had done for this society. The heroes had managed to message him individually on several occasions, each time under a different username, and every time, he had never responded. They really weren't subtle. He could practically feel the eagerness behind those messages, the desire to pin down a location and finally get Deku arrested. However, when a message came in from an unknown user, Deku felt compelled to reply, instead of tracing who they were first. It was just a simple chat, nothing more. 1. I am here to contact you with a job offer. Deku tapped his keyboard. Contemplating the word choice, it was different than the usual questions about information or the demands. He doubted it could have been All Might, or even another hero, but the wording seemed too strange to him. I am here. It was All Might's signature, so much so that it dipped into his more normal conversations he'd caught over hero comms. What a joke. All Might wasn't there where it really mattered. Even so, he didn't feel as if this was from one of the heroes, and he generally had a pretty good feeling when it came to assuming character just by their messaging patterns. Before he could even think about it too much, he sent a message back. It was short, revealed nothing, and yet it still felt like he'd locked a guillotine blade over his throat. Deku, I'm listening. The reply came in almost instantly. 1. My associate will meet with you in person to discuss. This is something I would rather not put online, if you understand my meaning. Izuku bit his lip as he contemplated a response, his fingers lightly resting on the keys, typing and retyping a message. He understood very well why they were cautious, which was very smart, especially online. No virtual trace, no chance for heroes to find evidence of misdeeds. Even he wasn't good enough to completely remove his own digital footprint. Not yet anyway. However, when he attempted to find out more about this unknown user, to look into him like he'd been less inclined to do when he saw the initial message, all that came up was a blank wall. No leads, no traces, no profiles, no data. They were clearly more skilled than he was, and he wasn't willing to take that chance. All it took was a little bit of digging, and they'd figure out exactly where he was. Deku, that will not be possible. I apologize. 1. What a shame. I was looking forward to seeing you work in person, Midoriya. His blood ran cold. They were more skilled than he. Deku, I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. His hands shakily typed out the message. Had he not been careful enough? Did he leave a trail? Or was it a hero who suspected him in person? If it was a hero, he'd get arrested. If it was a villain, that might even be worse. They were a greater risk, because that might mean his death rather than just a few years in prison. 1. I have an offer for you. Your abilities in exchange for a quirk. Deku, now I know you're lying. Izuku didn't mean to be snarky, not when they clearly had all the power. He almost instinctively apologized, but he bit back his words and leaned back in his swivel chair, casting a look around his dark bedroom as if something could protect him from whoever was on the other side of the screen. This wasn't one of those nightmares where he could just bury himself in blankets to hide from the monsters lurking under his bed or in his closet. These monsters were real, and he felt like if he took it, he'd be making a deal with the devil. His eyes fell on the All Might hoodie that his mother had gotten him as a gift only a year before, still hanging unused on one of his bedposts. A pang of guilt went through his chest, but he turned his eyes back to the screen, shutting out the remnants of the child he used to be. That child was long gone. It was a shame he still tried to hold on to memories of a better time. 1. On the contrary. As I said before, I would prefer to speak in person. Are you interested? 1. There can be an arrangement to pay you as well for any work done outside of what is asked of you. The user sent another message containing a number, and Izuku didn't even hesitate before slamming his fingers on the keys to come up with a response. The offer seemed too good to refuse. With his mother still in recovery, he needed that money. Deku, name the time, name the place. I'll be there. Izuku met up with the mysterious one's associate in a park only a few miles from his home a few days later. Trying to throw together something to shield his identity, he had thrown on the hoodie that his mom had gotten for him and donned a black medical mask. He would have gotten more, but he didn't have much beyond a headset, and the only good that would do is if he linked it to his phone to alert him of nearby heroes, and that program didn't even work half of the time. Dealing with villains was extremely dangerous, but now he didn't have much of a choice. He would have alerted heroes, but then he would have had to explain why he had been threatened in the first place, which would likely lead to getting arrested. Even if they would take pity on him as a child and pretty much the sole provider for his family, they wouldn't take kindly to him willingly selling their secrets to villains. Intentional or not, he was as bad as a villain in their eyes, and they would definitely bring him in, even though he would alert them of bigger, badder villains that had to be lingering in the area. That left him only one choice. He was alone, had no backup plan, and could very well be killed. It wasn't like his life had any meaning anyway. Izuku was, after all, quirkless. He arrived in the park early by a few minutes, carefully watching his surroundings for any people. No one was around. It was possible that one of them had a quirk that kept them hidden, so he didn't want to take any chances. One of his notebooks was hidden against his body, a reassurance that he might have what they wanted so that they could leave him alone. However, one had mentioned a job offer, and he had to say that he was intrigued at the very least. It wasn't every day that a kid got offered a quirk, even though that person had to have been lying. Even in a world where literally anything could be a quirk, it just wasn't possible. Right as the clock struck 9, a black and purple fog appeared out of thin air, growing and warping like a giant pile of sentient sludge. Izuku took a step back in alarm, but watched, transfixed as two glowing yellow eyes appeared in the middle of the fog and immediately focused on him, standing alone. Deku, I presume? It took him a moment to process, before he hesitantly nodded, carefully observing the fog before him. That's me. You're young. He tilted his head to the side. Was the name from earlier a bluff? No, it couldn't have been. If one knew his name, then he had to know his age. I'm surprised one didn't tell you. He did. I didn't expect you to be a child. I'm 14. Izuku didn't mean to snap, but he didn't like it when people discredited him as just a kid. I haven't been a child in a long time. Now are we going to talk or am I just wasting my time? The void seemed to ponder this for a mere moment. My master wanted to speak with you directly. One, as you call him. I am simply here to transport you there. Teleportation quirk, Izuku said immediately, mind pondering the implications, apprehension not quite gone but at least dulled. Quirk analysis had always been one of his favorite topics. You create portals to specific locations, don't you? Yellow eyes scanned him thoroughly, thoughtfully taking in his appearance and his words. They didn't have pupils or any definition like the rest of the body, but Izuku could feel the hair stand up on the back of his neck from the sudden feeling of being stared at. Your work does not give you enough credit. If I hadn't known, I would have assumed you had an analyst quirk. That put a sour taste in Izuku's mouth. Let's just get this over with. Before he could say anything else, the fog began to spread and warp around him, obscuring his vision from anything other than purple and black smoke that passed over his body as if a ghost was walking through him. Hold still. Izuku tilted his head up, waiting patiently for the haze to clear from his vision. He shivered, despite the coziness of his jacket. To keep calm, he bunched the material up under his fingers. It kept him grounded, and out of his mind, out of whatever panic was bound to come. He needed to be fully prepared for whatever was on the other side. There was a pretty high possibility that he would die today. Deku knew this, but he wasn't afraid. If they were going to kill him, he wanted it over with. That would be his price to pay for. Meddling with villains. His only regret would be not saying his goodbyes to his mother. He would have regretted not informing his friends, if he had any. At this point, the only thing he would lose would be the one thing he was trying to protect. As of right now, she'd be fine. He was okay with that. Midoriya. He spun around, quickly scanning through the fog for who was speaking to him. Wasn't it supposed to be cleared by now? He'd been transported somewhere else, if someone else was now here. The voice chuckled. I'm afraid I will be keeping the barrier up for a little while longer, at least until we come to an agreement. Are you one? Izuku blurted out, as the voice that was speaking to him sounded nothing like that of the portal villain. It had to be. I am called All for One. I was the one who contacted you. Deku crossed his arms, attempting to look unfazed, knowing that it didn't work in the slightest. You claimed that you offered a quirk as payment. I did, was the reply. You can stop with the lies. What do you want me to do? There are many others that want my work just like you do. The man laughed again. Oh, Midoriya, we really are impatient, aren't we? If you're going to kill me, then do it. Izuku didn't know where the extra confidence was coming from, but he appreciated it all the same. If not, stop wasting my time. Well then. The fog was pulled away from his vision, revealing the portal villain standing at the side of what had to be All for One, hooked up to so many machines and monitors that Izuku couldn't tell if the man was dead or alive. The room was very dark, the glow of yellow eyes the only thing that let Izuku see where he was supposed to be looking. My quirk allows me to give and take quirks, the newly dubbed All for One said. I have spent a long time tracking one down for you. Forgive me that it took so long. Deku tilted his head. I'll believe it when I see it. I will give you the quirk when you agree to my terms. And if I don't? Then I will have Kurogiri take you home. I am not one who kills without reason, Izuku. Deku considered this for a moment, and nodded. All right, what are your terms? Deku did not leave that building without gaining much. But he lost much as well. Kurogiri took him home as All for One promised. Deku was beginning to believe that he was truly a man of his word. But it was only long enough for him to gather his notebooks and anything else he might need. Kurogiri took him to someplace different once he stepped back into the portal, now known as a warp gate, to an abandoned bar with a basement where their operations were planned out. That was where Deku set up his camp, creating new accounts on the many computers that All for One had provided for him. His new quirk was barely brimming under the surface of his skin, a faint tingling that he had yet to get used to, but he ignored it easily enough. Those that lived in the base left him alone as he got things functioning and running smoothly. Kurogiri had helpfully mentioned that there would be others who dropped by from time to time, some even with new recruits, like him. All for One had given him another name. It was to keep his family safe, as he had said. It was to be used from now on to keep him safe and undercover. Izumura Shigaraki appreciated the gesture. But Deku didn't care one way or the other. As long as they left him alone, he would work for them. They did give him a quirk, after all. But despite the villains clearly keeping their distance, it didn't take too long before something interrupted his silent musings. Hey, kid. A blue-haired teenager leaned on the open door of what Deku claimed as his room. Heard you were the new player. The teen stood in the doorway, his red eyes carefully watching Deku. Deku watched him right back, eyes scanning him up and down. He didn't know the other's quirk quite yet, and being in a lair full of villains, it was probably best to play it safe for now. Hello, he tried. Name's Deku. There was a beat of silence before the other person responded. Tomura Shigaraki. His eyes scanned the room before turning back to Deku. I heard my master sent you to help us. As I understand it, he shifted in his seat slightly, I'm to give you information on the heroes when you need it. Anything else is outside of the contract and I'll be paid separately. Tomura scowled. DMN you and your contracts. You're here to help us take down All Might. I hope that won't be an issue given your, he fixed his eyes on the hoodie, interest in him. Despite the mask still covering his nose and mouth, he fought to keep his face carefully blank, forcing his always expressive eyes to be devoid of emotion. I have no issues giving you information on him. A job is a job, Shigaraki. I hold my end of the bargain. Crossing his arms, he got up, attempting to look at the very least not scared. I've got far too much experience to be bound to any one group. I'm here as a thank you to All for One. Make no mistake, if I get a better offer from someone else for anything outside of what I was asked to do, I will sell to them instead. I know all about your little group. You need me. Now leave and let me do my job. He didn't turn his back to Tomura. How could he, when the clearly annoyed teenage brat could potentially have a quirk that could kill him without a second thought? Instead, he kept his eyes locked with the villains, praying to whatever god that would listen that he would go away and just leave him alone. Somehow, miraculously, Shigaraki turned to leave. I expect great things, Deku. And if not, his red eyes turned to lock with Deku's. I tend to kill things that disappoint me. Deku didn't respond, only tilting his head up higher, keeping eye contact until the villain left. He let out an unsteady breath and quietly crept up towards the door, closing it with a soft click. He would have locked it, but most of his instincts told him that maybe they wouldn't like that all that much. This was his life now. He might as well deal with it. Shigaraki's quirk was not interesting, to say the least. While he hadn't heard much from All for One, nor had Kurogiri said anything, he knew that it was powerful and extremely destructive. If he had to guess, he would say it was something that broke down objects directly if the effect it had on his body was anything to go by. The scabbed over skin and the cracked lips surely had to be from his own quirk. As a villain, it wasn't likely that others would attack him directly, especially if he was the unofficial head of the group. The League of Villains, as All for One so helpfully called them. Deku shook his head. A name like that couldn't be any more tacky. His new quirk had not proven much of an issue, but then again, he had not used it to get into the devices provided. A small incident pulled him into the world of the internet by accident, something that minorly freaked him out. It was like a baby learning to walk for the first time. He stumbled, he fell, and he got spooked, and retreated to his original state, quirkless and utterly useless. Unfortunately, he did not have much time to learn, not with villains constantly breathing down his neck for results. He had to master it, and quickly, before they broke the contract and killed him for not providing. Well, if they did, at least his mom would have enough to live off for the rest of her life. He cast a glance at the 13 notebooks stacked on the back corner of his new desk. Every single one held information that he had painstakingly collected, pouring blood, sweat, and especially tears into every letter, every fight that he skipped school to go watch, the times when the battle got far too close for comfort and he ended up wrapping his injuries in a locked bedroom so he wouldn't worry his mother. They were worth more than their weight in gold, and he was lucky enough not to have lost any of them. And who knows? Maybe with this new power he had, he could add on to them and sell the information as needed. The money was not really needed on his end, so he could take just enough to survive on and split the rest among his mother and the many quirkless kids he had met in his old school, all relentlessly bullied for having no power. It wouldn't help them, he knew, but it could be a comfort in a world where there was none. Deku shook away his thoughts. They weren't needed right now. The skills he had learned throughout his dealings would be far more valuable to him than some useless remembering of a middle school lifestyle. He had no time to spend reminiscing about the past. There was a quirk he had to master. The computer sat innocently in front of him, but it was far from that. Pausing, with his hands gently resting on the keyboard, he took a deep breath, attempting to access the new power within him. It was just burning under the surface, ready to be used. With his only thought hoping that it didn't go badly, he willingly closed his eyes and dove into the complicated mind of a machine. He opened his eyes mere seconds later at the utter silence that echoed around him. Neither a whisper nor a word, not even the creaking of a door or any other activity that would signify life. Endless lines of green text rolled through a black void, each one a line of increasingly more and more complex code. He couldn't even tell what each one of them led to, just knew that they must have been a way out of the void. One of the lines drifted in his direction. Without even thinking about it, he reached out to grab at it. The text dissolved into pixels, and the scrolling lines seemed to shrink in size, moving far, far away from where he was. A tiny, blinking rectangle appeared just in front of him, about the size of a phone. It took him a moment to realize that it was a cursor, waiting for input. There was no keyboard, though, so he did the next best thing. Location. The word location appeared and disappeared in a fraction of a second, before a holographic globe materialized before his eyes, a small dot in the middle of Japan. Somehow, without even enlarging the map, he knew just where he was. The words came to him in his mind, input from a computer that followed his every wish. And he knew just the way to properly test it. Japanese police case files, he called out. Maybe this was where he would properly get to see all that was promised for this quirk. Sure, visualization was useful, but he didn't really need it to do his job. Having an AI in his mind that translated his every desire was useful, and something that most would kill for, but not for Deku. Unless the quirk gave him something that he would otherwise be unable to do himself, it wasn't worth it. Instead of facing a system that he would have to breach, Deku was greeted by the sight of a large bank vault, a giant handle at the front, just waiting to be opened. Unlike everything else in this cyberspace, it seemed solid, not even the slightest bit transparent. Questions floated across his mind. Was this supposed to be a metaphor for the firewalls surrounding their systems? Slowly, he made his way over to the object, every step against the floor emitting small traces of glowing electricity making its way through the pathways embedded in the floor. His hand met the solid, cool metal of the safe. The moment it did, a combination flashed through his mind in a messy array of ones and zeros. Somehow, though, it made complete sense to him. His hands twisted the handle, and it opened, swinging open on silent hinges. The inside appeared much larger than the safe made it seem, rows of shelves labeled in glowing blue text, alphabetized going down the row, divided into ongoing, cold, and solved cases. As he walked past, any labeled file that his eyes settled on for more than a second appeared in a digital envelope, slowly moving up and down, waiting for him to grab until he turned away. So this was the digital world that his quirk offered. He had no need to code a single line of text anymore. His mind did it for him. What a power this was, and it made him wonder who all for one obtained it from. Surely with a quirk like this, they could have been rich if they used it correctly. They certainly would have no issues finding a place to sell their talents to, just like Deku was doing now. Whoever it was from, he would put it to good use. He withdrew from cyberspace, only to find the exact documents he had been looking at open on his computer, numbered case files blinking at him, waiting to be opened. So this quirk wasn't just in his mind's eye. Good to know. He glanced at the time, minorly shocked when he discovered that he only had been using his newfound quirk for a few minutes, rather than the half an hour it felt like as he was figuring logistics out. It warped his perception of time as well. That was also another interesting point. He would note it down in his books, but he was not about to give his own weaknesses to anyone who cared to take a look at his writings. He could keep his own notes in his head. His clients didn't call him analyst for no reason. There seemed to be nothing else to do in the small room, nor did he particularly want to dive back into the computer world. But on the other side of the wooden door lay untold numbers of villains with unknown quirks, and he most certainly did not want to push his luck on the first day. It was late enough, and he had many things to be doing tomorrow, so he concluded that it was time to turn in. It might have been early for any other self-respecting teenager, but Deku was far from ordinary. In an ideal world, he might have been a hero. He might have been in this world, perhaps. Well, not anymore. Quirk or no, he wanted nothing to do with the majority of the so-called heroes that patrolled the streets. He might help them on occasion for a hefty price, but that was the extent of it. No person in the world could convince him to give up the life he had. It was by no means comfortable, always having him on his toes and checking over his shoulder, but that was what he had chosen, and that was the life he would live. Desperate times called for a change in mindset. It was far too late to change his mind, anyway. Just before he fell asleep, he pulled out his phone. If this cyber abyss quirk truly lived up to his expectations, he would be able to access anything. That included the stuff he had yet to get into, the most secure files on top heroes across the world. If he could get into those, the world would be at his beck and call. He didn't necessarily want to rule the world, but these villains clearly did. Maybe he could find a way to do his own thing with none of them finding out. As long as he remained in contact with them, he was sure they wouldn't care what he got up to. On his phone, he had a secure file that he had managed to download before he got booted from their servers. He had no clue what it contained, but if it was so secure that he couldn't even get into it, there had to be something extremely valuable behind the digital lock. And he didn't care what was in the file, if it was even valuable to him. He wanted to break into it. It didn't take long before he entered cyberspace again, the file hovering in front of him with a large, unbreakable lock keeping it from him. So this was how his mind visualized it. "Unlock," he called out. It didn't budge. His brow furrowed and he tried again. "Unlock." Nothing. The lock didn't even budge an inch, nothing to show that the attempt had made any progress at all. "Okay," he said aloud. "What's different about this lock?" Sometimes, he found that talking himself through the equation helped him figure things out. Asking the questions out loud often helped him figure out the mistakes he made when he was younger, so it was bound to help him now, in a new environment, teaching himself something that had not been done before. What was the simple solution? A key. He clapped his hands together. The other lock needed a combination, not a key. He paused, glancing at the lock. "I need a key. How do I get a key in here?" It was clear now that his quirk only benefited him if he knew how to solve the problem in the first place, consciously or not. "I need a key," he repeated, More trying to get some form of reaction from his surroundings, the green text around him annoyingly unhelpful. Am I supposed to code one myself, or is this going to work for me? Letters seemingly pulled themselves out of their lines of code, floating in his vague direction, meeting with others and forming into a solid object. It wasn't a key, much to his disappointment, but when he grabbed it, he noticed that it was moldable, like clay. So this thing gives me the base work for everything. I can work with that. It took an embarrassing amount of reforming, but when he finally pressed the barely passable key into the lock, it clicked open to reveal the information inside. Just like in the futuristic tech movies, the internal documents scattered around him in a circle, waiting for him to open each one. It didn't surprise him how much was there. It had been well protected after all, but it still was a lot to go through, and certainly not something he wanted to do at that time. Deku pulled himself out of cyberspace and dropped the phone to his chest. He had been in there far longer this time, as it was nearly 11. Staying up later didn't really bother him. At least he got in. He shut his eyes, rolled over on the bed, and was asleep within minutes, the computers in the corner of the room slowly blinking off. Almost a year had passed with the League, and yet it didn't feel like it had been that long since Kurogyuri pulled him away from that park. They had gotten some new members, most notably a few dozen thugs and low-level thieves to keep the police off their tails. Tamura spoke of All for One's planned invasion of UA, though it was still several months away. Every day, their brokers seemed to be pulling in new members to watch their backs while the fighting was going on. And unfortunately, it was Deku's job to keep watch over all of them. He did his best, however begrudgingly, and used the cameras located all over the city to keep watch over them. They lost several to petty crimes, their quirks not strong enough to stand up to the heroes. Some didn't even have that, and got taken in by regular, good-as quirkless police officers. God, Deku detested police officers, yet he really had no reason to. It was the insinuation from All Might that they were where the reject heroes ended up. Somehow, he found himself keeping his distance. Though heroes were the real issue, he couldn't stop himself from hating the cops along with them. Just the mere hint from All Might was enough to keep him far away from the supposed law-abiding protectors. Izumura shook his head. How pathetic was he, still listening to the words of a hero who left him alone on a rooftop, able to jump at any point without a second thought. Sure, another hero might have come along to stop him, but did All Might really even consider the words coming out of his own mouth? The least he could have done was make sure he was all right and get him down to the ground safely, to avoid an incident. Maybe then the disappearance of a quirkless kid wouldn't weigh so heavily on his conscience. Well, Deku wasn't sure if it affected him. But he was certain All Might had seen at least one of the news articles. He had made sure to send it to his computer. Or phone, he couldn't really remember. All he knew was that All Might definitely knew. After a year, with no other leads, they would be forced to conclude that he was dead. Surely then All Might would recognize his mistake, and Deku could work more openly now that Izuku Midoriya was dead. UA entrance exams were coming up, and Deku would be lying if he said that he hadn't considered at least attempting the exam. The test itself would not be that complicated, and he was fairly certain that he could arrange for it to be taken elsewhere rather than on site. Kachan would surely be at the testing as well, and it would do no good for his cover to be blown this soon. Plus, as a student in UA, he would be infinitely more valuable to the League, not that he wasn't already. His skills could easily get him into the computer systems, but that was far too boring. Actually snooping around was part of the thrill, all the nervous energy buzzing in his bones while he wondered if this was where they would catch him. Online? No, he was far too good. There was no fun in it. He needed the thrill, the slight danger that he might be found out. Lingering in the base, left behind while the others went out, was no longer fun to him. He had to do something. The day before applications had to be in, Izumura Shigaraki was typing up his essay and submitting it along with the filled-out form to the UA website. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to take his written test off-site, so he only had the hope that he would not be placed near anyone he knew. It was wildly unlikely that he would be, yet there was always the chance. Luckily enough, the combat test would be simple for him. If all they had to do was take down robots, if he could find a quiet place to delve into their computers, he could shut all of them down in a single fell swoop. Proving it was his doing would be much more complicated. If he truly wanted to get into UA, if only to see how they functioned and trained heroes, he had to show off his quirk. Unfortunately, it was extremely likely that the teachers there, all pro heroes, would recognize his work as similar to the vigilante villain. He wasn't sure what category he fell under, that often left small hints of his presence wherever he went. His appearances had never been in person, he had made sure of that, but even if he did want to show up with heroes around, he had to have a disguise. And definitely not anything like the shitty mask and hoodie he had worn to meet Kurogyri. That would not do at all. The exams were still several months away, after all, and he had the time to plan and work out what he was going to do. From his own findings, it appeared that All Might was considering accepting a job at UA. Working right under the nose of the #1 hero was far too appealing for him to deny. It was just yet another on the list of reasons why attending UA would be beneficial for him, hero or no. He had a lot of information on All Might, yet very few of it was useful to him or anyone. That was probably the one issue All for One had with him. There was nothing he could do to counter All Might. For all intents and purposes, All Might had no weaknesses. Well, All for One said he knew of one. But that was another issue altogether. Izumura pushed himself away from his desk, stretching his arms above his head. Sure, his job involved remaining at a computer and keeping watch over everything, but it didn't exactly do much to keep him active. Over the last several months, his already pale skin had gone practically ghost white. He needed some sort of sunlight, even if being out of the base was a danger to his entire mission. Questions swirled in his mind as he stood up and made his way towards the door. Would he be spotted? Would he be followed? Would he be arrested? He knew, of course, that he was overreacting. Deku only had a digital calling card. No face could warn the heroes of his existence. As it was, he was near his home city, as he had come to realize. The urge to see his mom was far too great. He could see her just once in passing, right? That wouldn't do much, would it? Passing through the bar, he wasn't surprised to see Tamura sitting on one of the stools, a drink, non-alcoholic. Kurogyri would kill himself before he let a child drink, resting in a gloved hand. The gloves had not originally been his idea, but Deku had adjusted them a bit so Tamura could game on his phone in peace. The favor was appreciated in the form of Tamura not yelling at him as much. "Where are you going?" he grumbled into his drink. "Out," Deku replied coolly. They weren't friends to any degree, barely business partners as it was. He had no business knowing where he was going. Red eyes turned to watch him as he grabbed his jacket from the coat rack next to the bar. "Thought you were supposed to stay inside and do other shit. Change of plan." He pulled his jacket on, throwing the hood over his head. "Have to do some intel gathering. We'll be back late." "And you can't do that online?" Of course. Here he was, woefully ignorant of the dealings that couldn't be done online. "Trust me, if I could be doing it online, I would be." Deku reached for the door handle, the back of his neck prickling uncomfortably as eyes bored into him. "I have other clients that I need to get in touch with. I'll be back later." Before Tamura could utter another word, he slammed the door behind him, tightly gripping the handle so he couldn't be followed. When nobody tried to twist it, he let go, and breathed out a sigh of relief. He had a mask in his jacket pocket, and he slid the straps over his ears, covering his nose and mouth. It wouldn't do much in the long run, with his hair being, well, green, and easily spotted and remembered. While unnatural hair was common in their society, it was not a risk he wanted to take, especially since photos of him had been posted in nearby cities searching for him only weeks previously. Everything might be fresh in people's minds, but he had enough confidence that he would not be spotted. It had been far too long since he had seen his mother, anyway. He was due for a trip. Taking the train was not a difficult matter. He dealt in cash, preferring to leave no virtual trace. Erasing it later would be no issue, yet under close inspection, it could be questioned. It was far too much of a hassle to deal with, so going without a noticeable trace was a much better solution. Plus, it was common enough that nobody really looked twice. Even so, there were security cameras stationed all around the platform. He swore he could feel the eyes of the security guard behind them watching him, like he was doing something wrong. There was no reason to be anxious, but still. He hadn't been out in a long time. Especially after dealing with villains for years, he became more and more wary of anything that could potentially reveal him. Heroes were also nearby, going to take the train to other cities. It was normal, he knew this, but it didn't settle his nerves anymore. He couldn't be recognized as Deku, but there was always the chance that one of them would see him as the boy he used to be and turn him into police. If Deku went inactive soon after, surely the police would piece things together. They might be incompetent, but they were not stupid. He made that mistake once before, and that had nearly ended with multiple heroes being dispatched to his detected location, as he had been working in a small cafe known for housing vigilantes. Deku managed to route them elsewhere, sent to different places to stop various crimes, and only then could he breathe easy. He changed locations after that, hiding his devices in a backpack and using his old-school uniform to keep hidden in plain sight. When the train arrived, he got swept up in the small crowd to get on, despite the train not being all that crowded. Eventually, he settled in a small seat in the back corner, earbuds in his ears and phone in his hand. His bangs shielded his eyes, concealing where he was looking, and to the untrained observer he would look like nothing more than a teenager hunched over the phone in his hand. Really, he wanted to keep an eye on the heroes that he now shared an enclosed space with. Part of him really wanted to mess with the heroes, just to see their in-person reactions. However, he knew that if they caught him snickering about a message sent in their comms, they would arrest him before he even had a chance to run and switch to another train. Not only that, but he doubted he would be able to get somewhere safe before they told their own agents to monitor the cameras in the area. His quirk had no defensive capabilities as far as he was aware. In fact, it left his body vulnerable, so much so that he had to post a camera to monitor himself and those around him while he was in cyberspace as to react quickly. Aside from that, he found no other way to keep himself safe, which meant that in a life or death situation, it would be more of a hindrance than a help. Deku connected his headphones to his phone, quickly glancing at the heroes to make sure they were not paying attention. Most seemed uninterested, buried in phones or staring vaguely out the window. If he used his quirk now, it was probable that they wouldn't notice. It was dangerous, especially with them around, but for now it should be all right. He was just a kid, after all. Illegal quirk usage was prosecuted more for adults. It didn't take long for him to get back into the heroes' systems, listening to the dispatchers relaying news of crimes, incidents, and villain sightings, calling certain heroes to each scene. It was busy, people always talking, something always happening, but it was relaxing to him. When he pulled himself out of cyberspace, he listened to the calming words of the dispatchers as they called out certain heroes in cities nearby him. He could have fallen asleep if it wasn't for who stepped on the train at the next stop. Yagi Tashinori, the man more commonly known as All Might. This time, he wasn't in what Deku had come to realize as his powered-up form. Instead, he was lean, skinny, and practically a skeleton. No hero costume. No obnoxious yellow suit. Nobody would recognize him like this, and Deku counted on it. He felt a surge of something he didn't really know what it was. But he had a sudden desire to mess with the number one hero. Deku watched All Might find a seat closer to the back, close to him yet not close enough to be anything concerning. The hero's phone was in his hand, taking up what looked like barely any of his attention and, almost unnoticeable, an earpiece rested in his ear. It was a simple matter to wait for him to properly pay attention to his phone, and it was slightly more complicated to get into his phone from here. However, as long as they had the device connected online, Deku could reach it. Finding out how to screw with him was a little harder. He had so many options. Instead of anything too complex, he whited out the static running through the earpiece. He could see the slightly confused look as All Might reached up, almost fiddling with the device, before glancing at the heroes around him and deciding to leave it be, his hand coming back and folding in his lap. "Are you going to take the job?" Deku typed out on his phone, sending the feed directly to the earpiece. It would only come through as a slightly robotic, mechanical voice, and indeed, All Might jumped at the voice coming through his ear. He glanced around worriedly, picking up his phone to most likely text someone involved with his tech. "You try to alert anyone and I'll wipe your phone." All Might jumped again, his eyes scanning the train. Deku made himself scarce, hiding his eyes behind his hair and typing out another message to hopefully not look suspicious. He could feel his heart rate elevating, and he wondered vaguely if All Might could hear it. Text this number. It wasn't his phone number, but rather a rerouted one that linked to his phone. He would sever the connection after their conversation was over, and then there would be no trace of him ever having it. Not having much of a choice, All Might complied, typing furiously. What do you mean, take the job? Deku grinned. The teaching position, of course. What other position would I mean, All Might? He could practically see the gears whirring in the hero's mind, trying to find a solution to the situation. I'm afraid you have the wrong number. Don't be silly. I know All Might when I see him. It was a risky move on Deku's part, but it worked. Instead of concluding that whoever was on the opposite end of the screen was on the train, All Might grit his teeth and typed out a response. He glanced up once he'd finished, and Deku's phone alerted him a moment later. I am assuming this is the hacker I've heard so much about. You've heard of me. Deku could have clapped his hands together in delight. As it was, he settled for replying to the hero with a smile, content in the knowledge that he now had his phone number. I'm pleased. I haven't done anything directly against you, so I wasn't positive you had. The name's Deku. Why are you doing this? Why not? It's fun. It's illegal and you know that. Do I? All Might just looked more and more frustrated, gripping his phone tighter and tighter. If it was in his muscled form, he would have cracked it in two. Izuku was more than pleased to see the number one hero so powerless in such a situation. You sell hero information to villains. That is not something I stand for. In case you weren't aware, I sell to heroes as well. Anyone who has the money, I'll work for. Like you all might. I very rarely do things that will not be of a benefit to me. Then why speak to me? Deku tapped his phone warily. What should he say here? I bring a warning. When he didn't elaborate, All Might tried to prompt him. About? You're smart. I'll give you a hint. See if you can decode it. All JPS POFXLIOFE. Before All Might could respond, he severed the link, booted All Might from the conversation, and reset his phone just in case. The earpiece's signal was unblocked, and Deku let the stream of data return to All Might's ear. He listened in for a moment, and then turned on some calming music to help settle himself. Deku's heart was pounding, and this time it wasn't just from excitement, but a touch of fear as well. It was far too on the spot for his liking. He had come up with the cipher far too quickly. Any person looking in the right place would be able to decipher it, and that meant that he betrayed his contract without any sort of benefit to him. If Tomura found out, he would be dead. Literally. He got off the train at the next stop, along with All Might and a few other heroes. He didn't have the courage, nor the energy to mess with any of them after the stunt he just pulled. Why had he done that? Heroes were the problem with this society. Why did he help them? Oh, he was so screwed if the League discovered anything was up. Applying to UA would just be the nail in the coffin. If they discovered it, he would be forced to flee to the heroes, and that wouldn't be a pleasant conversation. It only then properly occurred to him that he might be in a bad situation. Worrying about his life over a hint that he barely gave to a hero who wouldn't have the brainpower to decipher what he meant. And even if it was deciphered, it wouldn't give them much of an edge. Even with a warning, they couldn't possibly be prepared for what was going to happen. Deep breaths, he reminded himself. You are not going to die. Kid, you all right? He jumped a foot in the air, startled by the person who just appeared next to him. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure, but by then he was certain that he had gone bright red under his mask. Yeah, I'm fine, he said slowly, sliding his phone into his pocket. Just stop thinking is all. The person seemed unconvinced, yet as they looked on further, something akin to recognition flashed in their eyes. He leaned forward, and Izuku pulled away. My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, he introduced cautiously. Are you familiar with an Izuku Midoriya? Without meaning to, Deku took a step back. Really, I have to get going dash. It'll just take a moment. I promise. Deku continued backing away. I don't know who that is. My name is Izumura. I'm sorry I could not be of more help to you. At the first sight of a clear pathway, he took off, squeezing through crowds that the older, taller detective couldn't. Even after he was certain that he lost him, Deku still took several random turns to lose himself in the sea of people doing their shopping. They knew he was still alive, He wasn't safe out in the open anymore, not that he was to begin with. Despite police pronouncing him dead, he should have known that exposing himself like this wasn't worth it. There would be those that remembered his face, remembered how similar he looked to his mother, who they likely had spoken with directly. A voice in the back of his mind told him to go see his mom, despite the risks associated with getting caught. He decided to ignore it. It would do him no good to stay out after this. At least not in this city, or anywhere nearby it. Deku had no intention of returning to the base immediately, where he would suffer from the wrath of an irritated Tamura for the next several hours, so he decided to find a nice place to hunker down in, to calm his mind and to work. There were still many other info grabs he still had to do for the clients who reached out to him from other countries. Most seemed to be from the United States, seeking information on their top heroes. Without being in person to observe the fights, it wouldn't be as easy to observe and note their habits. Videos would work, but not for underground or not well-known heroes. If there was no information in their files, he would be at a loss. However, when he settled in a small cafe in the sketchier part of town, buying a coffee to settle his nerves, he found several more emails in his inbox, waiting. In fact, one of them was sent mere minutes before he arrived at the cafe. From a certain detective Naomasa Tsukachi. His own curiosity prevented himself from deleting the email immediately, so he clicked on it to read. Given the circumstances, it was strangely polite. Good evening. I was told I could reach Deku this way. As I understand it, you recently came into contact with All Might in order to give him a warning. I would like to discuss this more with you, if you are able. While I do not expect you to make an appearance in person, a few recent events have caused us to question your classification as a villain. So they did consider him a villain. Well, if that was how they were going to play it, then he would play along as well. He continued reading. According to several heroes, you have hacked into our communication devices on multiple occasions. Our own searches have detected breaches recently, each one with your clear signature. Though many times you did nothing, you have rerouted heroes to crime scenes where they were needed, as well as give direct instructions to heroes to report crimes that had only just begun happening. Looking over camera footage, it appears that your messages reached heroes just moments after a disturbance took place, long before any heroes or police would catch it. I have also heard that you have, on occasion, sold or given information about current and cold cases to heroes. I will admit, many of those in my office have described your work as a blessing and a weight off their shoulders. My opinion has not been made yet. You are still a danger, and I would rather work with you in the future than against. I would prefer not to have someone in a bad situation, and selling to villains is dangerous. It can get you killed if you continue. I await your response. Deku hummed, glancing up at the people walking around the cafe. It wasn't all that busy, yet he still had to be careful that nobody was looking over his shoulder. Even a civilian could betray him, even if most tended to stay silent. The email was nicely worded, but the detective was asking for assistance on other cases. Deku loved a good mystery, yet the most he usually was able to do was analyze their quirk and their habits. While effective in solving, it wasn't all that interesting most of the time, unless the case had something he was personally interested in. It might help the heroes, but it wouldn't solve it entirely, and that annoyed him greatly. He decided to type an email in response, as it had only been a few minutes and the detective was likely to see. Thank you for your interest, but I do not do things without reason. I am aware of what I have gotten myself into, and I am well aware of the dangers it has. That being said, I work for pay, as any other person does. It just so happens that villains pay better for my talents than heroes ever did. I will admit, I have some level of interest in working with you. If you are not already aware, my specialization lies in quirk data and analysis. I can monitor and track events and people, though usually I monitor a specific location for several hours before switching to another high-crime area. I cannot catch everything, nor do I believe I will be much use to you in tracking villains down unless I get their location first. While I do not disclose clients' information, I can warn you that several have quirks that allow them to avoid capture. I cannot help you very much. Deku would have written more, but when the cafe door opened again, the bell ringing to announce a new customer's entry, he jumped, accidentally hitting send. It wasn't a total loss. After all, He hadn't revealed anything bad, nor had he said anything suspicious. His location could not be tracked, he was sure of it, but his attention was drawn to the hero that just walked in. Shoyuta Aizawa. An underground hero, more commonly known as Eraserhead. Unknown, for the most part, and homeroom teacher of the first years in UA. He should have known that more vigilante-esque heroes like him would frequent sketchy cafes like this one. Of course, there was no reason for him to suspect anything, as a teenager alone in a cafe with a laptop was far more likely to be a kid catching up on schoolwork than a brainstorming villain. With or without a quirk, Deku had the ability to type, so even if Eraser's quirk was activated, it would have no bearing on his work ability. He continued to type away, watching as the hero settled into a seat and ordered a cup of coffee. Doing nothing but watch would help his notes, yet that would make him suspicious. Deku took a sip of his coffee, pulling up his notepad and adding a small note to file under Eraserhead, later. Did not have to ask where to sit nor asked for a menu. Possibly frequents Canon Cafe. It would not be wise to hack into any major systems with a hero just by him, so he brought up another document and added several things to look over later. Revealing a quirk in front of him would also not have been a good idea. Look over stuff for all might, he muttered under his breath. Potential quirk malfunctions in smaller stature. He paused for a moment. Lost access to quirk? Potentially. He didn't even notice himself speaking, a small thing that had been kept with him since elementary school, but it was always quiet enough that nobody knew what he had been saying. Apparently, heroes had better ears than he anticipated, and Eraserhead looked up, glancing at him carefully writing a list of potentials. Deku noticed after a few more minutes, cautious red eyes trained on him and his laptop. He took a long sip from his drink and set a few bills down to pay for it. Waiting around would definitely not be fun if he was suspected of anything. Eraserhead was one to trail those he found suspicious quietly, marking their habits before attacking. In a way, he was just like Deku. He needed a way out and quickly. Sure enough, not long after he left the cafe, he heard footsteps behind him. His headphones were on, yet no music playing, so the hero would be confident that his already quiet steps wouldn't be heard. Deku couldn't go back to the base, not with Eraser following him, but he could go back to his mother's home. He still had a key, one that he kept on him always, and his mother wouldn't be home at this time of evening. From tracking her schedule, he knew that she would be over at Kachan's house for the next hour and a bit, maybe longer if Aunt Mitsuki had alcohol. On Fridays, she always headed over for dinner and to participate in their family nights. Friday used to be their special night, but he couldn't find it in him to be jealous. It was he who made the choice to leave the safety and security of his home. And anyway, if Eraser tracked him there, he could have a chance to reach Kurogyari to pull him back to the base, and even if the house was broken into, there would be no trace of him ever being there. He spent less than half an hour navigating the streets back home, very aware of the hero trailing a few dozen feet behind him. Every so often he'd find himself pretending to jam out to a good beat, skipping for a moment and bopping his head. He felt stupid doing so, but the people around him didn't seem to find anything wrong with his motions, so he figured it was all right. The key went right into the door, to which he was glad. He was worried that the locks had been changed on him, and that would certainly be embarrassing and even more suspicious for Eraserhead. He shut the door softly behind him and, careful not to disturb anything, made his way to his room, away from the front door. "Mom," he called out, just to throw off suspicion if the hero was still outside. "I'm home. I have so much to tell you." His room door was shut, just as it had been when he left, and the inside was untouched, yet completely free of any dust. Clearly, his mom had been in here recently, dusting off his bed and shelves. If he disturbed anything, it wouldn't be noticed. His phone was lifted up, and Kurogyari quickly dialed. "Hey, Kurogyari? Long story short, I'm in my old room. I need you to come get me." There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. "I'll be right there, Izumura." The months passed in a daze. After several more close calls, Izumura started avoiding leaving the base as much as possible. Tomura did not press him to get out, nor did he seem averse to having him in the base 24. It made it easier to keep an eye on him if he stayed in his room all day. He was almost to the point where leaving his room was considered strange on its own, let alone leaving the base itself. Leaving for more than just an hour, and asking Kurogiri to warp him to the city where the top hero school was? That was far too suspicious, but it wasn't as if he had any other choice. The terms in his contract never said that he had to disclose his activities with them either. If Tamura questioned it, he could always lie and explain that he was confirming some suspicions about the soon-to-be pros. That wasn't entirely false, right? Either way, he had to get going soon, or he would miss his time slot. Before he went, he had an appointment with someone who could temporarily change his appearance. Their quirk was promptly nicknamed Cinderella, apparently a widely sought-after ability. It took quite a lot of his own savings to bribe them enough to keep quiet about him and to be available when he needed them to be, but he hopefully had them as an ally, for now. Izumura decided to avoid speaking to Kurogiri about it, and took the train instead a few cities over, where UA was located, as well as the quirk user he needed to speak with. His quirk was useful, but not always in situations like these where others would be much more preferred. Sometimes, he wished he'd asked All for One for something else. Once he was back on the train, armed with a new face to keep himself hidden, he was on his way to the school. His phone beeped in his pocket, probably Tamura trying to contact him, but he ignored it, switching his phone off. If it really was urgent, All for One would be contacting him directly, and that was never pleasant. Having another person in his head was incredibly invasive, but at least he didn't know enough about whatever quirk he was using to properly mess with his mind. If Deku was right about it, and he usually was, that quirk could be used to shine a light into the dark corners of his mind, the stuff that he didn't reveal to the League under any circumstances. If he found that, there was no place Izumura could run. Well, it wasn't as if he could run anyway. Not from someone like that. UA was relatively far away, so he settled in for the ride, pulling out headphones and connecting himself to the surface of the internet. Diving through the civilians' phones around him was only fun for so long. Not many people actually led interesting lives, contrary to their own belief. The heroes, too, were only so fun after a while. The news appeared to be focusing on the recent hero killer that had suddenly popped up in Japan. Izumura had been following his work and rather enjoyed watching what he had been up to. Now there was someone interesting. Someone he could follow and keep up with. Even he had a hard time predicting the man's next move. With the constant movement around Japan, it was difficult to accurately foretell where and when he would strike next. The one time he had managed to pinpoint his next target, he had been ecstatic when headlines hit the paper the next day about that hero admitted to the hospital from a targeted attack. Was it wrong that Izumura took pride in watching others be hurt? Was it morally incorrect for him to make a game out of going through his list of heroes and attempting to find who would be next on the chopping block? Maybe, but he didn't care. The hero killer wasn't just any normal villain. He was cunning, intelligent, and hard to track. He meticulously planned out his targets, carefully tracked their movements, and made sure no one was around when he finally struck. Sometimes, their bodies wouldn't be discovered for hours, and by then he was long gone, and the hero dead. On the rare occasions he had been spotted, he had not engaged with those that appeared, and disappeared into the distance far before the police could ever arrive on the scene. His technique was practically flawless. The details Izumura could draw from the case files so minimal that after several months of attacks it would make the detectives cry. But Deku was no normal detective. What nobody else could solve, he could. Painstakingly he had plotted every appearance and even suspected appearances, and mapped out heroes that he would be likely to target. Even then, with few photos and a singular video taken of the hero killer, he had not been able to pinpoint much about him. The little he had managed to gather, such as the name of the hero killer himself, Stain, wasn't much use in looking for his next move. He had no phone, nothing physical that Deku could track unless he planted it himself, which was exceedingly dangerous and risky. This hero killer might be a villain, but that didn't mean that he would play nicely with others like him. No matter what work Izumura did, it would all be for naught in Stain's eyes. The only way to save society was to purge the false heroes. Well, maybe taking them down from the inside would be a little more fun. The train slowed to a stop, and he got off, making his way to the open front gates of the hero school that had been his dream for years. It was a little hard to believe that here he was, about to test for exams with the hundreds of potential candidates for heroes. The majority of them would not be admitted and forced to attend subpar hero schools without as much fame or recognition. There were 60 open spots for the upcoming new year in the hero course. Less than 60 would be admitted from the practical and paper exams, while others would be accepted by recommendation, granting automatic entry into the school. He had no clue who would be on that list, which made him uneasy. They would not be selected for another week, in which scores would be analyzed, students would be accepted, and letters would be sent out. He could access that information when they started considering, but for now he was walking blind. He didn't like going in blind. The candidates were all shuffled into a room, given number cards with their testing location, and seated. Izumura glanced around nervously, hoping that his disguise was working. He spotted Kachan, vaguely arguing with a blue-haired boy in a suit. He vaguely looked like Ingenium, though in a world of quirks, anything was possible. He hadn't looked into the Ida family much, though now he was internally berating himself for not doing so. Ingenium had 65 sidekicks, for hero's sake. Why hadn't Deku looked into him more? Present Mike, another hero, walked in to explain the rules of the practical exam, but Deku was hardly listening. He kept his gaze locked on Kachan, carefully gauging his reaction. He didn't seem particularly surprised at what the exam entailed, but then again, nothing seemed to faze him when they were in grade school together. The 0-point monster intrigued him. It didn't seem like something the hero course would throw in on a whim. Villain fights in real life were always worth things, whether that be in the popularity rankings, hero rankings, or even just another tally on the long list of defeated crooks. Every achievement was worth something. That would be the bot he would target. Izumura was well aware that he could shut down every robot in the exam area in a matter of seconds. The issue was proving to the heroes that he was the one doing it. He did not want to inadvertently connect Deku and Izumura, so his planning had to be meticulous and precise. One wrong move could put the heroes on his trail. And if the two were linked, he supposed it didn't matter much anyway. He had his ways of remaining undetected, and Deku had no direct criminal implications beyond what they could assume was his work. The only thing they had on him was that he hacked into hero systems to deliver information to heroes, and that he offered to sell villains information to them. It was enough to arrest him, yes, but not enough to hold him. They needed him. They wouldn't just throw him in a jail cell to rot. His line of work was already dangerous enough. He didn't particularly care if they figured him out. Kachan ended up being in his group, as well as the Ida kid from earlier. He got a chance to pull up a few files on his phone, as well as glance at a couple newspapers, confirming the kid as Ingenium's brother. Very similar quirks too, if the engines coming out of his legs were anything to go by. Those would be very useful in this exam. The gates swung open, releasing them into the arena. Instead of running to search for robots, Izumura made a beeline for the nearest building, pushing his way through the door and moving to hide away from the windows. He spotted a camera in the corner and grinned under his mask. This would be easy. He settled down against the wall, crossing his legs, sliding his phone in his hoodie pocket, trying to make a big show out of his quirk without revealing that he could do anything in the blink of an eye. At his stage of quirk development, he could process and analyze information nearly as fast as a computer could. It took far longer sometimes, if he was looking through a lot of information at once, but he had lots of practice under his belt now. Linking to his phone, he simultaneously connected himself to the cameras in the room where the heroes were watching, and scanned through the monitors. They were watching him. "He's gone limp," Ectoplasm said. "Could it be a medical emergency?" Eraserhead, the very hero who nearly managed to track him back to the villains, responded. "No. That has to be something with his quirk." Deku suppressed a giggle, sick with glee, as he made several of the monitors go dark. Eraser eyed them cautiously, but continued to watch Izumura carefully, his eyes narrowing. He wasn't concerned. After all, his face was completely different from the one the hero ran into at the cafe. "Sorry about this." His voice came through the speakers, warped and distinctly robotic. "But when's that 0-pointer going to appear? I want to make sure I shut it down with the rest of them before they're all deactivated." To their credit, the heroes hid their surprise well. "Is this you, Izumura?" Eraser asked, leaning forwards in his chair. Who else could it be? Deku responded playfully. I mean, with all the other flashy quirks out there, it makes something like mine not seem very special in comparison. His body moved, and he pulled himself back into his own mind, getting up and stretching. They would obviously be paying attention to him now. It's been a good couple of minutes, he announced, still unused to the way his voice warped into someone else's due to the quirk currently in effect. I might disqualify a couple people, but I mean, I can save them from the villains. I don't think I'll stick around long enough for your zero-pointer. He inclined his head, briefly running through the code leading him to the bots. Pretty flimsy security for those ones. With one tiny tug in the back of his mind, he pulled the plug. Almost immediately, the sounds of the battle outside died off, replaced instead by confused chatter between the contestants. Deku had no idea how many robots he shut down, but it was well over half of them, and he wasn't eager to count them and figure out his score. He had gotten his necessary score, and that was all that he cared about. Whatever other points that the zero-pointer offered would just be added onto his first-place score. He gave a mock bow towards the camera, and made his way back outside, where he was greeted with the slumped-over forms of dozens of the so-called battle bots that they trained on. Kids walked around, mildly confused at the sudden deactivation, some even kicking at the metal shell. Deku could have fried their circuits, but merely shutting them off also proved his point. It was also less expensive for them to replace as well. All the bots have been deactivated. Present Mike called over the speakers. Please make your way back to the entry point for the written exam. Was this it? One of the others complained. We fight for 2 minutes and they shut the DMN things off? No, Deku said quietly. That was me. The kid seemed mildly surprised, but didn't question it further, especially when his phone suddenly shut off and refused to turn back on. It wasn't hard to do, and Deku enjoyed messing with people from time to time. There was no direct interaction between heroes and students until after the written exam, which Deku was pretty sure he passed. The test was difficult, but with a stealthy quirk like his own, it helped him out on a couple difficult questions. He just had to be careful that none of the heroes noticed him freeze up while he entered cyberspace. It was only when he was walking out of the school's grounds that he was stopped by none other than Eraserhead himself, a forceful grip on his shoulder preventing him from leaving. We would like to have a couple words with you regarding the practical exam this morning. I've got things to do, he said coldly, shrugging the hand off his shoulder. I don't really have the time to sit and chat about how flimsy your encryption is. It's more than you know, Shigaraki. We would just need a few minutes to speak with you. I'm sorry, Deku said shortly, but I completed the practical as I would have done had it been an actual villain fight. Your skills seem on par with another hacker that we've seen. Tell me, have you ever heard of Deku? Those red eyes were frightening, seemingly piercing into his soul. Izumura shrugged, attempting to not appear bothered. I'm assuming you think that's me, so it wouldn't even matter if I said no. I don't know who you're talking about. Now if you'll please excuse me, I have stuff to do. Without even taking a split second to debate his undoubtedly bad decision, he spun around and strode towards the gate. Maybe the heroes had something they could offer him, much greater than a student position at a top hero school. Maybe, despite his age, they saw the potential that All for One did. Maybe, perhaps, they wanted him. Well, he had made his choice years ago. They were only the latest ones to finally get it. He had zero interest in being a hero, he told himself firmly. It wouldn't happen. Even so, that small spark of hope that lingered in his chest for the longest time developed a tiny flame. His acceptance letter arrived in his mailbox only a week later. It didn't surprise him that he was accepted, but some small part of him felt disappointed. Now, he would have to reveal it to the league where he would be during the day. If they contacted him during the day, he would be discovered and probably arrested, most likely before he could get a message to Kurogiri and tell him what was going on. As long as he had access to some device, he could get that message to him. Kurogiri was a Nomu as well, and that armor on his neck was also connected to All for One, and thus, to him. He discovered that little piece of information accidentally, temporarily gaining complete control of his mind. All for One told him not to do it again, and Deku didn't, too shaky from the first attempt when he realized that he couldn't pull himself away. If he really needed to though, he could get a message through Kurogiri, at the cost of leaving his body alone with the heroes. If he was lucky, they might think he had gone into shock or something and leave him in a hospital where he could easily escape once he returned. Unfortunately, Eraserhead knew his quirk, and he knew the signs. If he was with them, his medical emergency might be ignored. Kurogiri would risk capture if they came to get him. It was a little ironic, he thought, that the chief of security for the League was also the one getting into the most trouble, but hey, he needed to know what they were capable of, or at least that was his excuse. Either way, it would do him no good worrying about a situation that might happen, rather than one that will. He had to focus on the matter at hand, which was informing the League about what exactly he had been up to the past couple of weeks. Tamura would approve, right? He wouldn't rage out and kill him immediately for associating with heroes? Well, not like he had much of a choice about telling them, anyway. If he died here, it wasn't like he'd have many regrets. He took in a deep breath as he pushed open the door to Tamura's room. He could inform Kurogiri after he worried about the immediate threat. As expected, Tamura sat, feet crossed, on the end of his bed, gaming controller in his hands, staring at the TV opposite him. While Deku didn't exactly recognize what was on the screen, he did know enough to realize that Tamura would kill him if he shut it off. "What is it?" he grumbled, clicking one of the buttons to hit one of the creatures with a chainsaw. "I'm busy." "Aren't you always?" "Oh, it's you." "It's me," he confirmed. "What are you playing?" "Doom Eternal. Wickedly difficult if you don't know what you're doing." His character jumped, narrowly avoiding a fireball thrown in his direction. Deku raised an eyebrow. "Wicked, huh?" He still didn't look away from the screen, using his gun to bash in the head of some kind of zombie. "You don't get to make fun of my language. Now what do you want?" "You're distracting me. We can do this later." He brought a hand up to scratch at his neck. "Well, I didn't think that telling you later when I'm more likely to get myself killed would be a good idea, so no, this can't wait until later." There was a pause. "I'm listening." Deku let out a heavy sigh. "Can you pause that or something? I'm seriously considering frying your console at this point." "You do that and you can kiss your precious life goodbye." "I wouldn't exactly call it precious, but sure." Tamura finally glanced his direction, not pausing the game but instead ducking his character behind the cover of some rocks. "Sit down or something. You're weirding me out just standing there like that." He made the decision to keep standing. "No thanks," he said stiffly. "Rather not be closer to you, thanks." "Yeah, you too, Deku," he returned, turning back to his game. The insult held little malice. "I assumed you would have little issue with me spying on the heroes." The clicking of the controller ceased, and a pause message popped up. Tamura finally turned to face him. "I thought that was what you were already doing." His voice was low and threatening. Deku tried his hardest to not step back. "Some things can't be said over the internet, Tamura," he reminded. "In fact, now that they are aware of a hacker, UA will try to keep a lot of their important data in person. I figured I would scope the place out myself." "Oh." He tilted his head, almost disappointed, and shook the shaggy blue hair out of his eyes. "Is that all? Almost thought you were going to say you'd betrayed us or something." "I applied to UA." The controller dropped onto the covers. Deku was half surprised that he didn't immediately disintegrate it. "You did what now?" "There was only one conceivable way in, and I took it. I don't see why you're so surprised that was the way I went with." He shrugged, shoving his hands into his hoodie pockets to hide the slight tremble. "I get to know what they teach the hero wannabes, and I also get a chance to get into their systems. I just figured you would need to know where I was before one of you blew my cover and called me or something in the middle of class." That sat in silence for a few minutes, Deku becoming increasingly more anxious the more Tamura thought it over, fingertips pressed together and staring at the controller. If Deku's answer was deemed unsatisfactory, then it was all over. "You report everything to me. All for one cannot know anything about this." Deku jolted back, surprised. "You won't tell him? You're not mad?" "Oh, I'm said," he corrected. "You could have told me your plans beforehand when there was a better chance of me not killing you." He picked up the controller with 2 fingers, mulling something over. "You're doing this to get more information. That's valuable intel, Deku. I'm not so ignorant that I don't know you have other clients. You have more than the League enticing you to do this. You will need the information, with All Might joining as a teacher, Izumura supplied. You want my help taking him down? Fine. I need to get inside his head, and this is the easiest way to do it. Tamura waved him off. Fine, yeah, whatever. As long as he dies, I don't care what you do. Not a word to All for One. He won't approve of you sticking your neck out there. He can't keep me cooped up in here forever. I'm still young, have a whole life of messing with people ahead of me. He shrugged, the tension lining his shoulders relaxing. How do you play that? Pretty simple. Want me to teach you? Deku contemplated the offer. What's in it for you? Jesus Christ, just take the controller, Izu. It would do me a lot of good to not have everyone around me be technologically 50 years behind me. Video games are the backbone of society. Not playing them is a cardinal sin. Yeah, Izumura grumbled. Stop with your Bible BS and I'll play with you. He sat on the edge of the bed, attempting to get somewhat comfortable as Tamura messed with the controller in his hands. I'm putting you on the tutorial first, he said, depositing the controller in Izumura's lap. You die immediately on the level I was on. Gee, thanks. Left trigger to fire the gun, Tamura said, ignoring the sarcasm. A to jump, and the joysticks move you around. If you get close to the zombies and they're glowing blue, press the right joystick. You can glory kill them and get your health back. Don't die or I'll have to kill you. The glint in his eye gave him a slightly unhinged look. Maybe he wasn't actually kidding. As Tamura taught him to play, and Deku shot his way through the hordes of zombies, soldiers and imps, a thought struck him. Was this what having siblings was like? The days leading up to his first day ticked by with unbearable slowness. Maybe it was due to his scouting and frantic messaging with the principal, or maybe it was because he was much more on edge than normal, worried if All for One would realize what he had been up to. Tamura never said a word, nor did Kurogyri, but the acquisition of a few new, powerful members of their little group worried him. With Nizu's permission, he had been granted the ability to attend lessons virtually, without a camera. In order to make the principal trust him, he had to reveal more information than he was comfortable with, telling him that those he lived with had no information about his attendance at UA, and his current standing did not allow for him to properly engage in hero classes. As it was, his quirk was best suited for working behind the scenes, and in-person training would not be as valuable as communication with his fellow heroes, monitoring their positions and warning them of any issues. As far as Nizu believed, his voice was permanently warped by his quirk, sometimes dropping or shifting up an octave, with a computerized undertone and a permanent glitch that would make actively speaking difficult. As there was no other footage found of him speaking any other way, the principal was forced to accept it as truth and agreed to make class accommodations for him. His teacher, Aizawa, did not seem as pleased with the arrangement, but instead seemed interested in his quirk and his abilities. Having already had a close call with Eraserhead, Deku knew that he needed to keep the hero at arm's length. Carefully setting up his bedroom office, he carefully slipped his headset over his head, adjusting his mic to distort his voice enough to match what he told Nizu to expect. All three of his monitors glowed with a soft green light, his room dark just as he liked it. Running a hand through his dark hair, unbrushed and messy, he worked his way through detangling it, as a way to calm the butterflies in his stomach. This first impression would be everything to him and the heroes, and whether they deemed him a threat or not. His quirk was used to pull up camera footage from the hallway as well as the other cameras in the class, only needing to monitor the direct area. His location could not be traced, yet he pulled up the feed from the cameras he placed around the base to watch for potential intruders. One could never be too careful. His procrastination done with, and all his necessary tools available to him, Deku logged into his classroom. One of his monitors cut to a feed of the room, the students mingling in groups by the desks. The teacher had clearly not arrived yet, but the board at the front must have shown his icon as having logged in. Greetings. One of the students turned to the board, looking directly at the discrete camera that was placed there. I was told we would have an online classmate. My name is Dash. Tenya Ida, Deku smoothly replied. Sibling of Tensei Ida, pro hero ingenium. I know who you are. Ida appeared surprised but quickly composed himself. You've clearly done your hero research. I commend you. But Deku's attention had fallen to someone else in the room, sitting at one of the desks, glaring at the other students. Kachan. And the others? He scanned over the class. Most seemed average, little or no ties to real heroes. There was one, a blonde-haired boy with a black lightning streak through his hair, that might have been related to a pro, but he would have to look into it further, which was something he didn't want to do during this first class. Momo Yaoyorozu, Deku said suddenly. You have quite a few pro heroes in your family, don't you? Oh, she said nervously. Why yes, I do. Recommendation as well. Impressive. I've heard those tests are quite difficult, but I've never looked into them. But I should have expected you to get in. I've followed your family quite a bit. And then of course I'm not surprised to see Shoto Todoroki in class. Indeed, the young son of Endeavor was separated from the others, eyes downcast and avoiding his classmates. Why not? He replied quietly. Expected to see the top heroes kids in this class? I expected to see some students with talent, yes, Deku responded. I see I was not disappointed. And what do we call you? Todoroki continued, his voice still soft. Your icon doesn't give us much information. How are we to trust you? His eyes focused on the camera, and Deku muted himself for a moment to collect his thoughts. This one was smart. My name is Izumura Shigaraki, he said shortly. My quirk is not useful in person. I work best from behind the scenes. That is all you need to know. A small smile appeared on his face. That doesn't seem very trustworthy, Shigaraki. It may not, but it is the truth. He paused, quickly checking one of the security cameras just down the hall, making a mental note of checking the building's schematics and figuring out where exactly the other cameras were located. And I will warn you that your teacher is making his way down the hall. I would get to my seat. He's known to be quite strict. With that, he muted himself, deciding to pull out his notepad to take physical notes for himself to reference later. Todoroki would be more of a problem than anticipated if Deku ever went public and the new hero students were informed of his activities. The others would be little issue, as his first impression of them did not pique his interest. Kachan was also smarter than he let on, and he could potentially be an issue as well. He leaned back in his chair, sighing. Him and those two. True to his word, Aizawa arrived only moments later, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag that he then deposited behind the podium at the front of the room. Initially, he didn't give much notice to Deku, ignoring him in favor of disciplining the class. He listened in silence, almost smiling at his clear passion in making these kids into proper, well-tuned heroes. Eraserhead was a pain, but he was an excellent teacher. His students might actually turn out to be true heroes. Maybe Stain should be informed of this. He was musing over that thought when his teacher's attention turned to him. Shigaraki, I will be taking the class outside to run some tests on their physical capabilities. Had you not gotten special permission from the principal, I would have expelled you out of my class immediately. Good to know my impression has been good enough, Deku snarked. It's good to finally meet you, sensei. Polite language will get you nowhere. I hope that you will be able to properly engage with our lesson plan. I will not be directly catering to you, and Nizu has assured me that you will be able to keep up. I'll be watching, he promised. During training exercises I asked that you supply my classmates with earpieces, as they would have in the field. I can speak with multiple people at once, as my quirk allows. True, he could watch from cameras, but this seemed to be interesting. It definitely would take the rest of the day. He certainly had the time to get over to UA, provided that Kurogyri trusted him enough, and he could get his gear on before they discovered him absent from their discussion. Quickly muting himself, he set his headset on the desk, replacing it with a small earpiece and mic that was used in theater production, one that he had modified to suit his quirk's needs. His suit was custom, based on his very first hero costume design, with some slight modifications to allow for his hacker lifestyle. It wasn't very cold out, so he pointedly ignored the hoodie that had been made to sit on top of the suit if the chill got to be too much. His laptop was quickly grabbed, just in case, even though all he really needed was his phone to get into any system. However, if it ever got to the point where he couldn't rely on his quirk, he needed something easy to work with. The utility belt was clipped around his waist, a special case built into the back where he could store his laptop, small pockets available for cords and flash drives, which were loaded with data about pro heroes should he ever need it. After all, he knew a lot, but there were far too many heroes in Japan alone for him to memorize, let alone others from across the world. If he could get that information to his laptop, he could then use his quirk to access what he needed to in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, when browsing the internet with his quirk, he couldn't access it as quickly as he could his own information, which was painstakingly organized due to his own mental pathways and the conclusions that he knew he'd draw. Things online were not always tagged with the information he needed, yet he had tagged a few useful places in cyberspace to help him find things faster. Even though time worked differently in his little computer world, it still left his body vulnerable for potentially hours at a time while he was working on his research. The rest of the costume was made mostly for mobility, a few self-defense things built into the gloves to enhance his chances of getting away in a fistfight. Tasers, small electric charges in the metal studs on his knuckles, activated with the push of a button, would stun the person he was fighting long enough for him to run. His mask was a simple rabbit mask covering his entire face, the ears hiding sensors to detect motion nearby, bonded there by a quirk he didn't quite understand, a hood over his head to hide his hair and the earpiece. A small heads-up display let him keep certain files in front of his eyes, the sensors giving him their readings as he moved around. He paid a fortune for it, but it was worth it in every way. Leaving the base was simple as usual, simply walking past Kurogiri and the shut door to Tamura's room. He armed the alarms, set to alert him to anyone entering or leaving the place, before returning inside. "Can you transport me to just outside UA? There's an outside class that I need to observe in person. The cameras aren't as extensive there, so I'll need to plant some more while I'm out." His mask didn't have a voice changer, but Deku didn't need one. Only Izumura needed a way to conceal his voice during school hours. In his belt, he had a few other items that might help him, each simulating very useful quirks so that he could work on his own the majority of the time, without relying on any of the villains to support him. With any luck, people would assume him to be a hero at first glance, and he could work undetected until a real hero showed up to stop him. He did also have some small, portable cameras that he could hide if need be, but they weren't meant for long-term exposure. "Report your findings to Shigaraki after you return," Kurogiri reminded him. Deku waved him off. "I'm just looking into the hero students a bit. Nothing he needs to know about, I just need to understand how much of a threat they'd be. Can you open a warp gate?" Kurogiri nodded. "Good luck on your mission, Izumura." The gate was opened, and Deku gripped his phone tightly in a gloved hand. "Thanks. I'll call you in a few hours." He appeared just outside the wall of UA. Walking through the gate or climbing over the wall would be easy enough, but he assumed that they might be within his visibility, as he was nearby the USJ, their indoor training facility. On the wall, he could stay mostly hidden and vanish into the forest outside if he was spotted. It took far too long for him to find their location close enough to the wall for him to watch, zooming in using his heads-up display to watch them from the top of the wall. His earpiece fed audio right into his ears, allowing him to properly take in the situation. The tests were basic, definitely just a baseline for Aizawa to get to know their quirks, but Deku was learning all the same. Most had useful abilities, if trained correctly and honed to the level they needed to be for hero work. He was so absorbed in watching the students that he didn't notice the small figure approaching him, his sensors sending warnings into his vision. I didn't expect someone spying already on our first day." Deku jumped, hand immediately going behind his back, where he had stashed a small knife behind his laptop. Sure enough, Nizu, the principal himself, was watching him carefully, tail swishing from side to side. If only he could get his knife without being noticed. "I don't suppose you'd tell me your name? It's only polite, you know." Somehow, the tone of voice made him want to respond. Maybe it was his manners, unexpected after so long with villains, or maybe it was something about his small stature that made Deku more inclined to speak. He pet his head to the side. "They call me Deku." Nizu brought his paws in front of his stomach. "I see. You must have been the one digging into our teacher records. I was surprised to see very little I could trace back. Izuku nodded, inclining his head slightly. I'm glad that you know my signature, Nizu. But I'm not here for teacher records this time. The principal nodded. You're quite interested in the students, yes? Trying to stay calm, he continued on, risking looking away and back to the class. The one I want isn't here. I don't believe you transferred him to 1B, so I would like to know where he is while you're here. Shigaraki Izumura, I believe? Nizu shook his head. No, you will not find him here. Our records say nothing of him being a virtual learner, do they? I suppose his quirk is a match for you then. If they were updated today, I have yet to check. Now are you going to try and stall for the teachers to arrive, or can I just kill you? To emphasize his point, he stood, yanking out his knife. It wasn't much, but neither was the principal. The animal would be dead before any pros could arrive. Brain didn't do much against so large of a physical difference. It was a nice attempt, but physical violence isn't your style. I believe we both know that, Deku, Nizu said calmly. I've never even heard of you setting a villain on a hero before, but there are plenty of villain attacks where you have alerted heroes in the vicinity before anyone could get there first. Izuku dropped down to the ground, inside Yue's walls, where he could reach the principal. He hefted his knife. Maybe I have. So what does that matter? You don't want to see people hurt, Deku. We both know this. The rat was an educator first, and a hero second. While he may know teenage behavior, Izuku was no ordinary hero student. Even as smart as he was, emotions and behavior could scarcely be predicted so accurately. You couldn't psychoanalyze a person whom many believed didn't exist. He took a small step forward, hoping that he at least appeared confident, at best mildly threatening. I don't want anything in particular. I just do what my clients want. Nizu just calmly held out his paw. We both know you wouldn't be here in person if that was all you wanted. Come with me. We can talk about this. I can even pay you for your time. That was what he was looking for. Izuku took a step backwards, setting a hand back on the wall. His climbing gear was still on, so he could scale the wall relatively easily. You just want to arrest me, he said. I know your type. Lure people in with false promises and sweet lies, then let them down when they need you most. I won't fall for it. You heroes are all the same, for that you should be purged. He turned away to scale the wall. When he turned back, he saw Nizu just shaking his head. Izuku quickly looked away so that he'd give the impression of disinterest. It's really a pity I couldn't change your mind. Will you be back? If you have the money, I will be. You know how to reach me. What information do you want, Nizu? He was turned away now, looking off into the forest. Still, he had his hand on his knife, and was ready to jump off the wall when the situation called for it. Why must you assume that everyone only wants something from you? The principal's voice was soft and mournful now. For only a moment, Deku let himself believe that the hero cared. Water began to well up in his eyes, so unused to how delicately they were speaking to him. Even if it was from an animal, a genetic abnormality, he didn't realize words could sound so sad. That's enough. They're a hero. They will stab you in the back if given the chance. Shaking off the sudden swell of emotion, he forced his thoughts down behind a carefully crafted icy exterior. That's how the world works, Principal. It always has. Carefully, he jumped down to the ground, swiftly taking off into the forest. On complete impulse, he dropped one of his flash drives into the dirt. He had wasted too much time already, but maybe what he downloaded onto it would be enough to convince them to leave him alone. It was nothing too precious, worth, at least, not much to him, but it might be valuable for them if they knew what kind of information he was collecting. They still knew nothing about him, and he was going to keep it that way, whether they worked with him or not. There were no footsteps behind him, but still he ran like a rabbit through the trees. He stopped every couple of minutes to check Yue's camera system, which seemed to have a backdoor that he wasn't foolish enough to believe Nizu didn't leave open for him. He even broke into hero comms, but there was no chatter about his appearance. It seemed that Nizu hadn't mentioned anything, nor even told the teachers. Could he really trust the principal? His first instinct told him of course not. Heroes existed to protect civilians, Yes, but nothing more. The moment they encountered someone else, someone without any extraordinary talents, they cast them aside as if they were worth less than the dirt they walked on. Not one hero would risk their life to knowingly rescue a quirkless kid. Deku knew that. For a while, at least, he was okay with it. He bought into the belief that he really was useless, that his life had no meaning, and that he would be better off dead than in a world where nobody wanted him. There was a time, just before the League, right when his mother first fell ill, that he might have jumped off the roof. He might have actually been another victim of hero society. Now, though, he wasn't so sure. It was concerning how a conversation with a hero, just one that was even the slightest bit kind to him, was able to shake the foundations of his entire moral code. They were barely even a hero. Just a mutated rat who happened to have the intelligence of a human. Or was he a bear? Nobody really could tell. Either way, as he made his journey back into town, walking through the high vigilante traffic areas, he made sure to watch his back, check that he hadn't been followed, and make sure no tracers were planted on him. Nizu was far smarter than he was, after all, but if Deku didn't want to be found, he couldn't be. There was nothing to worry about. Unless Nizu connected Deku to Izumura. That would be far more than just a small issue. But, for now, as Deku traversed his way through the dark alleys and short tunnels that kept people who were hiding from the law undetected, he decided to check his phone for any potential messages from clients. Unsurprisingly, there was one waiting for him. Come back to UA for a chat. It might be worth your while. Of course, Deku responded immediately. I'm not interested in becoming a hero, Nizu. Not hero work. You have some skills that I'm interested in. I can pay you 100,000 yen for the first meeting. An hour is all I ask for. Somehow, he found himself considering it. When do you want me there? As soon as is convenient. I will be waiting. His phone rang as he was messaging back and forth with the principal, so he picked it up. The caller ID was from Kurojairi, anyway. You've been out for several hours already, Izumura, he began, worried as always. Is everything all right? Jumping over a couple trash bins, Deku made one last check behind him. I'm good, Kurojairi. Going to head to that vigilante cafe I discovered a few weeks back. They're quiet about their customers, so I'm not too worried about being discovered. That being said, I'll send you the address to the place so you can warp me out if things get dicey. There was a loud, heavy sigh on the other end of the phone. And you're sure I can't change your mind? I'm sure. It's called Airway, if you're wondering. They take privacy to the extremes there, so you shouldn't worry about being discovered. I'll give you a call as soon as I get what I need. The raid's in 2 days, he heard Tamura scowl. Don't get caught and blow the whole thing. Chill, Shigaraki, Deku said, brushing past the wire fence that led to the cafe. I'll be careful. There's someone who might be here, anyway. They can give me some good intel. Just don't get caught. There was a small click, and Kurojairi hung up. Deku would have turned his phone off, but access to his quirk was imperative in a situation like this. Right before he entered the cafe, he shot a quick message to the one person he might be able to trust. Detective Tsukachi. If you would like to speak, I am in Mizudafu. You know where? Upon entering the cafe, Deku was immediately prompted by the greeter at the door to keep his mask on at all times, even providing him with another should he need to take his off for any reason. They asked for his name and, unbothered, he gave it. This place had strict rules on the identities of their customers, creating a safe environment where villains, heroes, vigilantes, and cops could all gather in relative peace to exchange information without worrying about their identities. Most heroes came in recognizable clothing, usually their hero costumes, unless they had something to hide. Villains almost always came in disguise, masquerading as another villain or going by a different name. Police came in normal clothes, simple full-face masks concealing them. Vigilantes, though, had little to worry about. Most were unknown, and those that were had powerful enough abilities to keep themselves safe. Nobody revealed civilian identities, anyway. He was unknown, at least in person. Virtually, he was well known. In fact, he didn't doubt that everyone there had at least heard of him. Should they hear his name, some might even leave, concerned about him digging into their personal information. His online identity was omnipotent, an online god. Those who knew of him were afraid. He could ruin their life, should he want to. Everyone had skeletons in their closets, him especially. But there was no fun in that. There might be someone arriving to meet with me, he told the staff. I'd like to be put somewhere private, if you don't mind. He crossed his arms, slightly inclining his head in the direction of the cafe's other patrons. Things may get interesting. They led him to a small corner of the place, enclosed by glass walls, completely sound-isolated from the rest of the cafe. Usually, Izuku is ignored. When he was out and about in regular clothes, people scarcely noticed he was there. The markings on his suit, though, now drew attention to him. Indeed, the rabbit mask must have only cemented some of their thoughts, as he did hear mumbled words of hacker and didn't exist. He'd used a similar mask design as his profile picture and a logo left behind in files that he wanted the police to know he accessed. So it was true. Most of them chose to believe that he didn't exist, rather brushing him off as some kind of urban legend. Don't act out or Dek'll find ya. That must have been what they were whispering about, casting shady glances in his direction. In response, he raised his head high, the piercing green eyes of his mask turning to stare at them in turn. His stature might not be intimidating, he was somewhat scrawny, in fact, but that didn't change how these people perceived him. Bulky or no, he had enough information and too many ways to access it, and that was enough to scare most of them. Deku had always been self-conscious, and that didn't change now. Here, though, with a mask to hide behind and a reputation to uphold, there was no option to show weakness or embarrassment. Instead of what he'd usually do, shrinking into himself, tensing, waiting for someone to hit him, he brought his shoulders back, carrying himself with as much confidence as he could muster. His hood was still over his head, which was good, hiding his identity further. They could barely see an inch of skin. He sat for over half an hour in the small room, his laptop open in front of him, waiting. The detective had given no sign that he had even seen the message, but Deku had done his research. There was little chance he hadn't, and even the police were aware of this place. Tsukachi would have known exactly what he was talking about. At some point, he pushed his mask to the side, his hood still covering the majority of his face and his back to the glass, breathing easier now that he didn't have something over his nose and mouth. Say what you will about anonymity, but wearing a mask when he was alone seemed pointless. Still, though, he wouldn't be Deku without his usual level of paranoia. Using the cafe's internet, he hacked into their camera feed, which most people didn't realize they had. The hidden devices were planted all around the outside of the building, but none inside to protect secrecy. The cafe's owners had a good standing with all of the city's villains and vigilante groups. Breaching that trust would be a declaration of war. One of his sensors beeped, and a familiar trench coat swept into frame. Out of the corner of his eye, though, he watched someone enter the cafe, carefully sliding the mask back over his face. It took only a minute longer before the glass door was pulled open. There was a beat of silence. "You're Deku, I take it?" He breathed out, trying to calm the sudden eruption of butterflies in his stomach. "Yes, I am." His voice changer was working properly, as it had been, but it didn't prevent him from worrying. At some points, he sounded like a woman, others like a man, but for the majority of his sentences, it came out distinctly robotic in nature. It was intimidating, and he designed it exactly for that reason. "Why meet with me now, after ignoring my attempts to contact you?" Tsukachi moved away from the door and shifted into Deku's field of view. The door clicked shut behind him. "You're a hard person to read." "I have to be, to protect myself," he answered, lifting his head up from his laptop. "My line of work leaves me vulnerable to attack. From all parties." He gestured at a chair. "Go on now, sit down. I don't bite." The detective did so, placing his briefcase down on the ground. "Forgive me for being a little cautious." "I take no offense," Izuku replied easily. "For your question, I thought you'd have information for me, since you are quite easy to read." Tsukachi set his arms on the table. There were no weapons, at least not at first glance. Izuku had no doubt there was a gun hidden under his coat. The heroes would have no reason to attack you had you not sold their information to villains. "And they left me no choice but to do so," Deku said plainly. "I needed money to survive, as everybody else does. I offered my services at first, but they refused me. After all, he turned back to his laptop, an idea popping into his head. Quirkless people have no place in this society. The detective paused. Izuku knew his quirk was ringing truth. I wasn't aware you were quirkless. Deku glanced back up. Of course not. Nobody expects the hacker Deku to be naturally quirkless. He leaned his elbows on the table, resting his chin on one of his hands, gesturing with the other. They think my skill comes from something born to me. I simply worked hard enough to be useful to this cursed society that decided I was worthless because I don't have a natural-born talent. Tsukachi, it seemed, didn't have anything to say to that. My cards are on the table, detective, he continued. I have no physical way to defend myself, yet I have others who are willing to protect me. You know several people who I've had contact with, and you also know that my skills are invaluable to you. So I will ask you. He leaned forward, bringing his other hand under his chin. What do you want from me? Still, the detective seemed reluctant to respond. You've read my emails, yes? Just the first one I responded to. He took the opportunity to lean back in his chair, hoping he gave off a confident air. Didn't think you'd get your hopes up if I didn't reply. While correct, there are a few things that we think you might have an interest in. Reaching into his briefcase, he pulled out several manila envelopes, setting them down on the table carefully. Take a look at these. For obvious reasons, you are unable to take these with you, but I hope that you might be able to make some sense of them. Izuku smiled. You're doing this off the books, aren't you? Tsukachi didn't even blink. You of all people would know that. Cautiously, Deku reached out and slid the top file towards him, opening it to reveal a couple pages of information. This one was about a drag named Trigger that had recently been exposed to the general public, most notably small-time criminals and thugs. It wasn't just coming from one source either. Evidently, the police hadn't managed to trace it. Trigger, he mused aloud. My comrades don't exactly approve of this drag. It causes chaos, but the user lacks the necessary control to make it effective. We don't necessarily want it off the streets, but I don't care about whoever you're working with, Tsukachi interrupted. I just want to know what you want. Not whatever they do. Taken aback, Deku sat up a little straighter. Why would that not be what I think? Because you don't seem like that kind of person, Deku, he replied, not unkindly. You're hard to read, but I can tell this. You don't want people hurt. You constantly send heroes to the scenes of violent crimes. Your prices are lowered for heroes looking into physical abuse cases, and despite your affiliations, you don't strike me as a villain. So, he leaned in closer, what do you want? He was smart, which was exactly why Deku chose to meet with him instead of any other detective, but it worked against him as well. This detective had researched him extensively, probably combed every encounter with the heroes and the few recorded traces from captured villains. I want a reformed society, Deku said shortly. I want proper heroes protecting everyone, and I do mean everyone. There are very few in this world who are too far gone. Like yourself? Tsukachi asked quietly. Like myself. He turned his attention back to the file. Anyway, that's not the topic at hand. It's relevant. How so? Another one of the folders suddenly slid to a stop next to his laptop. Overcome by curiosity, he picked it up, examining the small printed words on the outside of the envelope. Missing quirkless child. This may be something you would want to look into, the detective nudged gently. After all, you're Midoriya, aren't you? Deku paused and took a long breath in and out. The detective's quirk would give him the truth regardless of what he said. I was. He turned back to his laptop, opening a new file to take notes. I hope you realize that I'll get all this information later. Clearly recognizing that he wanted nothing to do with the previous line of conversation, the detective didn't object to the change in subject. I assumed as much. But it's better that I speak with you in person regarding this anyway, Midoriya. Midoriya died years ago, Deku said sharply, his whole body tensing up. I would appreciate it if you refrained from calling me that. The man raised his hands placatingly. All right, Deku it is, then. I will go back to my earlier question, detective. Deku looked back up. What do you want from me? And what do I get out of it? A place to go, Tsukachi said simply. When Deku didn't reply, he continued on. By speaking with you now and from the little contact we have with you, you don't seem much like a person who is doing all of this for fun. You toy with people, yes, but not necessarily in harmful ways. Your contacts seem to mostly be villains, or those who operate outside of the realm of the law, because they are the ones most likely to buy your talents. You also seem to have found a place to camp out without leaving any kind of trace of your whereabouts. I think you're part of a villains group, would I be correct in saying that? Deku's mouth went dry. He had nothing to say. And not only that, but they have something on you that doesn't let you leave. I don't know what it is, but you are locked in a bad situation, Deku, and we both know that turning to police or heroes for help would only get you arrested, potentially even killed if the villains you work with are powerful enough, which I don't doubt. Frankly put, Izuku, you have no options. So why tell me things I already know? Deku was raising his voice now, standing up and slamming his palms on the table. This was not going the direction he wanted it to. So what? I threw my life away because I needed to, and I already had no other options. At least now I actually have a chance to live instead of wondering when my next meal would be or if my mother would die. He picked his hands back up, letting his fingertips rest lightly on the edge of the table. Calm yourself. Deku took a deep breath in. As far as I'm concerned, I have plenty more options now than I ever used to. I'm saying that villainy doesn't have to be your only option, the detective said calmly. Work with me. I am friends with several top heroes, I'm sure we could dash. I know exactly who you're friends with, Deku spat, curling his hands into fists. And All Might is one of the worst heroes I've ever met. He won't help a quirkless kid, much less a villain. Backing away, he crossed his arms protectively over his chest. You offer me protection. I already have that, and mine is worth much more than yours will ever be. Deku, Tsukachi tried to reason, they will kill you. You can't live like this. I'll look into your demon cases, he promised, barely concealed anger underlying his voice despite how much the device warped his speaking. I'll work with you, and you alone. If you try to bring All Might into this, you can kiss whatever supposed alliance you have with me goodbye. Good day, detective. He seized his laptop, slammed the cover shut, and hugged it to his chest. I will contact you when I have the information. Until then, leave me alone. The door was thrown open, and he was about to step out when Tsukachi spoke up behind him. Your mother misses you. That gave him pause, but only for a moment. I know. He stepped away, ignoring the looks from the rest of the people sitting in the cafe, and made his way out the door. The conversation had been a mistake. Finding a place to hide wasn't difficult, but what surprised him the most was when he pushed his mask to the side, and found that tears were steadily streaming down his face, collecting in droplets on his chin. But why, when he hadn't cried in years, was this getting to him so badly? She's fine, he told himself. Mom is fine. It's better that I stay away from her. Telling the detective who he was had been such a mistake. Because of that one small conversation, now his entire worldview was turning itself on its head. You're a hacker, he reminded himself, frantically trying to wipe away his tears. You're a mercenary. You can't ever be a hero. Then why was his heart telling him otherwise? Returning to the base weighed on him heavier than usual, almost dragging his feet back through alleys and deserted streets. Most heroes avoided the area, though those that didn't he managed to redirect elsewhere. He was far too tired to even attempt a fight if one of them caught him now. Somehow, his last conversation had completely and utterly drained him, both mentally and physically. He suspected, though, that his tears had worn him out more than he would have otherwise expected. He finally stumbled indoors around midnight, much longer than it should have taken him to return. Despite the hour, Kurogiri was awake, sweeping the same area that Deku swore he cleaned 5 times a day. Clearly sensing his fatigue, he did not comment, and allowed Deku to retreat to his room, passing past the closed door to Tamura's bedroom. Once in his office, the door shut securely behind him, he sagged against the wall, like a puppet who had lost its strings, before collapsing in the chair at his desk. That conversation had been a total mistake, but the demon detective had a truth quirk. He couldn't have actually lied to him in a situation like that. He was just barely lucky enough to not be lying about having a natural-born talent. Taking a deep breath, Deku turned on his monitors. If anything, his work would give him some distraction, and there were some emails that he hadn't responded to anyway. Maybe some new clients, some other people, would want information, hopefully some that he had already obtained. If not, he could find it on his own. And, as if to counter the detective's words, he wanted people in his corner who could fight for him, if necessary. His standard, green icon appeared on his screen, a small loading bar appearing underneath it and disappearing just as quickly. As he thought, there were several messages that he hadn't read. Some might have been from heroes, and others were from villains doubting his credibility but wanting his work all the same, but one above all the others stood out to him. This one was from a user named Originat0R. I'm not going to start with flattery, as you've shown time and time again that it doesn't work on you. I'm looking for information on high-ranking heroes. I will take as much as I can afford, if your prices are low enough. I need family life, relatives, anything else you can give me. They need to go down, as I'm sure you would agree. Others, lower ranking with information more readily available, I can get on my own time, but the top heroes are the worst of them. I hope we have a deal, Deku. I would rather start the reformation of society sooner rather than later, when the heroes run it into the ground. I'm certain you've at least heard of me, so I'll leave it up to you. I will be in Muzudafu for 3 days. You have until then, if you want to meet in person. The email was sent yesterday, so he still had time. Alright, hero killer. Don't bother telling me where. I'll find you. There was no response, which he expected, finding himself back on the rooftops of Muzudafu for the second time that week. His phone was pulled up in front of him, flipping through camera screens as fast as his brain could process them. Stain knew him and probably knew his talents too. Remaining near an open security cam was risky, but it would make it easy for Deku to find. On the other hand, if he knew Stain, and he did quite well, the man would want to test his own abilities before meeting with him directly. If Deku could track him down, only then would he be worthy of notice. Even if he had reached out directly, he needed proof. After all, there were a lot of Deku copycats out there. Of course, Deku was more than willing to show off a little. In one of his cameras, he caught a bit of unnatural movement, like someone hiding. That was his target. Contrary to popular belief, Deku was actually pretty athletic, even managing a building jump once or twice on his own, most with the assistance of his tactical gear. The hero killer generally avoided the streets, unless he was hero hunting. This camera was placed pretty high up on a rooftop, so it seemed as if Stain was looking for him as well. He hadn't expected Stain to be as out in the open, but if he was more inclined to get caught, that was his decision. Now, Deku himself was extremely careful. Of his 2 years properly active, only the last couple months had he deemed the risk worth enough to venture outside of his office, outside with the real villains, where the real threat was. After all, nobody would take Deku seriously if his threats couldn't be followed through. The one group that tried to screw him over knew that readily enough. Instead of continuing on, he perched on top of a rooftop, adjusting his mask and double-checking the sensors, patiently running through a few small tests. Here was close enough. All he had to do was wait. Your skills are better than I expected. Greetings to you as well, hero killer. He stood, a hand going to his belt, but did not turn around. I suppose now is when we make the deal. No falling short, I will warn you. I wouldn't dream of it, Deku. Your goals align with mine. It is in our best interests to work together. Deku twirled the flash drive in between his fingers, turning to face Stain, lowering the phone to his side. So, a partnership? The hero killer gave a slight nod. Though I have a feeling that just a partnership won't satisfy your curiosity. You assume correctly. People often told Deku that he had a very eloquent way of speaking, should he ever meet in person. It was unbecoming of a villain, or so they claimed. He simply considered it as part of the flair, part of the fun. More people expected a thug to be a villain than a soft-spoken, educated teenager. He did not elaborate, nor did Stain prompt him to. Instead, the hero killer commented, "This place is far too open. We should not be out like this. Especially not you." Raising his head high, Deku stared back into red eyes. I think I can handle myself quite well, thank you. If that were the case, you would be out a lot more often, Deku. Stain still gestured away from the rooftop. I do not enjoy hiding out inside buildings, but you picked this place well. There are nothing but abandoned apartments underneath our feet. Drawing his knife to fiddle with something other than the taunting flash drive, Deku stared out across the city, keeping the phone easy to reach should he need to use his quirk. I need to know the best places to hide, one vigilante to another. Police would be all too eager to have our heads if we were caught. In response, the hero killer strode over to the edge of the roof, looking down over the alleyway below. Deku waited and the man jumped. Below, he could hear the clatter of a fire escape as Stain landed, and followed him only after a short moment of consideration. If he landed wrong, after all, a broken ankle could mean death if he was caught. Though, he refused to let his own resolve be questioned. I almost didn't think you would go for the jump, Stain told him once they were both securely on the ground, sliding one of his own knives away. Hacker types don't exactly have much in the physical physique. Wow, Deku grumbled. Really laying on the flattery, yeah? I meant it. You impress me. Izumura could feel his cheeks start to warm, so he hastily changed the subject. Regardless, what information are you looking for? This conversation, though helpful in the long run, was starting to grate on his nerves just the tiniest bit. Most of his talks with people were not in a verbal dance, skillfully trying to pry as much information out of the other person as possible. Quite simply, everything about them told him what he wanted to know, things that he was quickly able to put into his notes to be sold a bit later. Stain knew his most common tricks, something he hadn't quite anticipated when facing a villain who rarely spoke to others as far as his knowledge went. Do you catalog information on violent offenders? Deku nodded. I keep my information quite well organized. If it's something you're looking for, I offer broad information on heroes, unless you're looking for specifics. This really was infuriating. Without specifics, he would not be able to satisfy the client. Rarely would this turn out well until he started pressing for information. I'm looking into Endeavor. Oh, a bold choice. I didn't realize killing top heroes was your style. Scowling, Stain turned away. It's not. Not yet. He is far too well protected to get through on my own. Maybe, should I have an army, but it is not his time yet. Almost angrily, he kicked at a small rock on the ground. Genist and Hawks, for now, are fine. I can live with those false heroes while the others fall. So, you propose a partnership, then refuse to tell me the information you're after. Implying certain heroes would imply cities, Deku. I choose not to be tracked that easily. He lowered his hand, where it had been resting on the hilt of one of his hands, reaching into a pocket. Deku watched him with careful eyes, ready to contact Kurogiri should the time call for it, his hand resting lightly on the screen of his phone. I have here a list. Open it when you return to your base. For now, I will take the general information on your definition of the worst heroes. He threw the pocketbook to Deku, who caught it smoothly. The flash drive that he had been throwing up and down was caught and also tossed to the hero killer. I'll look into it. The hero killer raised an eyebrow. I was expecting you to ask for payment. I've already been paid. He raised the pocketbook, slowly flipping through it. You take notes too, Kaizome Akaguro. The man froze. You are more dangerous than I anticipated. People tend to underestimate me. That's what makes me effective. Nodding slowly, a deep chuckle escaped Stain. I should have known. Well then, Deku, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Izumura, Deku said smoothly. My name is Izumura. Izumura, Stain repeated, tasting the name on his tongue. It's a pleasure. With that, he jumped away, leaping up the fire escape and climbing past windowsills. For a moment, he lingered on the edge of a rooftop, the cape softly fluttering in the nightly wind, and then he was gone. Deku, too, waited for a moment, glancing about, before he left out of the back of the alleyway, making sure his mask was securely fastened before he continued his way down the street, giving small nods to known villains and hiding from the occasional hero, not that they recognized him. It was late and there were little people on the streets, but still, there was a cafe he wanted to visit. He returned to the Airway Cafe, giving a murmured greeting to the employees inside. Each wore something covering their identity, but the uniform was distinct. Even this place was sparsely populated, most of the tables empty, and there was no one there he felt like speaking to. With nothing else better to do, he settled in at a table and pulled out his laptop to get a little bit of work done, and to secure some information about the upcoming raid. Which, now that he checked the time, he realized was in approximately 12 hours. There was absolutely no way he would miss that, no matter how little sleep he got or how much information he had. Of course, he knew enough to know that All Might would quite easily beat their Nomu. But he kept that information to himself. They didn't pay him to tell them if their creations would work or not. After following up with and subsequently ignoring some clients who wanted more than what they paid for, he ordered a small bit of food to munch on and, choosing to give in to his sweet tooth, ordered a piece of cake with his bowl of katsudon. He was finishing up his food, the cake, for the time being, untouched, when someone else slid into the seat across from him. Almost immediately, he lowered the mask back over his face, covering his mouth. It was lucky enough that his sensors alerted him to someone approaching, giving him enough time to react. He glanced up and his body froze. "Good evening, Deku." Across from his booth, he sidled into the seat. "I should have expected to see you here." Somehow, Deku managed to find his voice, pausing for only a moment to make sure his voice changer was working properly. The scanner was running as quickly as he could manage. Eraserhead. His voice warped, near identical to how it had sounded in class, and the hero's eyes narrowed in sudden suspicion. "I am mildly impressed that you knew who I was. I don't often show my face around here." "You forget," the hero murmured quietly, keeping his voice low. "UA has many security systems. I'm well aware I was caught on camera. Your class is quite interesting, yes?" Eraserhead was smart and dangerously so. Meeting in person with him was one of the worst decisions he could have made. Should he need to get a message to Kurogyari without his quirk, he would be hard-pressed to send the text without garnering suspicion. What did he care about a hero knowing that a villain was texting someone? It wasn't like that was cause to attack him for sending a text. He still didn't send it. Eraser's mouth tightened into a thin line. "So you have been watching." "It's my job," he explained simply. "And speaking of which, were you aware that your principal offered me one?" God, Deku loved poking at people, waiting for them to grow impatient and snappy. He was basically an internet troll in the flesh. The hero clenched his jaw. "Nizu informed me. That does not mean I agree with it." "Why not?" His voice was light and playful. "The way I see it, hero, my work is incredibly beneficial to you all. Why do you not trust me?" "Because," he lowered his voice further, eyes flashing with a deeply concealed rage, "I have contacted you before. And you sold information to me without a second thought." Grinning softly, Deku recalled the conversation. He knew right away that it was Eraser just by how he spoke. "Oh, I know." The smallest bit of anger seemed to melt off of Eraserhead's face, and just that was a stretch. Deku was good at reading facial expressions, but underground heroes got special training to hide how they were feeling. If Eraser wasn't one of his favorite heroes, he probably wouldn't even be able to tell. I know everything that goes on with my clients. And your username was something about cats, right?" Leaned in closer. "I know everyone I sell to Eraserhead. You'd be surprised by what I'm able to find." And it was true. Those people that he never responded to were those he didn't believe would be able to pay, or the ones that he deemed too dangerous to obtain such intel. He was no idiot. He knew what he was doing. Falling silent for a moment, Eraser's eyes flashed a darker shade of red as his quirk activated. "Don't you even think about trying anything." "I don't have a quirk," he said delicately, only then noticing that he had a hand perched on his laptop, "so it doesn't matter if you use yours. And it's neutral ground here, hero. If you attack me here, you declare war." The hero was definitely aware of this. He could not spend his days traversing the underworld, the darker side of humanity, for him to not recognize it. The black market, an underground digital organization, was part of his domain. It was Deku's as well, and there were many places they both knew about. If this place violated the peace, there would be no stopping the hell that the villains would rain down on them. Deku delighted in watching Eraser's expression, carefully pinging his emotions. Frustration was the most evident, then anger, followed by an attempt at calming himself down. So what did you want from me? Answers. I may or may not give them, Eraser. I want to know what your intentions are at UA. You would not have accepted that job without a reason. You don't do anything without a reason. Leaning back in his chair, Deku looked away, giving the impression that he was considering an answer. Maybe I just wanted a way to work with heroes without arrest warrants being issued with my name on it. Villains get warrants, Deku. I'm doing a job, he replied simply, careful to not let anger bleed into his voice. I just don't really mind who I sell to. Eraser opened his mouth, and before the hero could say anything else he raised his tone. And I'm tired of explaining this to every single person that I meet. This is enough. I've spoken to All Might, to your detectives, to Nizu. I'm tired of it. No matter how noble your cause dash. No. Deku got to his feet, and slammed his hands down. You treat me like a child who doesn't know right from wrong. I am well aware of what I'm doing. I know that this is wrong, Eraser, and I've made my peace with that. I'm not doing this for money, or for fame, or any other demon reason that normal villains wreak havoc. I don't want to take down Hero Society, I want to prove that there's something wrong with it. Hero doesn't mean the same thing it did when the commission was established, which, by the way, is rotten to the core, which I'm sure you already know. As much as I hate All Might, as much as heroes like Endeavor make me want to vomit, I don't want to uproot this society from its very core. Do you even know what kind of work I do? You dash. I sell the information of heroes that I disagree with, or have committed a crime that they have not been prosecuted for. I sell this information to villains with the capacity to get rid of them, and even if they don't, I still get paid. I sell to the news, so they can spread the information and ruin a hero's career, or to people who can actually do something about it. And don't forget, with how dangerous some of these villains are, I will give information to heroes as well. I don't charge them, or at least I didn't, depending on what they wanted from me. His voice had risen far above normal speaking volume. It was surprising enough that the employees had not already asked him to keep it down. You heroes act like you're so high and mighty, yet none of you will go help the people who actually need it when it counts. What about the kids who just lost their parents? Or maybe someone who lost their job and now doesn't have a home to go back to? I help people through the way I know how, by getting rid of those who don't do their jobs the way they're meant to. That's exactly why I despise you and All Might and all you DMN teachers that don't know how to make real heroes and those that don't just rely only on their power. Still, nobody came to quiet him. Most likely it was the fear. Fear of villains and high-strung vigilantes with temper control issues kept them at bay and civil, as if their very lives depended on it. Perhaps, sometimes, they did. Whatever the case, there was no reply. Bowing his head, Deku quietly began picking up his things, sliding cables into place on his belt and flash drives into his pockets. I do apologize. That was out of line. And it was. Deku wasn't supposed to be violent. Deku had no need to be. For the moment, the hero seemed too stunned to speak. While Eraser was gathering his thoughts, Deku picked up his laptop, quickly doing a mental sweep of the area to ensure it was clear before he sent any messages to Kurogiri. Then, in a quiet voice, Eraser spoke. Hero Society failed you. No sheet. But that doesn't mean it can't be changed. It's already too late for me. I'm as good as dead, no matter what you try to pull. He took a step backwards. But thank you, a mock bow, for your consideration. Aizawa stood up as well. We're not done here. Yes, we are, he countered, dropping a few bills next to his untouched cake. Deku casted a longing look before turning the other way. Meeting with dangerous people in cafes needed to stop. Immediately. 2 was already far too much. Before he could move very far, a hand caught his wrist. Deku, we are not done here. Wrenching his arm away, Deku glanced back, taking another few steps away. Don't touch me. Kid, I told you that dash. You're not getting anything from me. As stealthily as he could, he dove into cyberspace for half a second, giving himself enough time to type out a message and location for Kurogyari. Thankfully, Eraser didn't seem to notice. "Keep your hands off me." An employee appeared just to his right. "Sir, the cafe dash." "This is not an arrest," Eraserhead said exasperatedly. "Be that as it may, our policy is peace, no matter the background. Start a fight, and you will be thrown out." A strong-looking man took a stand just over his shoulder, tilting his head almost threateningly from side to side. Surely recognizing that this was a bad decision, Eraserhead backed off, raising his hands, palms out. All right. I didn't mean anything by it." "Make sure it doesn't happen again," Deku voiced. "I have friends in high places. Leave me alone." A clear threat. He didn't make many of those. Most of his words only implied violence. As he liked this hero, or at least how he operated, this little exchange had him bristling and on edge. It had been a while since something had riled him up so badly. Probably not since someone tried to skimp out on their deal. "Leave my students alone, and stop selling information on heroes. I will leave you alone after that." Deku laughed, a dark and evil, menacing thing, something that made even Tamura shiver. Now if I was going to do that, I would have stopped after the first sale. With that, he turned his back, trusting those behind him to keep the hero at bay. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and he yanked it out, checking the message. Kurogyari was ready. The familiar void that he was now so used to appeared out of nothing, crawling out of a crack in the fabric of the universe. It started off small, a seemingly purple flame, growing into a large fog that surrounded him within seconds. "I'll be seeing you, Eraserhead." And he was tugged through the gate, a calm, cool feeling washing over him as he passed through time and space itself, emerging on the other side in the main room of the bar. A breath of relief passed through his lips, and he allowed his shoulders to slump. "Thanks for the save, Kurogyari. I don't think I'd have been able to keep that up much longer." "Keep going with your streak and you'll end up arrested," Tamura grumbled from the bar, some kind of smoothie on the smooth wooden surface in front of him. "Don't get into those situations when you've got shit to do." Removing his mask, Deku sauntered over to the counter, setting his things down as gingerly as possible. "I didn't get arrested though, did I?" "We're going to kill All Might tomorrow," came the response. "If they know you're involved." "It's my public declaration as a villain, I know." Izumura rolled his eyes. "As long as All Might's dead, I really don't care, I'll deal with the consequences." "Is everyone ready to go for tomorrow?" "I thought that was your job." "I don't see it in my contract." "You know what I mean." Grinning softly, Deku replied, "Do I?" Shigaraki groaned. "You're a pain in the butt." "Thank you." He picked up his laptop, ignoring everything else, and backed away. "I'm headed to my room now. Get your sheet done before tomorrow." "It's all done. Bring me along, I can't miss this." Maybe after the incident with Aizawa, it would be wiser to stay far away, especially if he couldn't use his quirk and monitor for any approaching heroes. Not only that, but if he was unlucky, the villain in charge of jamming their systems would jam his own too, and leave him nearly defenseless. However, Deku knew his worth. All for One needed him in the picture. He wouldn't allow Deku to be captured so easily, not that it would be. With Shigaraki, Kurogyari, and Nomu around, the heroes would have a hard time getting close enough to grab him. Not only that, but they were above using hostages. There was no threat, provided they didn't choose to execute him on the spot, which was unlikely, especially if they became aware of his age. Retreating to his room, he quietly shut the door, turning the small lock to give himself some privacy. It was quiet, almost too much so. Soundproof paneling lined the walls, keeping noises both in and out. Things were strewn across his chaotically messy desk, the only neat thing being the notebooks, all 19 of them, stacked up in the corner of his desk. He was almost done with the 19th full of a compiled list of the quirks and weaknesses of the latest batch of lackeys he had to analyze, and there was a spare notebook or two sitting under his bed already. There were clients he needed to reach out to, emails he needed to respond to, but he ignored all of that in favor of turning on some soft music and completely collapsing on his bed, like a puppet that had lost its strings. He had been sleep-deprived enough for this. Late nights and early mornings had not done him well. Maybe that was the reason he's been actively and inadvertently seeking out the heroes. His judgment has been too impaired. Izumura would have to fix that before it got him killed. Deku didn't bother to change out of his suit, aside from unbuckling the belt with his flash drives and other slightly fragile equipment. There had been much headache and every ounce of skill poured into procuring the information on them, and he would be dead if that meant they were destroyed. The security systems had been upgraded recently, and he really didn't want to bother breaking back in just to replace something he accidentally broke. The music dulled his senses, filling his ears, nestling into his brain. He closed his eyes, allowing it to completely block out all other thoughts, and to remove his stressors. It was late, and he was tired, so his body was easily able to relax, and slump bonelessly down into the cushions. Izumura couldn't be bothered to pick up a pillow to use, instead curling up right on top of the comforter. It was only when he realized that sound wasn't reaching his ears that he woke. Kurogyri was lingering by his computer, hand hovering over the keyboard. The 12-hour music playlist that Deku had painstakingly gathered had just been paused. "I'm a little surprised that turning this off was all it took to wake you. How'd you get in my room?" he demanded, sitting up quickly. Deku was sure he looked like a mess, with tangled green hair and crumpled clothes. "I'm sure I locked the door." "Locks are not an issue for me," came the answer. "It is time." An hour later, he was fully geared up and stepping into an open warp gate. His phone was clenched tightly in his hand underneath specially designed gloves, barely making contact with the screen. His laptop had not been taken because of the bulk. The helmet over his head concealed who he was, but Aizawa would know instantly. The students would learn of the hacker Deku. Kachan especially. And if Izuku Midoriya's identity got leaked? He had died once. He could do it again. Kachan was the first to catch his eye. The hero costume was almost exactly as he had designed when they were kids. Aside from a couple of hardly noticeable changes, his ideas were right there, in plain sight, painted for everyone to see. Was it just because he couldn't come up with anything better, or that he felt guilty over Izuku's supposed suicide? It looked as if the costume makers had even used his blueprints, the ones painstakingly planned out his backup plans as a support gear designer if his hero dream didn't work out. Even from a young age, he was already making backups. As far as the League knew, though, he didn't have a second plan. Not for this. There was something they hadn't accounted for, in their original idea, All Might not showing up. Which, if they asked, Deku could have told them. His self-destructive tendencies left room for little else. Apparently, no matter how much All For One claimed to know about All Might, he did not know about the supposed time limit that the man had with his abilities. Though Deku had about the same amount of information, he knew enough to know that All Might rarely turned down a good fight. Exceptions applied. The incident with himself didn't end up provoking the hero into revealing his civilian identity. The hero probably used up his time for the day, and couldn't risk being seen around his students. Not that he even mentioned the possibility to Shigaraki. It would ruin his own plans. And he wouldn't listen anyway. "He's not here," Deku muttered quietly, not even sure if the message was intended to be heard. "Probably won't be." There seemed to be some minor discussions between the students, Aizawa giving muttered orders that he couldn't hear unless. Finally, for that morning he logged online. Tapping the side of his helmet, he linked himself to the earpieces that he had known they had been given. "Don't do anything stupid. These are real villains." With the communication jammer in place, attempting to actively help them over the line would prove disastrous once they all got half a brain in their head. He wasn't entirely sure how he could reach them while they couldn't, but it was best not to open his mouth and help. All they needed to do, as far as Shigaraki was concerned, was put on a bit of a show, kill a few students, kill All Might, and then leave. For the others, the thugs and what else that All For One hired, they could let loose as they pleased as long as All Might died. Deku was not going to let that happen. Villain or not, he didn't like killing, and he had made certain that the others knew that they were not to kill those here or they'd risk his wrath. Even he saw it necessary sometimes maybe for a certain blonde-haired student, but the others were innocent, as far as he knew. He would not stand by and watch his children were murdered. He ignored the part of himself that was still a child too. There's only a few of them. Bakugo spoke through his earpiece as he ignored the words of his fellow villains. We can take him. Deku couldn't stop his laugh. It started as nothing more than a snort, then built up into a full-on cackle, ringing through his helmet, echoing across the bounds of the UI. The heroes stiffened at the sound, and several of the students shrunk away. His laugh slowly died down to little more than a chuckle. Oh, you sweet, naive students! How insignificant we must seem to you. A little toying around with them, though, would not be out of place. Eraserhead already knew who he was, and he wanted to have some fun. Remain back here, Aizawa's voice cut into his ear. That man is very dangerous. You cannot approach. He will kill you if you provoke him. Please, Bakugo scoffed. He's just another extra who dash. Deku is dangerous, Aizawa said plainly. Izumura could have laughed again at the sheer look of surprise that passed over Kachan's face. It remained there for only a few seconds, and then it twisted into a scowl. He turned to face Deku, eyes narrowed in pure anger. Deku, you bastard. His voice was barely a whisper, but Deku could hear the tension. You bastard. With that, he lunged, his explosions firing himself into the air. Well, you've certainly improved your quirk, Deku said calmly, and took a few steps back before he could land. Kurogyri, please continue as planned. As he spoke, villains stepped through the warp gate behind him, stretched out and ready to attack. Deku prepared himself, quickly drawing his knife in anticipation of Bakugo's attack, but Kurogyri stepped in, as Deku knew he would. Another portal made Kachan land right back where he started, behind the rest of the students and far out of range. The League could not afford to lose him, and definitely not to a mere student. All Might should be here as well, Kurogyri said to him, collected and level-headed as always. You knew something about this, didn't you? I had my suspicions, Deku answered honestly. But nothing concrete. The heroes in front of them were prepared now. Eraserhead had lowered his specially designed goggles over his face, and 13 had placed herself in front of the students with her hands outstretched. Though the students looked ready to fight themselves, a few Azes were restraining Bakugo and chattering worriedly amongst themselves. Most of them had little practice with their quirks, and didn't compare to the villains who'd spent the last several honing theirs. They stood no chance against Tamura's army. None at all. Eraserhead was an underground hero. He specialized in sneak attacks, attacking one-on-one and vanishing just as quickly. Wide open spaces were not his style, nor was he good at handling multiple opponents when he couldn't keep his eyes on all of them. He was not suited to this kind of fight. Villains escaped the warp gates, spreading out amongst the floor, stalking towards the heroes while keeping their distance, while others scattered to their assigned zones. There, they would lie in wait for the kids to appear. So you scumbags used the press as cover and sneaked onto campus. Eraserhead's shoulders shifted ever so slightly. Tracking his body language closely, Deku set a hand on the phone in his pocket, just in case his quirk was needed. Both Tamura and Aizawa would feed off of the energy each other gave off. They were not a good match. Where is All Might? Shigaraki asked. Izumura side-eyed him, at that stupid hand pressed over his face, the one belonging to father. It was the most idiotic thing he could think of. I brought some friends who can't wait to meet him. Maybe if I kill a couple of kids he'll come out to play. The statement was enough for Eraser's quirk to activate, and his capture scarf rose up around him, waving intimidatingly. It was the small part of his quirk that let them know exactly when he was dangerous, some secondary quirk factor that made items around his head float. Deku knew that he'd find his quirk missing if he tried to use it, but it wasn't suited to this environment. While 13 remained behind with the students, Eraser began his attack in earnest. Without much interest, Deku lazily watched the fight. His helmet recorded all interactions, regardless of whether he was paying attention or not. If he really needed to, he could go back over the footage. The fight didn't seem all that appealing either. Eraser and the others were on totally different levels. He was an interesting hero, yes, but not enough to gather more information. Especially if he was just going to die here, which was how this encounter was shaping out. This was a complete waste of time. Aizawa was completely outmatched and out of his league. He was a stealth hero, even Tamura knew that much. Fighting out in the open wasn't his style, nor was it to his advantage. Tamura's suggestion, however, was not in the plan. They all knew as much. The villains they had under their command, Deku's command, were not to kill the kids they fought. They only wanted All Might. Though, if one or two were to die along the way, well, it wasn't really on his hands. That's what he told himself, at least. If it would help him sleep better at night, sure. Kurogyri, he said softly. A small shift in the corner of his vision let him know that the man was paying attention to him. All Might's mine. Of course, that was the deal. There was no wavering in his voice, but Deku knew it was a lie. They wouldn't let him, the lowly hacker, their mutt, their supposed trump card, kill someone that valuable. Deku knew better than to comment, though. As it was, there was a little voice in the back of his mind that said he wouldn't be able to take someone's life himself. He cried for days the first time his information resulted in someone's death. Taking up the knife himself? Probably not possible. To distract himself, he said, "Make sure you send that one where the strongest of our army is." He pointed. Next to him, the red and white kid, he's also a threat, but keep them separated and in an area where his quirk is of less use. The others are of no consequence. His mind had already started to slip into his analyst mode. The quirks they fought against today were powerful, there was no doubting that. If the kids really knew how to use them, though, that was where the question lay. He only knew of two that would be a major issue. Neither of them would die here. There, across the arena, 13 had stepped in front of the kids, hand raised and quirk ready to activate. "Get out of the way now. I'll scatter you across the arena." Kurogyri called threateningly, letting the purple fog that made up his body shoot toward the young heroes. Now, this was the interesting part. How would the children handle their well-picked villains? Well-picked, he mused, was a strong word. Most were lowlives, thugs who only knew how to take orders. Their quirks were the only useful thing about them, and even then it didn't grant their sorry existence meaning. Half of them couldn't even use them to their fullest extent, and a few more used drags to amplify the output they should be able to get if they just worked a little. Deku was, in all meanings of the word, bored. Eraserhead was slowly making his way through the crowd of criminals. 13 was down, already. Eraser was at a disadvantage, there was no denying that, but Tamura underestimated him. He would prevail, and the whole plan would crumble underneath their feet. "Let one of the kids get out," he muttered lowly. "If they alert teachers, All Might will come running. Unless you'd rather I send him a message myself?" "He'll take the message as a threat," Tamura returned. "I thought you didn't want to ally yourself." "I'm here, aren't I? I don't give a DMN if he takes it as a threat, it is one." With that, he yanked out his phone, settling down on the ground with crossed legs. This would only take a moment, but he would rather not collapse in front of the heroes. Collapse would mean weakness. Weakness meant that they were mortal. Deku was not just a mortal. He existed online. He was knowledge incarnate. Those who knew him feared his name. They whispered it as if the name alone was enough to draw his attention, operated without the use of the internet as if he wouldn't be able to detect their operations. Well, he knew. He watched, he learned, and he waited. And he typed in the number one hero's phone number to casually send him a text. All Might. It went through, despite the blocker. He didn't have the time to celebrate before the text was clicked on, almost instantly. "Deku? The USJ is under attack, like I warned you earlier. I'd get over here if you don't want your students to die." That was enough of a suitable threat. But still he added more. "Tell your detective friend that he was right about the villains. They're more dangerous than you know. An old friend, should I say, one you know very well." And now, there was nothing more to do but wait. The children had been scattered among their so-called villains. They were too busy to give any notice to their teachers who were being overwhelmed. One student, he noticed, Ida, managed to break out. But it didn't matter. All Might was coming, as were the others. Could they beat them? Well, probably not. But it was enough to give them a good scare if they retreated quickly enough. A villain who could warp into any location, that would definitely make them uneasy. Especially if there happened to be a villain in Tartarus that they cared about. Izumura picked up his phone. He was not about to dive right into cyberspace, not with heroes on the way and no nearby cameras to monitor his own body. Instead, he remained on the surface, getting into the circuits and boards of the little device without going into the internet itself. Keeping his body immobile, especially in such a situation, was idiotic at best and suicidal at worst. Plus, every so often, Eraserhead's gaze would interrupt his work. "We're on our way. The heroes are coming," he voiced aloud, calmly scrolling through his inbox. He had a few new potential clients to sort through. All Might is with them. "I would recommend we get going, but if you think our Nomu has a chance." "The Nomu will kill him," Tamura hissed. "That's the whole point of us being here." With a casual shrug, Deku glanced up at Eraserhead. "We wanted All Might, not the entire staff. The thugs you gathered won't be able to take them all down. Add that to the number of heroes in this area and we may be far out of our league here." His words were not going to sway Tamura, but it was no matter. He was here, All Might was coming, and Tamura was about to get a taste of power getting to his head. Would he get the chance to kill All Might? Probably not. Would All Might die here? Also most likely a no. And as much as Deku wanted to see All Might die, he wasn't stupid. They were far outclassed. He couldn't even remember why he had agreed to this plan. Maybe the heroes knew something that Deku didn't. They certainly seemed to act as if they knew more about him than they were leading on. All Might even didn't seem to be that wary of him anymore, and he didn't like that at all. The heroes shouldn't grow complacent just because he was willing to work with them. Or maybe they were wary and just hiding it well? Either way, he should be more cautious moving forward. All Might will be here. Tamura scowled, a hand digging into the scabs at his neck. "That's enough. Our Nomu has the power, and I will not waste this chance to kill the boss." "It's practically suicide," Deku retorted, "but if you're keen on getting yourself killed I won't bother." Tamura's scowl deepened, turning his attention back to the main fight at hand. "You should worry about your own job, Deku. Keep your nose out of things that don't concern you." "I thought that was my job," he replied, turning his head as a loud explosion sounded from one of the distant training centers. "Kachan was probably having fun over there. And I won't be getting paid if you die, contrary to your belief. Quit being a moron and learn to cut your losses." "We haven't lost yet." "Maybe, but if they all show up here we will. And I, for one, am not looking forward to the treatment I'd get if I got caught." He slipped his phone into his pocket and stood, turning away from Eraserhead. "We've lost already. Kurojuri, I have no reason to be here anyway. Send me back." As expected and frustrating as it was, Kurojiri followed Tamura's lead. "Remain a few minutes, Deku. If we truly do not need you, then there is no harm in you staying." "I don't particularly feel like getting caught today," he hissed. "Did you not hear me? They will kill us all and dash." He winced, hand going up to the side of his helmet. An alert blared in the side of his vision, attention swiveling to the front doors. He had to smack the side of his head before it shut off. "He's here." Distant cheers could be heard from the students that remained helpless and away from their small army of thugs. Even Deku felt his hackles rise at the clearing dust and the shape that was barely visible from the sunlight shining behind them like a beacon. He had forgotten how much hatred surged through himself. Even without looking in Tamura's direction, he could hear the scowl in his voice. "All Might." The hero's dash, he tried again, but Tamura snapped at him. "Deku, just shut up. He's here, we don't care about anything else. We can kill him. I thought that was what you wanted." A hand went to scratch at his neck. "You know nothing about this. You know nothing. You hacker types are all the same. No strength, no power, nothing. You are worth nothing." Deku had a reputation for not taking insults lying down, but there was nothing he could do here. Even though he knew Tamura, and knew how easy it was to get him angry, the words still hurt. Slightly. That's what he let himself believe, anyway. This was just anger, nothing more. It didn't mean anything. He drew himself up. "Very well." Slowly, he raised up a hand, waving in the direction of the Nomu. "Do as you please. I don't care." There was nowhere to run from All Might, and certainly escape was impossible with the heroes on their way. They'd be here in minutes, which was far too soon without any quirks to amplify his agility or speed. Deku was at the mercy of Kurojiri, who would not leave Tamura's side. While some heroes held a more neutral opinion of him, most here did not. Nizu alone likely wouldn't dare vouch for him, despite their correspondence. Eraserhead would kill him willingly. He had led the villains straight to his students. And he had no idea where the rest of the teachers stood on his decisively illegal activities. Despite himself, panic was starting to buzz just underneath his skin. What would he do should he be captured? Surely All for One found him useful enough to break him out of whatever prison they locked him into. But would Tamura, given the outburst just then? He doubted it. And if he was exposed, Deku would be no more. It would just be Izuku Midoriya, the stupid, quirkless kid that went missing a while back. Not only that, but his enemies, those he retaliated against, would know his identity and who his family was. They would target his mom, who he's taken every precaution to keep safe, who he's sent over half of his earnings to in secret to look after herself. Even Kachan's mother, who didn't need any of it, with a message attached to look after her. And she had, even without knowing where or who it came from. But if he was in prison, there was nobody to look after them. All his secrets may be exposed, should he not hide them in time. Surely they couldn't break through his layers and layers of encryptions, but even then it could only be a matter of time with computers on their side. He was, after all, only human. Now he'd med himself, moving away when the battle began to rage in earnest. He was of no help here, even checking cameras to see how close the heroes were. Shigaraki wasn't going to listen. Kurogyari wasn't going to listen. The thugs were worthless, and already the student heroes had begun to gather. He couldn't beat them. He wasn't a fighter, wasn't meant to be. He only was here to watch All Might's demise, which was seeming less and less likely as time went on, and the Nomu started feeling the hits. Kurogyari, he called as another warning. Urgency seeped into his voice. We need to leave. Not yet, came the calm reply, and Deku knew they were done for. Eraserhead had fallen as All Might joined them, and his quirk now had no obstructions. He caught a glimpse of a large explosion, close by, and a distant scream. The students had beaten their villains. They're right on top of us. Shigaraki, get your head out of the FNG clouds, and let's go. We can't fight them. Our Nomu can't handle All Might. What makes you think we can? Sense didn't reach him. It never did. Even during the moments they barely tolerated each other, it would end in an argument within moments. His ego would get them all in trouble, no matter how much fighting power his quirk had. It wasn't polished or trained well. He might be able to take down a few people, but it wouldn't work well against large groups. Deku could fight, but as far as skills went, he was essentially quirkless. The best thing he could do to avoid injury was surrender. It only took another few seconds for the heroes to show up. Deku stayed quiet, tapping the side of his helmet, as if fixing an earpiece. The majority of them would recognize him as a mercenary. He was not a physical threat, but those standing by him were. Bullets flew in their direction. Deku had enough sense to back up preemptively, but Tamura had no such luck. He was lucky enough to have Kurogyari step in before Snipe could kill him. As it was, he wouldn't have the self-restraint to keep the first one from going into Tamura's skull. Before they vanished, he passed one last message along to the heroes. Your students will face many other challenges from this group. I cannot prepare you for more. Before anyone could give him instructions, Deku retired to his room and logged back into the class, yanking off his helmet. The students were provided with earpieces, and without the communication blocker, it wouldn't seem suspicious that he was only speaking now. Just to be certain, he double and triple checked that his voice changer was working okay before putting on his headset. He wanted it different enough from Deku that they wouldn't find it too close. They were smart, sure, but hopefully the students wouldn't piece it together. What happened? His voice warbled. He hadn't yet pulled up the cameras on his desktop, which he was still waiting to turn on. His other devices blinked at him on the desk. His quirk was useless if the computer wasn't on. All my cameras went dark. What's going on? Villains, a student replied breathlessly. The girl with the earphone quirk, if he remembered the voice correctly. How curious, he hadn't expected her to hold up that well. They attacked the USJ. Yeah, where were you, dude? Another student cut in. It sounded like the blonde student he thought resembled a pro hero he vaguely knew. Still need to look into that. We could have used some help. I couldn't reach you guys, dumbass. It's like the whole area went dark. I couldn't get anything until the heroes showed up. As he got louder, he could hear the pitching of the computer voice effect getting more varied and infrequent. Of course, he had to play the part, fall into the role of a distressed student who had no clue what happened. He still didn't have a visual but didn't dive into cyberspace. What he needed was marked on his computer. Anyway, the cameras were too easy to access. He signed in as quickly as he could to go find it. They just came on. I just see people everywhere. How'd they get in? Some portal quirk. That was from the creative girl, the recommendation student, calm and level-headed. So she was good under pressure and well thought. She'd make a formidable foe if left unchecked, but he didn't know enough to make assumptions. They teleported into the USJ, but the leaders got away. So she did recognize Deku as a leader rather than a useful subordinate. Interesting. I'm not seeing traces of anyone else on campus, he said, briefly taking a moment to look through some of the cameras. Just a bunch of heroes apprehending people in the USJ. All other locations appear safe. It was the truth. The Nomu was God knows where, and the other villains hadn't breached the rest of the campus. For a second, he removed an ear from his headset, listening out to the rest of the base. They'd be focused for a while on Tamura, so he should be okay to keep talking with the class without interruptions. They needed his absolute focus, his full attention. These were people he had little experience with, and who could bring about his downfall in an instant. He couldn't afford any attention drawn to himself. Luckily, it didn't seem like anybody was approaching his room. He shifted the headset back over his ear. Confirmed, nobody else on campus. I don't see any portal quirks or anything unless it's hidden. Can you describe them to me so I know what I'm looking for? I can look around the city if the quirk doesn't teleport long range. There was brief static and some odd shuffling. The list of earpieces seemed to fluctuate as some students pulled them off. Then, another voice came over the line. Izumura, can you hear me? Presently, he must have taken an earpiece either from Aizawa or the students. Perhaps he was in charge of the class in Eraserhead's absence, though he didn't quite like the hero using his first name. Yes, he confirmed. It would do well for him to listen to instructions, like a good student. To fight back would draw suspicion. To disobey could mean people looking into his hastily crafted backstory with a more scrutinizing eye. He had no other choice. Scan the area for people out of place. Look for those carrying support items or hanging out in groups. One is severely injured in his arms and legs. We will look through nearby hospitals, but if you can, you should search as your quirk allows. Deku was almost taken aback. He'd never heard Present Mike speak in such a manner. Usually, his laid-back nature carried into high-stress environments, even if he spoke a little more seriously. There wasn't even the hint of a nickname that the hero so often used with his students or fans, which meant he saw the situation as dire. He'd underestimated the hero. He'd misjudged him. But he might be losing his touch. "Will do, sensei," he answered calmly. That was the best way to handle this. Do as he's told, keep his head down, and don't draw too much attention. And one more thing. Principal Nizu. When had he logged into the call? He didn't recall being informed that the principal would have an earpiece as well, though he hadn't exactly paid attention to what earpieces were online. Like Mike, he'd likely taken one from a student that wasn't listening to him. What is it? More shuffling. Then, quietly, the other students and teachers cannot hear you. I would very much like to know your connection to Tamura Shigaraki. He didn't quite sound angry, but Izuku knew he had to be. He should have known it would come to this. He knew that the others would assume, especially after Kachan's display, that Deku was Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless boy with insane talent. Izumura Shigaraki, their classmate of only a couple of days, had a quirk that all the teachers and staff were witness to. But someone appearing who had it out for the heroes, who shared the same name, who could have met with the hacker Deku, was too much of a coincidence. I do not know him, he lied easily. But that wouldn't be enough. Someone with his kind of quirk would have easily run into Deku online. However, I know of him. I see. Nizu's voice was soft. And how did you hear of him? This was it. He tapped his fingers against his keys, contemplating a response. He could lie again, say he had happened upon him on the streets, or heard the name at one of the vigilante cafes. But that would raise too many questions that he did not have answers to, and between one moment and the next everything he'd carefully built up would vanish. If it was any consolation, at least they wouldn't find him, no matter how much he knew. He didn't have safe houses, but he had places and people he could turn to should the League be exposed. Through Deku. He swallowed. The principal was silent for a moment. Very well. I shall contact Deku and set up an appointment to speak with him. Deku's mouth was dry. You can do that? I believe you already know that answer, Midoriya. Without any other word, Izumura ended the connection, knowing it was basically proving the principal right. He leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. A hand came up, and he yanked off his headphones, staring as if the lights above his head would give him answers. They, of course, had none for him. He'd been found out. He'd been too lenient, too loose-lipped. They'd discovered him, his affiliations. They might know his goals, might know his weaknesses, might get to his mom. He couldn't allow that. Wouldn't allow that. Nizu would alert the heroes to what he'd figured out, and then he was done, League be dead. And even if they didn't get to him, couldn't actually catch him with their incompetent heroes, his reputation would be ground into dust and scattered to the wind. People wouldn't deal with a child who couldn't even keep his identity from being discovered. And his enemies would target his family and anyone associated with him. It would be chaos. And the public would finally become truly aware of him. He'd always been lurking just barely in the shadows, enough for rumors to spread but nothing concrete to be known. They knew he was ruthless, and that was it. He always had the best data, the most accurate information on the market. He was second to none, and he knew it. If it got out that he was a kid, if it got out who his family was, she'd be killed by one of many of his enemies before he had the chance to get to her. His only hope was Nizu. Unlike the others, Nizu wasn't too keen on sharing information. Their one in-person interaction had proved that enough, as the heroes didn't even realize he was on campus. They knew that they'd had contact, of course, but didn't seem to know anything else about him. Nothing that he managed to pick up on, at least. Maybe that was the best course of action. Listen to Nizu, make whatever deals he wanted, and keep it at that, so his identity would be safe. The other weak link was Kachan. Kachan knew who he was. Calling himself Deku was a dead giveaway. He had to threaten him, somehow, into staying silent. He couldn't let Kachan know he'd gotten the better of Deku. They weren't kids anymore. This was real, with real stakes at play. He had to either threaten his silence or buy it, and he knew that wouldn't work. Kachan never had been motivated by money. Deku should contact him. Send him a few messages that nobody else could understand, and keep his silence. Threaten his parents, who he cared deeply for even if he'd never admit it. Maybe release some information about how he treated the quirkless kids in school, and hope that it would discredit whatever he had to say about Izuku Midoriya. Regardless of how he moved forward, he had to send a message. Cover his tracks, like he always did. That was something he seemed to be forgetting. Maybe the supposed safety of the League really was getting to him. Before he'd had powerful backing, he was forced to use heroes, or pay small-time mob bosses to go and dish out a beating to those that crossed him. Now, he had the reputation that kept his clients in line. And the threat of the League was a substantial one. Getting into the country's #1 hero school would be respectful to any villain worth their salt. He let out a breath, and relaxed some of the tension in his shoulders. Calming down was good. If he lost his head now, he wouldn't be able to fix his mistakes. It would just take a little bit of effort, but he could fix it. Things weren't ruined just yet. Turning back to his monitor, he pulled up messages, and typed in the phone number that he'd had memorized for years. When you're not busy, Kachan, we need to talk. That should be innocuous enough that any heroes or police he was nearby wouldn't question it. They wouldn't be able to trace the source in the event that it was under suspicion, and he very much doubted that the police would demand to search the students' phones. That should be enough to cover his butt, but he could monitor the situation as it unfolded. The police, no matter how many times they noticed him, hadn't managed to upgrade their systems enough to lock him out. Sighing again, Izumura slumped in his chair. He had to trust, however much he hated that. He had to trust the heroes in their stupidity, trust that Kachan would take his threats seriously. He needed a distraction. 5 minutes later, he was out the door, backpack slung over his shoulder and phone in his hand, walking up the fire escape of an apartment building nearby. The others were all distracted, so slipping out unnoticed wasn't much of a hassle. He didn't bother with his usual caution. The heroes were busy at the school, miles away. And if anyone spotted him, it wasn't like it mattered at this point. Surveillance always relaxed him. Since he'd obtained his quirk, he'd usually keep to his room, with the cameras he hacked into or the ones he planted himself. But being out and about once in a while wasn't a bad thing, and it was exactly what he needed. The fresh air was nice, once in a while, especially when the amount of time inside had long made his skin go pale and ashen. Sunlight wasn't exactly something he worried about when he was working. Maybe some heroes would be available for him to observe. In person like he used to be. Back when life was more simple, and he didn't have to look over his shoulder constantly. Back before people knew who he was. Back when it was just him, looking after his mom. Paying the bills. Making his own food. Skipping school to go watch a fight, then going home instead because he got a little too close and had to wrap his injuries. He never went to the hospital. For himself, at any rate. He'd gone to visit his mom, but never for his burns, or the various scratches he got from wreckage falling nearby. Looking after them was always a quick internet search away. He had the money and the means to get what he needed. Why did he need anything else? Why should he turn to someone else when the rest of society turned their backs on him? The rooftops, like usual, were quiet. A small breeze blew his bangs into his face, and he brushed them away, only mildly annoyed. They were overgrown. He'd learned to cut his hair a while back, but he was never particularly good at it. Months of neglect left it constantly in his eyes, and he'd never gathered the courage to go get it cut. Staying in one place for almost an hour, out in public, unnerved him more than he liked to admit. In an open space, where people could see what he looked like and potentially recognize him. Where if the police got a heads up, he'd be waiting and unable to run if he got surrounded. At least on the subway he was surrounded by technology he could make go haywire. Here, there wasn't much of that, aside from his phone. And he doubted the camera network nearby was too extensive, so he wouldn't even be able to track them. He wouldn't even be able to use his quirk, because he had to stay alert. Like a trapped rat. He banished the thought as he traversed through the city, hunkering down if he saw a hero who could have seen him, and moved, slowly. He followed those he saw, getting into their comms and letting the stream of chatter reach his ears. That felt nice. Relaxing. As if he could breathe. Deku yanked off his helmet at some point and settled down on a rooftop. He didn't pull out his laptop. Instead, he just remained and watched. Just existing, which was something he rarely got to do. It occurred to him, then, that the detective might have been telling him the truth. There could be a life for him, outside of the league, where he'd be able to have more moments like this, and not stress enough to be worried about his hair going white. Where he might, at some point, have a friend. But just as quickly, something dark and foreboding banished the thought away immediately. He was startled, unrecognizing of what it was. What had gotten into him? What had taken him over? It closed up his throat, making him choke on empty words, gripping at his mind and slowly tugging at it to make the idea go away. The presence, or whatever it was enough to make any thought of running retreat, at least for now. When it relented, he was left reeling, staring at the cars moving on the street below, passerby walking idly on either side. Not for the first time he wondered if he'd even be missed. 2 days later, Deku wandered into Tamura's room down the hall. "You alive in here?" he called out, hanging in the doorframe. "You," was the response, but Tamura said nothing else, staring up at the ceiling. He really must have been feeling the pain. Usually he'd have cussed Deku out for not warning him even though he most definitely did. Izumura perched on the edge of the bed for a moment. "Good. I'm glad you're not dead. Feel like sheet though. That tends to be what happens when you get shot." Deku looked away at the bare walls. For once, it seemed like his usual posters and comics were gone. "Not like you'd know anything," said Tamura. "You'd be surprised." And it seemed like he had no response. That night, he received an email from Nizu while drafting another for the hero killer. He'd obtained some data during his week away from school that he figured his partner might be interested in, though Deku himself barely glanced at it. It wasn't anything particularly useful, at least not to him. Most locations and data he received wasn't noted down. He knew how to find them again anyway. Opening the message, though, revealed that the principal was careful. It named a date and a time, but no names. No trace. Deku would have gone crazy trying to wipe the data if it included his name, like he'd been called over the radio frequency. That wasn't too secure, either, but at least UA had their own systems and couldn't be monitored by outside influences. That meant the police couldn't access it. Email, like everything else online, was easy for him to get into. At least this would be alright. The date listed was only the next day. Nizu must have been sure he'd read it quickly. It was also at night too, so his suit would be useful to hide. He didn't doubt that UA would be careful, but when the students were away and only the teachers remained, it'd be very dangerous for him. If it was a trap, he'd walk right into it. Yet at the same time, he didn't feel like informing Kurogiri. If he was caught, well, that was it. At least it would be the UA staff, not the other heroes who might have it out for him. Like an idiot, he decided to go. The base was still hectic and security was increased, yet the next day he didn't have any trouble slipping out unnoticed. He'd thrown a hoodie over the top of his suit to hopefully hide it from any heroes he might run into, and his helmet was tucked away in his backpack. With any luck, he'd look like any other normal teenager, running around to find a spot to do homework. Without incident, he made his way to the subway. There were several police officers around that he had to stand by for a few minutes in the crowd, but they didn't notice him. He eavesdropped for a bit, but the subject of conversation was nothing of consequence, as usual. They didn't even seem concerned with the UA invasion only a few miles away. Typical. No matter how much trouble they cause, new villains pop up daily. They're only concerned with their city. Not that he really blamed them. They were only assigned to one city. It wasn't his problem to deal with, and it never was his concern. He worked for their problems, after all. But if they knew who he was, he did think they'd be a little more cautious. Unlike the last time he found himself on a train, there was no All Might here to mess with. He didn't think he would have. All Might must be recovering, or putting together lesson plans at UA. The direction he was headed in. Again, he wondered if this was a trap, and dismissed it. He had fail-safes, he would be fine. The information he carried, if it came down to it, could be released and spread across the internet. Deku would rip open the canvas painting of Hero Society and reveal the stains underneath, and leave the commission to patch up the gaps, if they even could. If he was walking into an ambush, their lives would be ripped apart in front of their eyes. This was one of the few times Deku didn't really like having that power. Along with a couple other passengers, he got off at the stop closest to UA, following the crowd. There was a large shopping mall in town that he assumed most of them were headed to, and it would drop suspicion if he appeared to be doing the same. He followed them for a little while, just a few blocks away from the subway, before breaking off to hide in some alleyway. There were many more police stationed here. He had to be more careful, especially now that they could recognize his suit. The more recognizable things were hidden away, but he still couldn't take chances when his usual fallback didn't even know he was out here. Without a combat quirk, a conflict wouldn't end in his favor, even if he could get to his knife. The police had guns. A knife wouldn't do much against bullets. The rest of the way was basically a hike. He blended in where he could, and tried to seem unassuming, which luckily wasn't difficult. He'd always had a relatively plain-looking face. Most of the path to UA had a lot of traffic, so he simply moved along, skipping past cops and the occasional hero, which lessened the closer to UA he got. He'd assumed it would be the opposite, but it worked in his favor. Outside of its walls was a small forest, so he ducked in there the first moment he could. Hound Dog, the school lifestyle guidance counselor, often patrolled the area, so Deku had to move quickly. He ditched his backpack and the hoodie a short distance from the walls, still in the tree's shadow, and put on his helmet. Even though his sensors didn't detect quirked presences nearby, he still kept a hand on his knife and crept forward, eyes and ears strained for movement. Going in through the front gate was about the dumbest move he could make, but he'd be able to influence it enough to get it to open with his quirk. He could also scale the walls, like he'd done before, but Nizu might be expecting that. Though he knew he'd likely run into at least one hero before getting to Nizu's office, he hoped it wouldn't be so soon after getting inside. He took a deep breath. One aspect of his suit held both a cloaking and a holographic feature that could keep him hidden. He'd tested it before, without much luck, since his sensors still picked him up easily enough. But maybe it was enough to cloak him as another hero, or perhaps camouflage him so that the teachers couldn't see him. On his fingers, he started listing off the pro heroes who worked at UA. The ones that could possibly detect him, Ectoplasm and Power Loader, didn't work in the heroics department. Power Loader, however, was a technology developer and could possibly have sensors that would pick him up. Ectoplasm he wasn't completely sure of, as he had limited knowledge of the fog that made clones, and how much he could detect with it. Even so, he could make at least a dozen copies of himself to patrol. And while the others couldn't tell with their quirks, decades of experience might be enough for them. Screw it. He could attempt the cloaking at least, and then make it through the gate. It didn't take long to activate, either, and it would last until he could make it inside. That should be enough. And part of his quirk entailed a temporary power source, so he may even be able to give it enough power to get out, if it worked. His thoughts once again strayed to the staff. Hound Dog could possibly sniff him out, but he could get away before the hero picked up the scent. Even then, he might think it's just a student, but Deku didn't get his hopes up. Hound Dog might be impulsive, but he wasn't an idiot. Like most of the heroes here, he had plenty of experience hunting villains. Once he approached the gate, though, he was a little unnerved to find it locked, but easily accessible. The gate was practically allowing him in without even doing anything. It was programmed to let students and identified visitors through, but they had to have a special ID to allow them entry. He looked once more to confirm that his suit still had him cloaked, then up at the cameras. Surely they had infrared, and could see him. Scrambling the rest of it took less than a second, a short enough time that hopefully any cameras wouldn't show a shift in his balance. He'd heard that they upgraded it in the wake of the invasion, but it didn't appear to show. Maybe Nizu had most of the restrictions bypassed for him. He moved past without a second thought. The gate closed behind him, but he didn't hear a lock click. There was his escape route. Deku knew where Nizu's office was. He also knew that Nizu wanted him to meet in a conference room, not his office, which lacked most forms of technology besides a computer or two. There weren't even any cameras in there, but a quick check confirmed that Nizu was indeed in the conference room specified. Alone, thankfully. But as he walked towards it, cursing the sound his shoes made, he found the school deserted. No heroes, no staff. Not even cleaners, which he expected. Had Nizu made them all go home, in wake of his arrival? Did he hold that much faith that Deku wouldn't attack, or do anything malicious? Soon enough, he reached the room. A voice called out from inside, "Come in." Steeling himself, he deactivated his cloak and opened it. A wall of windows on the opposite side greeted him. "Excuse me," he said, out of old habit, and stepped inside with squared shoulders and head held high. Nizu sat at the head of the table on the far side of the room, with a light smile on his face and a folder set delicately in front of him. "Good evening, Deku," he greeted as Izuku closed the door behind him and settled about halfway down the table far enough away from the door and Nizu, if he tried something. "Good evening," Deku returned, voice warping. He should have checked that before he left the base. Already he did maintenance every time he went out, it should be included on his checklist by now. "What do you want?" He was being rude, he knew, but he wanted this to be quick. In and out, before any lingering hero could pick up that the gate was unlocked. The principal leaned forward. "Who are you working for?" Nizu asked, the smile immediately receding. "And what do they give you?" So Nizu desired him on their side. He suspected it from the start, but it was good to have confirmation. If he wanted out of the league, he would have gone already. They didn't ask much from him, and they gave him much. "I work for myself, principal. I'm sure you know that many of my clients over the last several months have been heroes." He set his arms on the table, clasping his hands in front. "And as for what I get out of it, it varies. Favors or protection from certain organizations are worth more to me than a few million yen. And I do not trust you heroes for favors, so money or information will suffice. He was giving out too much information too freely, he knew, but for once he didn't care. If Nizu wanted to buy his services more than he already was, he'd need more incentive than money. The principal was smart enough, he'd figure it out on his own. And no matter what Nizu offered, he knew he couldn't switch sides. The league was his safety, and they promised him a quirk in exchange for his services. They had delivered. It was his turn. And not only that, but there was something much more precious that they would take if he abandoned them. I see. Then, who is your current client, Deku? I can't divulge that information, he said, almost too quickly. You know that. But you have, Nizu said, gesturing to the folder in front of him. You gave All Might a cipher. It was a fairly simple one, and probably one you came up with on the spot. It took a moment to decode, but I got it. You're working for All for One, yes? No, Deku said, knowing that the principal could tell it was a lie. He gave you a quirk in exchange for working with him. I'm quirkless, as I know you're aware. We're quirkless, Nizu corrected, because of course he did. Money doesn't sway you too much, no matter how you pretend otherwise. That means they must have something else that you want. Like I told you, my clients offer protection. But if you were after a quirk, then you wouldn't be contacting us, would you? You must have it already and be working towards paying it off. I'm quirkless. Yet there's something else keeping you there. Some kind of threat. If they're targeting you or your mother. That's it. Deku slammed his hand on the table. You know who I am already. That I could care less about because Izuku Midoriya is dead. However, I took up what I do for the health and safety of my mother, and as long as I'm still here, she's protected by me. No matter what you heroes offer me or her, know this, we are perfectly fine without your intervention. And if you really wish for my well-being as well as the well-being of civilians, you'll stay out of it entirely. He paused and settled back in his chair. That was out of line. And I'm not here to discuss this, so what do you want? With that, Nizu coughed politely. He almost seemed to be expecting the outburst. His paws settled back on the file. I apologize. I'm sure that's enough for you, yes? But his voice wasn't directed at Deku. Almost alarmingly quickly, he figured out what was going on. Right as the UA teachers were coming through the door. Heroes? Izuku jumped to his feet, a hand immediately flying to his knife. How? I didn't see anyone. No, you lied to me. He scanned the heroes quickly. Midnight, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Eraserhead, Cementos. No All Might. None of their quirks were active, yet they were all on guard. The principal got to his feet, and his attention snapped back over to him. I brought them here because I would like you to see that we will not harm you, Midoriya, and they would like to know what your motives are. If you attempt to run, they will bring you back, yes, but if you work with us, you will be safe. You will not be reported to the Hero Commission. And whatever hold All for One has over you, we can help you remove it. No, he said immediately. You don't know anything. I don't believe in you heroes, and I know you. You'll go back on your word in an instant. He should have known that he shouldn't trust these heroes. There was no hero he would be able to trust, and yet he decided to listen to one. And see where that got him. All those years ago, he trusted All Might, and that got him nowhere. He trusted a hero with the most raw, earnest part of himself, and it had been crushed into a million little pieces. Only recently had he been trying to pick those shards up and glue himself back together, but now the fragile seams had broken again. You're just like villains, you know that? You lie, cheat, and exploit what I told you in confidence, Nizu, just so I'd let my guard down. Do you feel proud of yourself? That you brought the hacker Deku down? The patient, understanding look on Nizu's face was infuriating. The animal knew he knew, and that had been Deku's undoing. Tell me. He pulled his knife, pointing it at the principal. You won't get anything about my clients from me, so you might as well stop asking. I'll die before I tell you. The words came out of his mouth, but he floundered, almost detached from his line of reasoning. When had he become this protective of the League, people who care nothing for him? He'd never done this before. This wasn't like him. What was going on? Midoriya, midnight started, but he cut her off immediately. No. You don't get to call me that. Shut up, shut the F up. He pointed the knife at her, acutely aware of the tears blurring his vision. You don't get to try and treat me like I'm somebody when it's already too late. If you wanted a chance, you should have taken All Might's place years ago when he told me that I couldn't do anything. The data, he reminded himself, chest heaving and breaths shallow. He had the data he could release. Without Eraserhead's quirk activated, he could upload that data to the internet and get it spread to every news platform out there. He could do that. With any luck, the heroes would think he passed out. He could end them. But that young kid part of him refused. What did the commission tell you about me, huh? What orders were you given? Deku. His vision refocused. He had backed away, almost to the windows, and Nizu stood on top of the table in front of him. The chairs were pushed away from where he'd been sitting. He hadn't noticed that he stumbled away. Whether you believe me or not, we do not wish to harm you or bring you to the police. The commission has agreed not to do anything as long as you do not interfere and release data that they hold. And what if I say no? Then we let you leave, Nizu said plainly. But be aware that the next time we meet, it will not be as friends. Deku laughed, almost psychotic. You expect me to believe that dash? He hadn't even realized that the knife was pulled back, close to his chest. He didn't do that. I didn't do that. The knife bear was raised by his own hand, up to his neck. I didn't do that. Midoriya, someone yelled. But I did. Eraserhead's capture cloth was around his arm in an instant, pulling his hand away. A hero, he didn't know which one, was at his side, restraining him. When did that happen? What was going on? Seconds later, he was on the floor, gasping for air. His vision wasn't obscured by sensors anymore, and it felt like fresh, clean air was entering his lungs. His vision was blurry. A figure knelt above him, with a hand on his chest. Deku closed his eyes. He felt warm. Wake up. Izuku scrunched up his eyes, turning his head to the side. Light was assaulting his eyes. 5 more minutes, Kurogyri. You've been asleep for a full day, Midoriya. Get up. He groaned, sleep still clinging to his bones and weighing his body down under the covers. The voice speaking to him didn't quite sound right, but who else would be in his room besides Tamura? And it didn't quite sound like him either. Had they called in someone new? If so, why would they be in his room of all places? But wait, he didn't remember making it back to the base. Not only that, but why would they know the name Midoriya? And that only left one option. He hadn't made it back to the base. And despite everything he's done over the last several years, from the few times he ended up drunk to the nights he stayed awake until his body shut down, his memory had never been that bad that he had forgotten. Shifting onto his side, he shoved himself upright. He was right, this wasn't his room. Instead, he was perched on a couch, with a blanket over him and a pillow underneath his head. As he moved, the blanket slid off his shoulders. He was still wearing his suit, Deku discovered when he looked down, but the cloaking piece was no longer heavy on his back, and his helmet was certainly missing. A lot of the parts still weren't attached, his gloves were off, and most of the wires connecting some of the electrified pieces were displaced. Deku. Eraserhead. You're supposed to be out of commission, he voiced, turning over. He met the hero's eyes and sat up, quickly. The hero was there when he met with Nizu, he remembered, but hadn't quite pieced it together before. Shigaraki's decay works better than you look. How'd you manage that? There was something unreadable on Eraserhead's face. We have a healer on staff for emergencies. She looked you over too, and her quirk is better than whatever you could throw at us. He brought a hand up to his throat, half expecting to feel a line of scar tissue. There was nothing. Believe me, I'm fine. I don't need heroes trying to keep me alive. They had saved his life, but they were the very reason he was in danger in the first place. They didn't deserve his thanks. He didn't care. Izuku tried to convince himself of that, anything to cover up the stab of betrayal that they tried to kill him to cover it up. Why had that happened? True, the fact that he was cornered by heroes was enough of a factor for his employer, but that didn't explain the control that All for One had over him. He knew there were some kind of strings attached to his quirk, But he didn't really think that it was all part of whatever it was originally. All for One may have strengthened the Quirk, somehow, but also added something more sinister to control him. Could that ever be removed? He didn't think so, unless All for One was defeated. But then why could he not feel that heavy presence normally? Evidently you do, because otherwise you would not be here. And you're the reason I'm in this situation in the first place. So forgive my rudeness when you heroes are nearly the cause of my death. The hero opened his mouth to argue, but Deku shut him down just as quickly. No matter what you think, that wasn't me. I have no interest in bringing this up with you. To his surprise, Eraserhead did, indeed, drop it. Where am I? Someplace safe. Vague as ever. He wasn't sure what he expected. The hero didn't seem inclined to attack him, but wasn't overly friendly either, not that Izuku could remember a time where this particular hero was. From his own analysis, the hero was cold but fair. Not emotional, but unlikely to let anger get the better of him. He wondered how much prodding it would take for the hero to snap. Uncertain, but feeling safe enough to do so, Deku turned to scan the room. An apartment living room, clearly. Not quite lived in, but not new either. There were no pictures lining the walls or propped up on furniture, but there were several small plants on small tables, and a half-empty bookshelf off to the side. This didn't seem like someone's home, but it wasn't completely bare. There wasn't any dust, but it didn't seem used or lived in. It was somewhere between abandoned and a place owned by neat freaks. He couldn't explain it. There was nothing familiar about the place, and as he looked, he spotted a camera or two in the corners. It was monitored, so it must be some kind of safe house. Possibly for the hero commission, then. But that didn't explain why he was unbound. Well, not quite. With a hero close by, it wasn't like he was completely unsupervised. And so far, they may or may not believe the Quirkless story, so they put a hero with him that would be able to block his access if he attempted to use his quirk. Clever, he spoke aloud, using a capture hero to keep an eye on me. I wonder what they're going to do with your students. The hero stayed silent, probably to keep from revealing more information, and Deku knew that answer anyway. He pressed on. They could have picked anyone else, and they picked you. Kinda pointless for a guy with no quirk. We aren't convinced of that yet, Eraserhead replied, as if expecting the comment. And those marks on your face prove otherwise. That made no sense. All his life, Izuku had been one of the most ordinary, plain faces that anyone could see. He had no qualities that drew attention, nothing that would give the fact that he actually had a quirk away. The hero must be lying, like they always did. What marks? The green marks on your face, was the reply, direct and matter-of-factly. You can't hide those with your helmet off. I don't have marks, Deku said, bringing a hand up to touch his cheeks. He couldn't feel anything different as his fingers trailed over his skin. Just a few bumps, a small scar he'd had for months, and the unmarked skin where he knew his freckles were. I never have. So if there's anything there, it's something you heroes did. None of us have. Quirk's able to do such a thing, and you know that. He did. The heroes at UA had no such power. But his own quirk didn't affect his body, at least not beside removing his consciousness and putting it in that computer abyss. He didn't change physically, and he knew that from the cameras he placed when he used his quirk in public. And the only other thing that had happened in between the last time he looked in a mirror and waking up with the heroes were the incidents with All for One. He knew that voice from somewhere. But All for One's power had a red hue, from the little he'd seen. And Deku's own was green, so perhaps they had combined in some way. That was a scary thought. It meant that his power was not his own, and instead borrowed, with dangerous collateral to make sure he didn't go anywhere. It would make sense, but his young self hadn't dared to consider it. He didn't know anything about All for One's quirk. Why would he? They appeared shortly after you started threatening us. You must have some kind of stockpiling quirk. One strong enough to let you get away, at least. So that was it. The heroes thought he was gathering power to make a run for it. Deku ignored the statement, stood up, and patted down his pockets, not surprised to find them empty. Where's my phone? And his flash drives, and every other piece of machinery he'd added to his suit. And everything else? Confiscated, the hero said, until we're able to figure out what you have on it. Nothing you'd be able to read, I assure you, Deku shot back. Your principal said you wouldn't keep me here. Even one of his weapons was unattached, which was mildly surprising when it wasn't designed to look like a weapon in the slightest. He didn't use it much either. It was his last resort, but that didn't mean he liked having it gone. A precaution, nothing more. We are dealing with a villain that potentially has all of our classified information. And me having that information is a precaution, nothing more, Deku mimicked and crossed his arms. After all, I'm meeting with heroes. If I don't have something on them, I'm walking in blind, aren't I? Is it that difficult to ask you to trust us? Is it that difficult to believe that a villain wouldn't trust a hero? In the ensuing silence, Deku took a few steps away. To the table he spotted his stuff. He picked up his helmet, left on a table nearby. Luckily, most of his gear was there too. It was a little easier to breathe comfortably when Eraserhead couldn't see his face. That seemed a little counterproductive, with something over his face. Maybe it was his stupid anxiety that he still hadn't managed to get rid of. Here, Aizawa said, and when he turned, tossed him back his phone. He fumbled to catch it, and after a brief inspection, pocketed it. Nizu said he'll get the rest of the data back to you shortly. And my knife? Deku said, knowing he wouldn't get it back. The sheath was hanging decisively empty, almost heavy with non-existent weight. He knew the answer before Eraserhead opened his mouth. Confiscated. Of course, he muttered. Not like I need it or anything. He didn't need his knife, not really, but it was convenient to have on hand. There was rarely a moment where something actually bad happened. Most villains left him alone once they found out who he was, and the thugs were smart enough to not attack someone in a suit like his. Even though villains often dressed like him, it was too great of a chance that he was a hero undercover, like Eraserhead had been in the past. But it was still a good deterrent for those that didn't have the usual half a brain cell. Trying to busy himself, he checked his systems and put on the rest of his gear. Nothing appeared broken or out of place. His scanners worked as normal, and the diagnostic returned nothing he needed to repair. Even the cloaking tech, which he didn't have any faith in, once he tested it, was working just fine. Most of his suit was built more for intimidation and mobility than actual combat. Toe-to-toe with an actual hero, he didn't stand much of a chance. Your Quirk, Eraserhead said. Some kind of hacking ability. You're wrong, Deku said, tightening his gloves around his wrists and connecting the armor plating. But I'm curious to see where this is going, so go on. You leave your body unprotected while you activate your systems. Was this about his alias, when he took the entrance exam? Was Eraserhead not certain if Izumura Shigaraki was Izuku Midoriya? Had Nizu not told him? No, he said simply, deciding to play along. Get me a computer and I'll be able to get into anything, Quirk or no. You have to be alert when you're surrounded by villains who want your head after they double-crossed you and didn't get away with it. The hero nodded, like that confirmed something he had been wondering. Deku was sure Eraserhead knew. He was the one who often went undercover or underground. I'm told you've got your eye on one of my students. Someone with my talents is bound to catch the attention of my employers. It's my job to make sure that doesn't happen, because then I'll be out of a job. But you're familiar with him. We've met online, yes. Hard not to, with his ability. You're more powerful than he is. It was phrased like a question, but Aizawa said it like a statement. The hero wasn't sure. And Deku won in a duel against himself. Deku shrugged. Who's to say? His head whipped around to face the apartment door. He hadn't heard anyone approaching. Just the lock, Eraserhead said, as if it decreased his anxiety at all. You may go. Wait, Deku said, frozen. Just like that? No catch, nothing? No catch, the hero nodded. But Nizu asks that you consider staying here instead of where you've been. If you're willing to work with us, he will keep you safe. He shrugged and moved around the couch, away from the hero. Sure. I don't see my employers being brought down, but I appreciate the offer. It wasn't a total lie, but he didn't trust it. Years of his line of work had made him paranoid, especially with this new knowledge that all for one gave him his power with invisible strings attached. Think about it, Midoriya. Don't call me that. He threw open the door and was pleasantly surprised to see nobody waiting for him. "I'll be seeing you, I'm sure." After he found his way around whatever building he was in. Already he was bringing up maps in an attempt to find where he was. Then "Stay away from my students and stop giving data to villains." As he left, "Look back. We'll see." And he ran. The building, after all, was not too difficult to navigate, and he found his way up to the roof in order to travel quickly. He was still in the town close to UA, but it was midday. Someone dressed like him would draw attention. When he was at a safe enough distance, he found a small but secure enough alleyway to hide in. Izuku hunkered down behind a dumpster and yanked off his helmet, staring into the visor. His reflection was warped, but it was enough to see the glowing marks that ran down the left side of his face. Those were certainly new. His fingertips trailed down it, stretching almost onto his neck. The faint glow came from under his skin, in patterns that he recognized from the computers he worked with daily. He scrubbed his hand across his face. The marks didn't change. If anything, the growing red in his pale skin made them stand out more. How would he explain this to the League? They might believe him if he said his quirk went haywire, unless All for One said something. He contacted them so little that it was possible Deku would be able to get away with it. Though, he supposed, they didn't really care enough about his well-being to ask aside from a snide comment. But Tamura was still bedridden, and Kurogiri barely asked questions. The only person who might ask questions was his boss. And he hoped that they wouldn't have that conversation. It didn't change the fact that no matter how he looked at it, they had tried to get rid of him. He was valuable, sure, but not enough to risk him being handed over to their enemies. MD Deku hated it, yes, but he understood. As much danger as he was in, he would return to them. Shortly. He needed another conversation with someone before he'd fully make up his mind. The next time he entered cyberspace, he noticed a few red lines of code scrolling, far off in the distance. It wasn't made up of any symbols he recognized, no language he knew. It looked more like hieroglyphs than anything else. But Deku couldn't access it, no matter how much he tried. It leered at him tauntingly as he went back to work. Kurogiri saw his face later that night. He didn't ask. And just like that, nothing changed. All for One never contacted him, nor did Deku attempt to reach out. The radio silence made him nervous, but it wasn't as if that was unusual. It was just his anxiety settling permanently in his stomach. Nothing good would come of crossing him, he was sure, yet there were no consequences. Kurogiri handed him his tasks, and he completed them without incident. His studies were going well. The heroes had kept their word. Most importantly, his mother remained safe, and that was all that mattered. He'd taken the time to observe the apartment for a few days, and she was still coming and going with Mrs. Bakugo. She was okay. But school was school, and the sports festival was upon them, among the mountains of other homework that he definitely didn't attempt to look up the answers for. Despite Izuku being allowed to continue distance learning, he was told to partake in person. As much as he hated it, it made sense. Even Nizu couldn't change that. In fact, Nizu reached out to him personally and asked him to participate just like he did at the entrance exam, with his appearance altered. Since he was a part of the hero course, he wasn't technically supposed to have support items, but since his quirk was useless without devices, he was allowed to have them and distribute them among students as he wished. It was much like the support course students, who were allowed to bring anything of their creation, but he was allowed to use that which let him use his quirk. Luckily, he didn't need much, and most of it he had on hand already. Now that he was thinking of it, even the support course students weren't allowed to pass out items that might hinder their opponents, as far as he was aware. Maybe that was just one of the advantages to dealing with the devil. So, bright and early the day of, he visited the user with the disguise quirk to match his appearance to that of his entrance exam, and made his way to UA. He brought along some of the gear he used as Deku, modified slightly so the teachers shouldn't notice a similarity. If Nizu was going to keep his secret, he wasn't going to reveal it so easily. In front of a crowd wasn't exactly where he flourished, but it was suitable enough. He would adapt. This was, after all, required. He'd been out of school so long that he was out of practice. He couldn't say the prospect of going back thrilled him, but there was still something he thought long buried that gawked at the sight of UA coming over the hill. Can you see it, Mom? I made it. I did it like I always said I would. He shook it off and kept walking. Nizu was waiting for him at the gate, where students in uniform were already walking through. Deku wasn't dressed the same as them. Nizu had already assured him that they'd provide the gym uniform for him before the festival began. There were stares already, which he expected, but still felt goosebumps under his skin. A new student on the day of the festival was unheard of. But, without any glances at the students around, Nizu handed him a folded uniform and gestured for him to follow. He did, after brushing a few pieces of fur off the blue fabric. He'd wanted this for years, and it was all he could do to stay calm and ignore the eyes on him. Why haven't you told your teachers? Deku voiced after a few minutes of silence, once he was sure that the students around wouldn't hear him. He'd been wondering about that since their last conversation. I thought I was a security risk. I thought it better that they assume you are two separate people, Nizu replied quietly. There's no trail connecting you aside from your words. They're suspicious, of course, but most believe you're distantly related at most. My name Deku started and was cut off. As always, it seemed like the principal could read his mind. Their student having the same last name as the villain who attacked them, especially with a name like the one he was given, was not going to be easy to sell as a coincidence. It did mean death, after all. I managed to convince them that Izumura Shigaraki was safe, and not working with Deku or All for One. But I don't believe that your classmates will be convinced as easily. Nizu moved quickly, stepping just ahead of him. They're a suspicious group. Good to know. Bakugo and Todoroki, for sure, would not be as easily convinced. He barely knew enough about the rest of his class to make an assumption. Observations only took him so far, and Nizu knew them more than he did. If the whole class was suspicious, how would he be treated? If it was like Aldra, he could handle it. It was only for a day, after all. But here they had quirks, proper, heroic quirks that could do a lot of damage. What if they managed to break through his illusion? The principal cut off his thoughts before he could spiral. And here we are. Nizu gestured toward a small crowd of what looked like not only the hero course students, but the support and general education students as well. Your class is waiting with the others to be led to the start. We should begin shortly, but you'll have some time to chat and let them get to know you. Deku nodded. Thank you, Nizu. Nizu held out his paw, and he crouched down to shake it. I'll be going. You should change into your uniform and go. And then he was gone, vanishing into the crowd, leaving only a few pieces of fur on the ground as the only indication he was there in the first place. So, deciding to take his advice, Deku shouldered his bag with all his supplies and went to find the nearest bathroom. Freshly decked out in his slightly less than comfortable gym uniform, he stood a ways away from where the class had gathered, with some of his gear already strapped on and ready. His quirk was nothing more than a small hum in the back of his mind, with his phone safe in his pocket and ready to be used. He had a bag slung over his shoulder with the earpieces his class had grown familiar with, but had yet to hand them out. Nizu assured him earlier that it would be his responsibility to get to know his schoolmates. As he waited, unsure of how to approach his class, two people noticed him first, staring, and they wandered over. A short girl and a taller guy. Uraraka and Ida, his mind supplied. Tenya Ida, brother to Ingenium, and Ochako Uraraka, with a zero-gravity quirk. He hadn't looked into them much, with the million other things on his plate, but he knew a little. He probably should have paid more attention to them in class. Hey! Uraraka greeted brightly. Are you from the support course? He supposed that was how it probably appeared, with his bag full of gear and, of course, the fact that they didn't recognize him. Ida beat him to it without even giving him a chance to open his mouth. They're in another area, he said, firm but not rudely so. The hero course students are gathering here. Might we escort you over there? Deku clutched at the strap of his bag, uncertain how to handle this. He wasn't used to speaking with people his own age, outside of his job. If he spoke like Deku did, his credibility would go out the window, as would their trust. They'd met Deku before. They hadn't met Izumura. No, he muttered. Then louder, I'm in the hero course. My name is Izumura Shigaraki. This sparked a reaction. Those that were close enough to hear turned to stare. He could feel their judging gazes, the same ones he felt daily at his middle school. Sizing up the new meat, prodding for chooks in his metaphorical armor. Searching for weakness. As Deku, he was used to this. He stood tall and proud, face covered by a helmet and the shake in his bones little more than a small twitch here and there. But at UA, out in the open with his, albeit fake, features uncovered, he felt once more like the quirkless kid of Aldera. His head bowed and used to the judgment. He'd misjudged how well he'd handle this. It was different when he was hiding behind a screen or a mask. It was different talking with heroes. People his own age were practically a different species with how difficult they'd always been to communicate. Uraraka let out a slight gasp. "Oh, Shigaraki. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was you." She stuck out her hand without missing a beat. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to finally meet you." He waited a moment, then released his grip on the bag to meet hers. "Likewise." His palms were sweaty. She didn't comment. Ida also offered his hand. "It is good to finally meet you in person." "I did not expect to see you here," he said formally. Deku almost rolled his eyes, but restrained himself. It'd be more than a little hypocritical. "Welcome to UA." Deku shook his hand upon releasing Uraraka's. "Thank you. I don't get many opportunities to come here." Many opportunities presented themselves as his under-the-table deals with Nizu. But that was something they didn't need to know about. "Why don't you join us in class?" Uraraka asked, tilting her head. Of course, he'd picked up on this curious behavior from her. Surely you could learn better in a classroom than on a computer? Inwardly, Deku let out a sigh. At least he'd picked up enough of their personality traits to make a few of his classmates less suspicious. He'd never been great with social cues, something he thought had gotten better while he was with the League. "My quirk works best in the background. Being out in the field just makes me a liability to other heroes," he parroted. It was the same excuse he gave Nizu at the start of the year, and close enough to what he told his classmates when they first interacted. He'd never be able to officially attend UA while working for villains. "I appreciate the sentiment, however. Might we introduce you to the others before the festival begins?" Surely enough, the majority of the class had now given their attention to their interaction, probably wondering who he was and why his classmates were so invested. Ida gestured towards the group, and Uraraka grabbed his wrist to tug him over. Here he was at a crossroads. Should he play the lone wolf, or attempt to be charismatic enough that they wouldn't suspect him? It seemed like the decision was made for him, as he was pulled into the crowd of his classmates. Excited students clamored around him, chattering away with questions about his online schooling and why he hadn't chosen to attend UA in person. Izuku stood there, dumbfounded, drowning in attention that he'd never received. Somehow, instead of embracing it, he reacted badly. Like he had for years before, he drew into himself, quiet and unsure, his shoulders tense and gaze cast to the floor. They were being nice to him, of all things, but he still didn't like it. "Come on, Izuku. You're better than this." Ida attempted to wrestle back control from the crowd, which he appreciated, and Uraraka stayed at his shoulder, speaking to him softly. It all still drifted around him, like a fog. "Shigaraki." A calm, quiet voice interrupted the others. Even Uraraka quieted down, and slightly drew back. Deku pulled his eyes up to Shoto Todoroki, who he'd seen at the back of the group only moments ago. When had he broken away from the others? "Todoroki," he replied uncertainly. He had no idea where this interaction was going. Todoroki observed him for a moment, and then offered his hand, slightly stiffly. He could probably give Ida a run for his money. "Shoto Todoroki, as you know. Good to meet you in person." "Yes," Deku said and shook hands. "I will just be here for the sports festival, however." Todoroki's expression was carefully blank. He'd noticed how perceptive the boy was, initially, and made sure to be wary of him, but it wouldn't do well to keep his guard entirely up. That would only make him and Bakugo more likely to suspect him, and he already was certain that Kachan knew, or at least had some inkling. Speaking of, he couldn't quite see his old friend now, but he'd been around only moments ago. He did tend to stay away from social life, and that was something Deku didn't mind. At least they wouldn't have to speak during this interaction, and he wouldn't get a chance to let something slip. Shame. Something in him was relieved. Thank God they were equally socially inept. Oh yeah. Uraraka piped up, thankfully saving him from the awkwardness of interacting with a suspicious Todoroki. Your quirk, how does it work? Saved by the bell. He let himself face her, ready to spit out the lies he'd practiced for days in the mirror before coming here. They couldn't know too much, lest he say something as Deku and that carefully crafted card house come tumbling down. It's sort of like possession, I guess? I possess technology and just do whatever. Someone else exclaimed, That's cool though. Can you control anything, and is there like a range, or is it just computers and phones and stuff? Distantly, he felt himself giving an automated response, but his mind was whirring. None of them had quite pieced it together yet, or at least didn't suspect enough to say something. Todoroki was suspicious. The others accepted him. He was accepted. He was one of them. He managed to hold out the equipment with shaky arms, and everyone took an earpiece and a battery pack that they all readily tucked away. Izuku could use those later, hopefully. Maybe make them short out and shock them, long enough for him to get a head start on whatever they were doing. Of course, it wasn't just that easy. Someone stopped in front of him, with his eyes buried in the few remaining pieces of equipment. What's your connection to Deku? There was. The one voice he didn't want to hear. The one question he didn't want to be asked. Deku swallowed and looked up, forcing his face to be carefully blank. Meeting his eyes without anything in between them was hard, even after the USJ. It hurt that the disdain, the hatred, the burning rage he'd felt only weeks before was gone, and all that was left was a gaping hole in his chest. The villain? The voice softened, just slightly, not enough for anyone else to notice, but Izuku knew Kachan well. Yes. I don't know what you mean. Izuku's heart pounded fiercely in his chest, and his mouth was dry. Still, he kept his shoulders still and untensed. You both have computer-type quirks. It's rare enough already, but both of you? What's your link to him? Bakugo must really be desperate. He's usually pretty direct, but it was more explosive or violent. From what he saw in the USJ, he'd assumed that neither time nor his disappearance had affected his old friend, at least not in the way that mattered. Kachan didn't care for him after he was diagnosed as quirkless, so why would he when Izuku vanished? He couldn't say that Bakugo's regret wasn't sweet to his ears. But it was still dangerous. I don't know anything about Deku. As far as I know, he's just one of the villains who infiltrated the USJ, correct? He glanced at the others around, feigning confusion. When they nodded, he continued, Look, I really don't know what you're talking about. So, biting back a grimace, Izuku offered his hand. Can we just put this past us and be friends? His classmates stared, clearly shocked, but he kept his eyes on Kachan and his expression blank. At one point he would have hated himself for this. He was scarcely past that point as is. But to go from the boy he would have wanted to see dead in the dirt to someone he was willingly offering his hand to, something must have changed. Was it Deku? Or was it Bakugo? He wasn't quite sure. Either one was probably a bad thing. Bakugo didn't take his hand. He just clicked his tongue and turned away, pushing past the rest of his classmates. He didn't take an earpiece, but Deku was ecstatic that the conversation went as well as it did. And though it took a few seconds for his classmates to gather back around him, they also had lost some of their prior tension. Sorry about that, Uraraka said, and he knew that she meant it. He's usually pretty prickly, but we didn't think he'd actually dash. It's okay, he replied, interrupting her. I kind of expected this from all of you. Probably should have met you all in person before now, and I'm sorry. That still does not mean he should be rude to you, Ida said. As class rep, it is my responsibility to make sure this class does not make you feel unwelcome. There's no need, he said, slightly awkwardly. I'm used to it at any rate. Please don't concern yourself with it. As he talked, the remainder of the equipment he brought was put back in the bag he held, and he strapped on the rest of his modified gear. When they asked, he cited the rules for the support corps students, and that he was allowed to do the same for his quirk. One student brought up how his voice was more normal than online. He'd managed to make it warp slightly without a voice changer, but they still picked up on how different it was, and managed to convince them that it was a result of practice. It was technically the truth. He had practiced to get it to work the way he did, and they seemed to accept that he just didn't talk to people often enough to warrant it. Several people asked again why he didn't attend UA personally. The answer he gave was that he lived too far away and that the route he took would be too far for his family to allow it. They bought that too, and he couldn't help but wonder if things were going too smoothly. At some point, staff members began rounding up the students for their grand entry into the main arena, escorting Class 1A to the front. From the entryway, he could hear Present Mike hyping up the crowd with his usual temperament, right as the staff weaving through the rows of students whispered for them to get going. Right at the front of the group, Izuku set foot onto the UA turf, almost balking at the sight of the crowd that greeted him. He'd yet to actually go to a sports tournament or anything that would put him even close to a crowd this large, and he was expected to perform here. Mike introduced the other groups, from the other Hero Course students to the Gen Ed course and the business students as they all stepped out of their respective entrances to gather in the center, where there was a raised platform with a podium where Midnight was standing, whip in hand. "And now," she announced, "the introductory speech." Izuku grimaced and looked away from the stage. Luckily, he wasn't the only one who thought that maybe the R-rated hero should not be doing the welcome speech for a bunch of teenagers. "Someone should talk to Miss Midnight about what she's wearing," Kirishima said, his cheeks faintly red. Kaminari nodded next to him, also sporting the same blush. "Yeah, that costume should come with a warning. Is it really appropriate apparel for a high school game?" Letting out a breath of relief, Izuku very pointedly ignored the reactions of the rest of his classmates and the other students that were speaking far too vulgar for his taste. "Silence, everyone!" Midnight cracked her whip to the side, which made the majority of the student body obey. Deku couldn't help but think that she looked rather angry for the occasion. "And for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo." The only person who didn't seem surprised by the announcement was, in fact, Bakugo, who pushed past Deku and his classmates without a single word. Muttering sprang back up, mostly aimed at the Hero Course students, among the dirty looks thrown their way. Deku was probably the only one who wasn't really surprised by the animosity, but he did agree that it was probably Kachan's fault they felt that way. Silence fell across the arena. Bakugo waited, patiently, for the talking to simmer down before he opened his mouth. "I just want to say," he said, slower than he usually spoke, "I'm gonna win." For a moment, people were quiet. All Izuku could do was let out a big sigh before the students behind him burst into yells. "Why would you be so disrespectful?" Ida exclaimed, stepping out of the crowd as he did so. "You're representing us all." Bakugo barely turned back around. "Not my fault, you're just stepping stones to my victory." Sighing, Izuku just shook his head. Maybe it wasn't exactly what he expected, but it was so painfully Kachan that he really didn't have any words. The rest of the class clearly just wasn't used to his antics, because they were still surprised when he pulled something like this. It wasn't quite confidence, because the old Bakugo would have laughed while saying that. It was still just like him to drag the rest of their class into his mess. Ignoring the rest of the students who were still clearly moments away from rioting, Midnight flipped her whip over her shoulder and announced the choosing of the first game. Instead of lots, like they usually did, they had a virtual wheel, like a slot machine. A sudden thought struck him that maybe he could mess with it. He dismissed it just as quickly in case it got him in trouble. Among the rest of the students, they watched and they stared as it slowed to a stop. There were a few other interesting selections, but the arrow finally settled on an obstacle course. Of all the things they could have picked, it was an obstacle course? Glancing at his classmates, he wasn't surprised to see that none of them seemed to share his sentiment. Of course, they all had physical quirks that could handle the brunt of whatever UA would throw at them. He was the only one at a disadvantage here, at least when it came to the hero students. The general education course, though, all held the same disgruntled looks on their faces. Most of them didn't have the best quirks suited for mobility either. It was possible that some of them would be promoted to the hero course if they did well here. Quirks that worked against humans and not robots would be the most likely to advance. But to do so they'd have to demote hero course students. And that, most likely, would be him. He doubted Nizu would allow that, but it was still a possibility. It was better to have a villain in a course surrounded by heroes. But he'd have to do well here if he didn't want to be thrown out. What use would the Gen Ed course be to him? All 11 classes will be participating. Midnight announced, and Izuku started to pay attention again, and the course will be around the perimeter of this arena, about 4 kilometers. She liked her lips, and not for the first time he rolled his eyes. Our school's selling point is freedom. So as long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. As the crowd let out a roar of approval, Midnight directed the students to a gate off to the side that, now that she was pointing it out, was more obvious than he'd expected given that Izuku didn't even notice it upon their entry. The group of students gathered around the massive entryway, waiting while the crowd cheered and screamed. Lights at the top of the door slowly flickered off one by one in a visual countdown, and the gates slowly began to open. The first test, he thought. The doorway was narrow, and the tunnel beyond it was absolutely suffocating. He didn't have a quirk to break through it, so he relented and allowed himself to be shoved and thrown around before they were released into the open. Barely anyone could even use their quirks in that tight of a space without injuring one another, and yet that still didn't stop his classmates. Todoroki burst through the crowd in an early lead, letting his ice freeze everyone else where they stood. Following him closely were Bakugo, not unexpectedly, Kirishima, Aoyama, and Yaozu, using their quirks to break free and keep running. Luckily, Izuku, along with the majority of his class, didn't get stuck. They charged right ahead with the skill and confidence using their quirks that could only be obtained from the incident at the USJ. From the look on his classmate's face, Todoroki hadn't expected so many people to dodge the ice. He still kept running. As Izuku tried his best to keep his footing on the ice, he noticed something else. A tingling in the back of his mind, like a voice was speaking to him that he couldn't hear. Like a dog whistle, it screwed with his ears, making him stumble and his stride falter. Something was coming. A moment later, Mineta was slammed out of the air by a massive robot, one of the faux villains from the entrance exam. 3 large mechs appeared in front of them, stalling even Todoroki, the same as the zero-pointer robots. Had he picked up on their presence? That was new. With his prior experience with All for One, Deku didn't trust the feeling enough to wonder if it was his doing or his employer's. Either one was possible, and Izuku wasn't going to put it past him to try something on live television. He'd just have to grit his teeth and keep going. Class 1A didn't hesitate when it came down to close combat, and they broke through the mechanical ranks in only a few seconds despite how more and more seemed to appear every moment. Following close behind, Deku snagged a large piece of the exoskeleton and tied it over his back to continue running, falling slightly behind as he did so. He didn't know what was coming up, and it didn't hurt to be prepared. The rest of the race was slow. With the piece of equipment he stole from the robot, it slowed him down and left other classes and students passing him, but it was his shield, and it worked. It certainly didn't help when he reached that massive chasm, and he was regretting picking it up by the time he reached the other side. His class had pulled ahead, but he was being left behind. Deku grit his teeth and kept hauling the piece of metal, cursing himself all the while. The minefield, though, was where it really turned in his favor. The mines weren't harmful, but they did have potential to be big if there was a chain reaction. Where the students were the most careful was the start, and that meant he had a lot of them to work with to use as a propellant to get to the start. While everyone now catching up made their way across the field carefully, passing him quickly, he dug, seizing all the mines he could with just enough force that he didn't actually set them off. Once he had a mound of them, as others were nearing the end of the race, he took the piece he had taken from the robot and braced it underneath him. It only took a split second for the mines to set off. Between one moment and the next, Izuku was suddenly hundreds of meters above his competitors and hurtling toward the end of the race at breakneck speed. Maybe he hadn't entirely thought this through. He'd neglected to figure out the landing, and changing direction midair was nigh impossible. Crap, he thought, watching Todoroki and Bakugo, who had stopped fighting now that he had overtaken them, and were quickly gaining. I'm losing speed. They were still on the minefield though, and if nothing else, it could cushion his fall. He was close enough to the ground that it was his only option. And if he couldn't take back the lead, the least he could do was make sure that neither of them made it in front of him. He seized the cord hanging loose from the metal plate he carried, and the moment his feet hit his 2 competitors' backs, He took every ounce of strength in his body and slammed it down into the minefield. It lit up instantly, and with that he was blasted forward to the other side. Izuku hit the ground in a roll, barely taking the time to right himself before he was running once more. It wouldn't take long before Bakugo and Todoroki managed to recover from the shock and follow. They were both faster than he was. His breath was coming out in short gasps. Attempting to regulate it was doing nothing for him. He hadn't expended this much energy running in a while, and that was after all the training he'd been doing with Stain. Somehow, this festival knocked the wind out of him in the first round. Up ahead, there it was. Another tunnel, just like the one at the start where many of their peers were probably still stuck in the ice. And on the other side was his salvation, the end of this godforsaken race. Right behind him were Bakugo and Todoroki, only a few steps away. Izuku pressed on, forcing himself to move faster. Made it to the tunnel. Just a few more steps. With a sigh of relief, he crossed the barrier back to their starting point, his feet skidding in the dirt as he attempted to slow down. Narrowly almost losing his balance, he stumbled to a stop on shaky legs, bent over. And the first one back in the arena is Izumura Shigaraki. Kachan and Todoroki came second and third, and he'd actually underestimated how close they were to him given that it still took a few seconds for them to reach him. Bakugo just huffed and turned away, grumbling, but Todoroki met his gaze as he recovered from the haphazard flight. "You've been holding out on us," he said, and there was the smallest hint of a smile in his lips. Deku shrugged, his shoulders still heaving and chest short of breath. "Can't move with my quirk," he said, wheezing. "Gotta be a little handy." The next round, as the remnants of the students began to file in, was announced to be a cavalry battle. And Deku had been stuck with a 10 million point value on his head, with the entirety of the student body gunning for him. As such, nobody wanted to team up. He couldn't say he blamed them, so instead Izuku approached a few of his classmates in the hopes that they might take pity on him. His first pick was Ida, but was very quickly turned down for a reason he didn't much pay attention to. Then he found his next choices, a good combination of defense and offense of those left who hadn't yet selected teams. Uraraka, because of her gravity quirk, and maybe he wanted someone he knew a little better, Mei Hatsum, from the support course. He'd seen her in action during the race, she was good, and Tokoyami from his class, with Dark Shadow as their shield. Talking out the plan with the others convinced them to follow his lead, and with their cooperation it worked beautifully. Hatsum's inventions helped them out a lot, and the people from Class 1A who had held on to his gear suddenly found themselves shocked with a high enough voltage to stun them, but not nearly enough to kill. He'd scared himself for a moment after he activated one of them, only to realize that they kept the pack in a front pocket on their chest, and freaked out thinking he accidentally stopped their heart. Thank God it was Kirishima, and his hardening quirk stopped it from being fully effective. Izuku's headband did end up stolen in the last minute, and in a frantic bid to get it back they ended up grabbing one. Worth only a few points. Tokoyami, as it turned out, had managed to get Dark Shadow to snag another one worth several hundred while they were in close. Though it didn't work out exactly like he imagined, that last headband landed them a spot in the final game. For the first time in a while, Izuku could have cried of pure joy. Their next game, the individual battles, was just like all the other sports festivals prior. Unluckily enough, Izuku was going first, set against a Gen Ed core student named Hitoshi Shinso. He'd gotten the chance to observe Shinso's brainwashing ability previously, even if he didn't know how to counter it. That was where Ojiro came in to be quite helpful with the information on how the quirk was even activated. That was probably his main upper hand. He didn't raise his hackles just because someone tried to provoke him. And nobody truly knew his personality, anyway, so Shinso wouldn't even have that to work with. Going first for the battles didn't bother him either. If he lost, it was more time to just relax and wander through the school he technically attended. Or he could sit with his classmates and take notes on their abilities and how they used them. The analysis aspect of his work was one of his favorites, and with the amount of time he'd poured into each and every pro hero in Japan, he could safely say that he knew most heroes off the top of his head and could write a full report on how their quirk functioned. Shinsu's quirk, though, seemed to be triggered by a response to some kind of question, and broken either by will or by some kind of interruption of the target's concentration. But if Deku kept his mouth shut, he'd be alright. When it came down to combat without quirks, he could win that. When they finally faced each other in the arena, Shinso seemed to try the tactic Izuku had expected. He didn't seem to be well versed in combat, so he stayed away, trying to aggravate him in the hopes that it would stop his advance, and it did not. Izuku made it to Shinso without any issue, and successfully managed to grab him with a hard enough grip that his opponent couldn't pull away. Even as Shinso kicked and scratched, he wasn't a match for Deku. Wordlessly, Izuku shoved him out of the arena and turned away. "Your quirk," he said, "doesn't work on people who know how it works." After Shinso was his fight with Todoroki, and he certainly had no way to beat him. But he tried anyway, praying that the glamour of the quirk used on him wouldn't fade, and knowing that Todoroki was suspicious when scratches didn't show up on his skin even if he clearly lifted a hand to the injury. He wasn't frozen in a block of ice like Zero, but he did get knocked into the far wall, out of bounds. Overall, he wasn't really upset with how things turned out, but he did say something to Todoroki as they passed each other when Todoroki decided to make sure he wasn't injured too badly. "Your fire is your own power," he said. "Not anyone else's." Todoroki didn't reply, but his walk was a little more stiff when he left the area. With the sports festival now over for him, Deku settled in to watch the rest of the matchups. The whole point of this was to show off their talents in the hopes that they'd get scouted by hero agencies, but he knew his quirk wasn't particularly flashy. In fact, he hadn't gotten much of a chance to show it off at all. Most of his obstacles were human, and that was not particularly where he excelled. The robots, at least, were enough to show what he could do. He didn't anticipate a work study to begin with, and he hoped that no heroes scouted him. They wouldn't accept his excuse of needing to work remotely, and he didn't even have a hero uniform yet, since he'd refused to come in for measurements. It probably didn't stop their design team from coming up with something, anyway. Uraraka sat next to him. Her match had already happened, and from the beginning there was no possible way she'd win that round. While her strength was recognizable, it was nothing next to Bakugo. Fighting him only ended in disaster, he knew. He still had the scars to show for it. Ida's round had been minutes before. He'd lost to Todoroki with a move that nobody really had been expecting, only seconds from throwing him out of bounds. That put Bakugo and Todoroki as the matchup for the finals, and Izuku couldn't wait to see that fight. They'd both put on a show. It took a few moments, but Ida joined them shortly, before receiving a phone call that he insisted he had to take. Never before had he actually stepped out on school, and especially not for a message. His behavior was suspicious. And Deku was nosy. Instead of perhaps a reasonable solution, like ignoring it and waiting for his newfound friend to come back, he did what he did best, and pulled up his phone to remotely access whatever message Ida was so stricken with. The security he had around it was laughable at best, and it took only a moment of using his quirk to get in. Luckily, he still had an earpiece that nobody really took notice of, and he was able to tap into the call. "Your brother," a woman's voice said, and Izuku assumed it was his mother. "A villain got him." He froze. Ingenium, Ida's older brother, was one of the heroes that Stain had requested information on. Deku had provided it willingly, knowing that it was likely that he'd be attacked. In broad daylight, though? That was new. By all accounts, this could have been any other villain, but something about him said that this wasn't normal. Stain's reasons hadn't been looked into, but Izuku knew enough about the hero. With 65 sidekicks, Ingenium was practically running his own company. He hadn't necessarily done anything wrong, but a proper hero wouldn't need that many just to get by. It was commercializing heroes, which the hero killer absolutely hated. Deku didn't really like it either, but he wasn't about to go murder a hero just because of it. Izuku looked back up at Ida when he reapproached, at the expression on his face, at his body language. He was probably going to do something stupid. It's what Izuku would have done if his mother had been in their place. Find them, and make them rue the day they ever attempted to hurt Deku. "I have to go," Ida said, and he left swiftly, barely giving them a chance to protest. They simply watched him go, Uraraka sitting confused next to him. Of course, she didn't have the context. For all of 5 seconds, he debated telling her about what he found. Then he shook it off as compromising to his alter ego. "Friend." After 2 whole years, And the first one he met, he nearly spilled his guts too. Maybe he needed to keep his mouth shut more. "What's that about?" she asked him. "I don't know," Izuku lied. "We can check on him later." Setting his phone to alert him to Ida's new messages, he turned his attention back to the sports festival. Like he expected, Kachan won, though he didn't particularly seem happy about it. That wasn't new. Some weeks later, the other students were happily settling into their internships, and Izuku had not gotten a singular offer. It wasn't entirely unexpected, and he was relieved that his limited free time wouldn't become even more backed up if they expected a lot from him. The heroes saw he was resourceful, but ultimately they didn't really need someone behind the scenes. He'd be better off as a support engineer, which he knew. But the hero course got the most attention, and that meant that their programs were better funded. Unfortunately, he was required to do an internship. Luckily, Nizu had extended an offer, and he gladly took it up. Nizu wasn't technically a hero, but his talents were more well-suited to what the principal had in mind. He kept a close eye on who his classmates had selected. Bakugo went to one of the top heroes, which wasn't unexpected. Todoroki went to his father. Uraraka went to Gunhead, and the other girls went to various agencies that had agreed to accept UA's interns. But Ida, on the other hand, went to a hero he had never heard of named Manuel, who was based in Hosu. And Izuku knew that he'd gotten better offers elsewhere. It didn't take a genius to figure out what he was planning. Since his evenings were free as of recently, Deku suited up and took to the streets, traveling almost 2 hours just to get there without alerting Kurojairi, thankfully, only around 30 minutes from where he set up camp in the apartment he was gifted. The rooftops were the safest for him, so that was where he remained, across the street from Manuel's agency, waiting for him and Ida to head out on patrol. The hero killer, before now, had killed 17 heroes and injured 23 more beyond recovery. Given that this was his first attack in Hosu, he would attack at least 3 times more before moving to another city. This was well known, well recognized from the news reports that ran across the country warning civilians about him. And for someone whose work relied on getting information, it was frustrating how little else Deku could find and use against him. He had his name, his origin, vague details on what his quirk probably was. With the details on heroes that Stain had requested, and his own analysis of the strike patterns, he knew enough to know where he was likely to go, but not where he was going to be. Stain avoided cameras, had a limited internet presence, and even then that was only used to contact Deku for information. What seemed like the moment Ida and Manuel stepped outside the agency, a message popped up in the corner of his vision from Kurojairi. Kurojairi didn't often message him, and it was only in situations where he was needed, or assignments from All for One. For the most part, it was just Izuku asking for lifts when he got into tight spots. "We have the hero killer. How would you suggest contact?" Deku just rolled his eyes. The hero killer hated people like Tamura. Whatever happened wouldn't be good, and it also, at the very least, would not be on him. He's more noble than you are. He will not like Tamura, nor do I think it would be a good idea to get him involved with the League. Have fun dealing with that. Let him figure out what that means. He continued to follow Ida's patrol, pausing occasionally as the heroes stopped to give some kind of lecture. Manuel's comms mic was off, he'd already checked, and though he probably could hack into their phones to listen in, he didn't particularly feel like doing it. Listening in all the time, while informative, was no fun. And this way he could continue to run across rooftops undisturbed by the stream of chatter in his ear. They were still walking 3 hours later, and Deku was tired. Kurojairi had yet to respond, and there was nothing going on around the city, still on high alert from the Ingenium incident. It might be about time to turn in, or ask Kurojairi to retrieve him. There was no way he'd be able to get back to the apartment Nizu had given him with how far away he was, and taking the bullet train was just asking for trouble. Oh, and he needed to pick up something to eat. He'd been forgetting to do that recently. An explosion probably a mile away made him curse himself for jinxing it. The building he was on shuddered, and he braced himself against the edge to try and steady himself. It, thankfully, did not collapse. He was probably overreacting, but he caught a quick sight of what had to be a Nomu. Of course, Tamura was in this city too. Below him, Manuel raised a hand to his ear, and very quickly motioned for Ida to follow. Still keeping an eye on them, Deku watched Ida pause, staring down an alleyway, before splitting off without alerting the hero. There must be a new victim, then, if Stain was the one that drew him away. Ida ran, and Deku followed close behind. There wasn't even much of a distance he had to travel, unless you counted his detour because of the wide street that he had to cross. It meant that he only arrived after the first confrontation, with the hero native on the ground, slumped, and Ida, helmetless, also down, with a sword pointed between his eyes. Frozen. He hadn't heard what was going on, but it was enough. Izuku liked Stain and what he stood for, but he couldn't just watch and sit by while he killed a student. He was just a kid. Hero killer, he said suddenly, his voice warping, standing on the fire escape above. Leave this one alone. He's just a boy. The two seemed slightly startled, which told Deku that Stain hadn't been paying attention. His arrival hadn't exactly been quiet, but it gave him the time to drop down into the alleyway between them and raise his arm in front of Ida, like a parent shielding a child. The sword was lowered but not sheathed. Grabbing for his knife behind his back, but not yet pulling it out, Deku spoke again. The motion was noticed. This one is still learning. Trying to kill him now won't be beneficial to your goal. What are you doing? Ida hissed behind him. This isn't your fight. It is when you both decided to be here tonight, he announced, slightly louder than he needed. Stain, finish off that hero. If you must, but I want you out of this city and to leave the kid alone, or I will end our contract here. This, it seemed, didn't sway his teacher. If you stand in my way, I will purge you too, Stain warned. The weaker one will be called, Deku replied back easily. You've said this many times. I may be weaker than you, hero killer, but you know when you're outmatched. Izuku pulled and raised his knife, held in a backwards grip just like Stain had taught him. Releasing your information to the police will not dissuade you, but I'm sure a few people wouldn't take kindly to being on your hit list. And there are heroes who know my location, which means they can track you too. Stain narrowed his eyes. Deku remained still, locked in the standoff. He couldn't back down here, even as Ida was telling him to get away, and the hero watched him cautiously. With every second that ticked by, he could feel his nerves grow. Half of this was a bluff. There was no way he stood any sort of chance against the person he'd been sneaking out to train with. He wouldn't say that Stain was a terrible person. Hours, days spent with him showed enough. But Deku also couldn't say that he was a particularly good one either. One couldn't be a good person and be content with murdering others, even for societal change. But Izuku also wasn't a good person, so he couldn't condemn Stain for acting on the impulses he'd long repressed. People like you are among those I hate most, the hero killer finally said. You defend false heroes who have no place in this society. And you are incapable of believing that people can change, especially children. I won't stand for it, no matter what noble goals you may have. He took a step forward, keeping his guard up, and curled his other hand into a fist. So I will take you on if you attack. To keep others safe. Because that is the job of a hero, isn't it? For a moment, he waited, with tense shoulders and a tight jaw, for the hero killer to lunge. His grip on the knife was possibly just too tight, which hindered movement. He couldn't help that, so he stayed still, bent his knees, and awaited the attack. Instead, the hero killer sheathed his sword. Very well, he said. Ooh, you are worth keeping alive. He turned around, pointedly glanced at the hero still on the ground, and said, Thank the boy. He is the only reason you still breathe. There was only silence as he walked away. With Stain now gone, and Ida still frozen on the ground, Deku turned to him, ignoring the hero still bleeding out against the wall. The injury wasn't too bad, since Ida had gotten involved before Stain could finish him off. He'd recover, though whether he'd return to hero work remained to be seen. Tenya Ida, he began, with as much authority as he could muster, the hero killer is correct. Letting your anger guide your actions will not serve you well to become a proper hero. It was this much that Ida had to understand. Because if he didn't, he would never survive. Ida's fingers twitched. It seemed the quirk was wearing off. And what's it to you? Because taking the wrong path will leave its own marks, and you will not like what they appear as. As he spoke, the side of his face seemed to burn. Neither of them said another word until the newfound ingenium was able to unsteadily rise. He was wary, but didn't attack. That was a good sign. With Ida up and walking, still injured, it wouldn't do to have him take the injured hero. "I'll take him," Deku said, and Ida did not argue. He didn't have the strength to pick him up completely, so he directed Ida to take one arm, and he took the other, shouldering the majority of the weight. It was better than the alternative. He had silenced the radio chatter running through his helmet, so he turned it back on for a moment, long enough to break in and communicate to the ones in the area that he had a student and a hero injured and needed them taken for medical care. There was just silence in response. "Who is this?" someone said, and it was a voice he didn't recognize. Then again, it wasn't like he ran voice recognition to figure out what heroes were speaking. Maybe it was about time he started. "This is Deku," he said simply. "I have Tenya, Ida, and Native with me, both injured by the hero killer. I need heroes to meet up to take them." There was a pause. "What happened to the hero killer?" "I scared him off," Deku replied, "possibly out of the city. These two need medical attention. I will escort them to anyone nearby." Someone else came over the line. "Deku the hacker? What the hell are you doing out here?" "Let that be my business." He paused and took a deep breath. "We are by an alley a block over from the metro station. Tell me where you're located and I'll bring them your direction." The hero confirmed with him where to go, and Deku turned to Ida. "Ida, the heroes are aware. Let's go." The comms remained silent the entire walk over, but the hero still slumped over his shoulder did not. "Deku?" he slurred, his chin still low and barely putting one foot in front of the other. Every few steps seemed to cause him to stumble, legs weak. His injuries were more severe than Izuku thought, at his very quick glance. "Who? Jay?" "Yes," Deku interrupted, and tightened his grip on the hero's wrist. "You shouldn't have heard of me. I'm surprised. That being said, you've lost a lot of blood, so I'd recommend you stay quiet and focus on breathing." "You're young," Native said. "Not an adult." "Does that matter?" "You're still a villain," Ida cut in. "Yet you saved us." "I'm more mercenary than villain, but I suppose that's where I'm classified." Deku tugged them around a corner, and Ida followed wordlessly. The civilians in the area had, seemingly, cleared out. "Vigilante, officially, since I work with both heroes and villains, but you're free to consider me whatever you want." He wasn't quite sure why he cared to give all this information, but he tried to not let it bother him. So what if his tongue was a little loose? Ida didn't have information that the heroes could use to find him. If he was lucky, it wouldn't even be passed on because of how dismissive it was. Ida opened his mouth to speak again, barely let out anything more than a squeak, and then closed it. Deku said, "That's enough. We'll get you two to the heroes." Of course it wasn't that easy. Waiting for him as they rounded the corner of the meeting location was not only the hero Ida was interning with, Manuel, but several others he recognized, and his classmate Todoroki. Along with Endeavor. "Sheet," he said under his breath, and his steps faltered. Ida, who noticed, stopped as well, staring. "Heroes." Astute observation, Deku wanted to say, but he didn't. Izuku had plans. Getting caught by Endeavor of all heroes would upset them, and it was highly likely that where they stood would get him killed. Endeavor didn't hold back against vigilantes, and there was a reason that those who were taken in by him developed an aversion to fire. Manuel noticed them, and curse him pointed them out to the other heroes. Caught like a deer in the headlights, Deku wanted nothing more than to drop Native's arm and bolt, but that would only earn him a chase he knew he couldn't get out of. Endeavor was the number 2 hero for a reason, and no matter how fast he ran or how many gadgets he used, Deku couldn't get away. If he did, it would only be pure dumb luck. "Ida," the hero called, and took a few steps forward, intent on rushing over. Behind his back, Deku released one of his hands holding Native, and reached for his knife. It was mostly a precaution, but he wouldn't hesitate to take one of his 2 companions hostage if it meant that he could leave. The motion didn't go unnoticed, and Manuel halted, hands outstretched. "You're Deku?" he asked, and Izuku nodded. His limbs were faintly trembling, and he tensed to try and stiffen them. He hated instances like this. He hated people. I am, Deku confirmed. As I said, the others need medical attention. Take them before native bleeds out. The hero tried to approach again, and Deku let them, transferring native over and just as quickly taking a smooth few steps back that hopefully didn't seem as panicked as he felt. He nodded to the hero, and Ida gave him a small bow, thanking him profusely. Satisfied, and more than slightly glad that the other heroes had decided to stay behind, Deku turned around and began to walk away. Somewhere close by, he could make it to the rooftops and lay low until they were gone. Where do you think you're going? Deku paused, and forced his body to not show the tension in his shoulders. He didn't turn around either, staying still in a silent power bid, just like with Stain. I believe I made that quite clear. I'm leaving. You don't really think that I'd let a villain go, do you, Deku? What I think, Endeavor, is that I've done nothing to you or any of the heroes present. I saved these two from the hero killer, and I've only acted to your benefit. He took another few daring steps away, and then darted to the side just in time. A ball of fire sailed past where his body had been a moment prior, and then he was running. Endeavor, wait dash, someone called out, and there was a whoosh of air as, presumably, Endeavor took to the skies to pursue. That's a waste of power on someone who doesn't have a movement quirk, Izuku thought as he dipped into a smaller alleyway that the hero would have a harder time getting through. A few civilians lingered on the other side, but they froze once he emerged, scanning his surroundings before running to the left. Taking to the rooftops would allow him to travel a little better, but it didn't do much against someone that could fly. If anything, it would just make him more likely to be caught. There were no civilians he could worry about up there. Do you? Without warning, another ball of fire struck his shoulder. For a brief moment, all he could feel was a searing hot pain as the flames burned through his uniform like it was paper. It made him stumble, his steps faltering. A hand now grabbing at his shirt, trying to pat out the embers that lingered, Izuku pressed on, not daring to stay put a moment longer. Luckily it mostly struck the metal plate on his back, which he knew might screw with his cloaking tech. A quick glance at his heads-up display confirmed that it was offline. There went his one chance at making it out of this situation. Still running, he passed several starstruck civilians watching him nurse his injured shoulder. He pulled his hand away, slightly sticky and aching, and tapped the side of his helmet. "Tamura," he said, praying that it would connect. He didn't see any indication that it hadn't. "Tamura, this is urgent, I know you're in the area. Is Kurogyari with you?" There was only silence. He smacked the side of his helmet a few more times frantically. "Tamura! Tamura!" When that failed, he tried to connect to someone else. "Kurogyari, are you there?" Of course, there was nothing. Perfect. Just what he needed when the number 2 hero was hot on his heels, running through the streets. "Deku!" Endeavor thundered, and he quickly changed direction in the hopes that he could get Endeavor grounded and chasing by foot. That was the only area he stood a chance. Or possibly get inside a civilian-filled building, but that would only be cornering himself. Options, Izuku, options. Where can you go? His eyes very quickly swiveled from left to right and back again, every so often throwing a glance over his shoulder to see how close the hero was following. Finally, yes, Endeavor seemed to realize that following on foot would be easier and less taxing. He had a limit. Deku just had to make him reach it, as if that was an easy task. The only hope here was that Endeavor was blind enough with his rage that he'd overexert himself and leave Deku alone. Something else was flying behind him. He could hear the beat of wings in the air. Another hero, probably, one that agreed with Endeavor and wasn't paying attention to the pressing issue in Hosu, the building still going up in flames and being destroyed. Deku shouldn't be a priority, since he wasn't targeting civilians. What seemed like twin blades seemed to tear into each shoulder, and then Deku was being lifted up, caught by the winged creature. He let out an embarrassing squeak, already thrashing. Upon looking up, he realized that it was a Nomu. Was this sent by Tamura, or did it just grab him because he was in the area? "Put me down," he shrieked, only slightly relieved that his voice changer was still working as it should. Trying to kick and struggle was only making it tighten its grip. "Nomu, release me!" It was no use. The Nomus weren't designed to take orders from him. His only option was to somehow break free and hope that the fall wouldn't injure him too badly. He still had his knife. Injuring it should be enough to make it let go by reflex. With his limited flexibility, given how it was grabbing his shoulders, Deku shifted around the talons embedded in his skin to grab for his knife. It was only kept behind his back for storage's sake, and not at his side, and only now did he regret it, when there were nails digging through his tissue and every movement just made them tear more. But the moment he got a hold of the hilt, he just grit his teeth, prayed for a moment that it would work, and threw up his arm to stab the Nomu in the leg before they were high enough in the air. Contrary to what he was expecting, it worked. The Nomu screeched loudly and let him go. The knife, still in its leg, made an unpleasant squelch as it dragged through the muscle down to the foot before ripping free. There was a building underneath him, but he was still a good 20 meters up from it. There was nothing to do but try to put his training to the test and roll out of it. Even with the plating, he still had that functioned essentially as armor. Flipping around midair like a cat, he loosened his muscles and braced himself for landing. He hit the rooftop, felt the shock travel up his legs and rolled, slamming his arms down either side to help take some of the impact. A few sounds, the crunch of glass, the crack as his helmet split hit his ears, but he was alive. The training had worked, but it only served to keep him down, sore, and easy pickings for whatever hero decided to take him in. He had to move. They'd find him otherwise. When Endeavor managed to track his location, all he found was a patch of blood and the shattered remains of the back of his helmet. The rest, still broken but resting on his face, was only a story below from where Deku had managed to drag himself down the stairs, propped up against the column. He could hear the sound above, breathing heavily despite the pain in his chest. Luckily, the hero didn't look too closely and left shortly after. Deku stayed still for a while before he deemed it safe enough to move. Without the use of his quirk, keeping out of the sight of heroes was enough of a challenge. Endeavor, though, had neglected to tell others to remain in the area to catch him as he escaped. He dragged himself to the subway to travel just a little closer to his apartment, grateful that it was nearly empty. The people inside would report him, surely, but he couldn't keep moving too much. As it was, he could barely walk. It was all he could do to keep the broken helmet covering his face, and his bright green hair was still poking out the back. There was nothing he could cover without sacrificing something else. And that detective already knew he was Deku, anyway. By the time he made it, safely, back to the apartment to clean up and bandage the injuries from the fights, he was limping over what was probably a fracture and his hand held against the thankfully not terrible burns on his shoulder. The punctures from the Nomu were still aching, but not deep enough to be worried about. It didn't hinder his unburned shoulder too badly. They probably didn't even need to be covered. He'd just clean it up as neatly as possible and leave it exposed to heal. It shouldn't need stitches. Some of his tech had malfunctioned, and the cloaking device he'd used previously was all but scrap from the amount of hits it had taken as practically a shield. He shrugged it off as soon as possible so it didn't spark and potentially burn him more. Right after that came his gear strapped around his forearms, which thankfully were nothing more than scratched. He didn't carry too much on him at any given time, and most of his useful tech was in the now broken remnants of his helmet, which he threw to the side. He'd repair that later, after he got some kind of temporary mask to keep his identity concealed. The edges of his suit were singed, and not for the first time that night he cursed himself for not making it fire-resistant. He knew that he'd draw the attention of top heroes, but to be fair, he didn't expect to be right in the nick of things. His quirk wasn't suited for combat or for chases, and while he stayed out often to watch hero fights, Izuku didn't expect to stay around long enough for them to notice that he was ever there. Deku had more experience looking after burns than he wanted to admit, but even then he still didn't really know how to look after injuries. While he did many things for his clients, and good at much more, he wasn't great with medical training. His knowledge was barely better than the average person, and even in this society that wasn't saying much. He staggered into the bathroom and removed his destroyed jacket and shirt, tossing them to the floor carelessly. Looking at it in the mirror, the burn wasn't too bad, nothing he'd have to ask for help with from Recovery Girl. It still throbbed and was a very angry red, but from what he remembered, it wasn't anything terrible. A cool cloth that he ran under cold water helped a lot. There was a first aid kit left under the sink, but it wasn't much, and half the stuff inside he didn't think would be useful. There was a gel that he eyed, but he left the burns alone for the time being. There was no way he'd be able to wrap that with one arm. His leg was much harder to deal with, since he didn't even know what was wrong. Surely it would be fine if he stayed off it, right? It would at least get partially healed, and he would be able to walk just fine if he left it alone. The league would probably get on his butt about it, but ultimately they couldn't do much if they didn't have a healer, and they certainly wouldn't like that he was going to the heroes for healing. He rolled up the hem of his pants and grimaced. It was already bruising, an ugly shade of purple and blue blossoming across his shin. Yeah, that was probably broken, but there was no bone coming out of the skin, and he wasn't crying just from standing on it, albeit with only about 10% of his weight. That had to be a good sign, right? This apartment didn't have any of his normal clothes, and he had neglected to take any with him when he went out. Carrying a backpack while doing vigilante work was just asking for trouble. So, with nothing else, he just rolled his pants back down and stumbled his way back to the couch, leaving everything else in the bathroom. Sleep should help, but he wasn't exactly tired. And he was hungry, but he couldn't exactly leave the place looking like he did. Izuku glanced over his good shoulder to the small kitchen. If he was lucky, like he was with the first aid kit, it might be stocked with something he could at least heat up in the microwave. Something small and light. Nothing fresh, but he'd been practically living off ramen noodles and the occasional proper meal at a cafe when he went out to do work. A little more processed food wouldn't hurt more than he already was. He groaned. Just the thought of getting up again felt like climbing a mountain. Maybe he was more tired than he thought, if his head was spinning this quickly. Food could wait, at least until standing didn't make his head throb and his vision practically triple. Before he passed out, though, he needed to check his phone. Izuku struggled to pull it from his pocket, and internally cursed when he noticed that the screen was shattered. Just one more thing he had to deal with, but at least the text on the screen was still readable, however barely. He didn't want to use his quirk for something like this, not right now. Deku couldn't explain it, but somehow he knew that if he were to dive in, he'd be detected by all for one. That wouldn't be a pleasant conversation after he'd spent the last few weeks avoiding him. There were 2 new emails that had popped up in his inbox. The first was, in fact, from Nizu, apparently having noticed via a motion detector that he had entered the complex, which meant he needed to find and disable it as soon as possible, and was asking if he was all right. The news couldn't have gotten to him that quickly, so for now the principal couldn't know of his injuries. It would show up later that night on the news, and then the world would know who Deku was. But that was a concern for tomorrow's Izuku. The second email was from a hero agency, introducing themselves and offering him a position among them for a future work study, rather than an internship like his other classmates were doing. It hadn't been mentioned in class, but Izuku had followed the past few hero classes and noted the patterns they followed throughout the year. This was just the next step, and something he couldn't get out of. This agency, though, he knew. Specifically, the Night Eye Agency. Like most Friday nights, Inko felt numb. Friday nights used to be her and Izuku's night. It varied week to week, whether it was a game night or a movie night or simply one where they cooked together in their cramped kitchen, but it was their night. Their night, to simply exist, just the two of them. And it was these nights that the glaring absence in her home was most noticeable. To fill the void, Mitsuki had been inviting her over late in the evenings to eat dinner with Masaru and Katsuki. She'd occasionally help in the kitchen, but Inko was rarely allowed. Instead, she'd make idle chit-chat when Mitsuki forced a glass of wine into her hands and laughed with Masaru when he made a few jokes. The drink sometimes helped. Usually it didn't. Katsuki was normally silent. He only spoke when she asked him a question, and only then to appease his mother, who would smack him upside the head with a newspaper when he was being rude. The loss of Izuku had hit him hard as well, and it was a shame to see what used to be a loud, boisterous boy turn quiet. His personality was still brimming under the surface, but it was always held back and reserved. Sometimes, Inko wondered if her being around was nothing more than a constant reminder. The nights she was allowed to cook tended to be the bad days. They were the days where she'd go to work with a heavy heart and spend the day one dropped pen away from breaking down into tears. Those were the days where the moment she got home she crawled under the covers of her bed and buried her face into her pillow. She never picked up her ringing phone, listening as the call was hung up and started again, heard the vibration of each text going through. From then, it only took 30 minutes for Mitsuki to show up at her door and let herself in with the spare key that used to be Izuku's to drag Inko out of bed and out of the house. Then, she'd be kept busy in the kitchen, focusing more on the knife in her hands than the ache in her heart. She didn't cry as much anymore. One thing that had been shared between her and Izuku was that they were both the same kind of sensitive. They both cried rivers when they were sad, or happy, or so pent up of a mix of emotions that they couldn't properly express. Over the years he'd been gone, and gosh, it really had been 2 years already, that tendency had been lost to the throes of time. Losing her son was more than the worst pain she'd ever felt. Nothing else could make her spill tears like she used to except when something reminded her of Izuku. This Friday, Mitsuki was busy with something else, and wasn't in town. Masaru had still offered, and said she was welcome to come over, but she declined. The one advantage of her old friend being away was that she couldn't burst in and drag Inko out when all she felt like doing was curling up and hiding from the rest of the world. Friday night was now her night, but there was still no other way she could spend it but to sit at one end of the dining table, staring at the empty chair opposite her. 2 years hadn't stopped Inko from setting out a placemat and cutlery out in the hopes that he might come home. Even though he never would. Alone, she made the food they usually did on Friday's katsudon, Izuku's favorite, and took her plate to the table. There was too much food. She never stopped making enough for two. Today was Friday. They were the worst days. Inko took a bite of her pork and wiped away a stray tear. She was hungry, but food didn't feel particularly appetizing in that moment. It was still her Friday ritual, her little homage to her son, and she'd force it down no matter how painful the memories were. The food still had flavor, still had the taste she once loved, but every Friday it felt like ash in her mouth. More tears dripped down her face as she took another bite. The clock on the wall hit 7. Izuku would have been home an hour and a half earlier. Emotions still pressed on her lungs, but her chest didn't feel full of sadness. Instead, she was empty, like a deflated balloon. That's what she felt like, sometimes. 2 years of wallowing were enough for her to drop most of the weight she'd gained raising Izuku. Even Mitsuki said something worried. Inko was far from skin and bones, but sometimes that was how she felt. Like she was already gone, and piloting a body that was no longer her own. She stared at the bowl quietly and sniffled. The steam was still wafting off the pork. Maybe she'd already burned her mouth, and that was why it didn't taste like happier times. Almost like she'd been expecting for the last hour, a knock rang out from the front door. Inko dropped her chopsticks, food already forgotten. It wouldn't be Mitsuki at her door, but perhaps Masaru or one of her neighbors. They sometimes came over with food and ate with her after work. Sometimes, those meals were all that she'd managed to eat. The company was more than welcome, even though sometimes all she wanted was to sit on the couch and wail. "Coming," she called. "Just a minute." Inko didn't care to remove her apron, nor to dust off the flour coating her front, but she did very quickly run to the bathroom to wipe her eyes and pray that she could make it look less like she'd just been in tears. Nothing worked. She ended up pulling her hair down to halfway shadow her face. "Apologies," she said through the door, and turned the handle to pull it open. "Thank you for waiting." The sight of someone different at her door made her falter. She didn't recognize the man standing on the threshold on her home, a hat pressed to his chest and a briefcase in his hand. A somber position, she realized. The position of an apology. He bowed politely. "Good evening, Miss Midoriya. I apologize for the late hour. I am Detective Tsukachi from the police department. May we speak inside?" Her heart sank. Izuku had gone missing 2 years ago. At the start, she'd been hounded by police and detectives, constantly at her house at all hours of the day and night, asking her the same questions over and over with different phrasing and sometimes an undertone of disbelief when they realized that he was quirkless and she was submitting a police report. Quirkless children were always among those that tended to vanish. The last interaction she'd had was a year prior, and that was when the chief of police approached her to say that Izuku was declared dead, and that their investigation would cease unless someone came forward or a corpse was discovered. Having a detective here now meant that they must have found his body. She still nodded affirmation and opened the door wide enough to let him step inside. This wasn't the kind of conversation she wanted her neighbors overhearing or listening to her wail from the front steps when the detective revealed the worst. "I've made katsudon," she found herself offering, attempting to hide the way her voice seemed to want to quiver. "Would you like some?" If he truly was here to break the news about Izuku, she couldn't stand leaving that second portion to go bad when she inevitably spent the next week locked inside her bedroom. "No, thank you," he replied, like he didn't notice the pain in her face. He stepped into her home and waited for her to close the door and lead him to the living room. "I won't be here long." Inko tried to put on the bravest face she could muster and smiled at the detective as if there weren't dried tear tracks on her cheeks and red skin around her eyes. "Please sit. I'll make some tea." As Tsukachi took his seat, Izuku's seat, Inko picked up her hardly touched dinner and bustled off to the kitchen to, like she promised, make some tea. Heaven knows her hands needed something to do while they spoke. "Is there any preference for your tea?" She spoke from the kitchen, her back to him. She didn't feel like she could bear to make eye contact. "No," the man said, simply setting his hat down on the table. "Anything is fine." There was a beat of silence, during which Inko could hear him take a deep breath. She shut her eyes, clenching the edge of the counter. "Here it comes." "I'm not here by request of the department," he started, and wasn't that surprising. Of course the police wouldn't care to let her know that he was officially dead. "I just have a few questions. To begin, are you aware of the vigilante that appeared in Hosu the other night?" The sound of the kettle overflowing in the sink broke her out of her confusion. She opened her eyes, picked it up, poured out some of the excess, and placed it on top of the stove. Some of the tension in her body ebbed away, as it didn't seem immediately like this was about Izuku. Was she in some kind of trouble? Didn't he save a hero from the hero killer? He did, the detective confirmed. And a student from UA High. And oh, didn't that hurt? Izuku's dream school, the one he'd spent his life praying to get into. She even watched the sports festival this year, and felt herself pretending that she was rooting for a student that wasn't there. What was a student doing, fighting the hero killer? Inko asked, throwing a glance back at the table. The detective wasn't looking her way. She looked back at the sink, and watched the faucet slowly drip. Anything to keep her eyes off the man sitting in Izuku's chair. Tsukachi paused for a moment, contemplating. "Well, you've heard of Ingenium, the last hero that Stain attacked?" She hummed in confirmation. "I have. The student involved was his younger brother. This is strictly off the record, you understand, but we believe he wanted revenge. And he would have gotten killed too, if that vigilante hadn't stepped in." Eyes settled on her back. Instead of calling it out, she said, "I saw the aftermath." And indeed she had. Someone had managed to capture footage from a high enough building of the vigilante in question, limping down the street with a torn-up suit and one hand covering an injury on his left shoulder. The footage wasn't clear, but the helmet that covered his head also seemed to be partially broken in the back. Dark curls of hair seemed to poke out through, only seen when the vigilante turned the corner toward the subway. There were no heroes around, but it was well known that he'd had a confrontation with them, and the reporter on the scene had confirmed it. Endeavor tried to fight him, right? "Yes," he confirmed. "Public opinion of him is not too favorable at the moment, especially since this vigilante fought off the hero killer." "Yes," Inko agreed curtly. She'd never particularly cared for Endeavor. "But, detective, might we cut the small talk?" She swallowed. "I'd like to know the reason you're here." There was a pause. "Well," he said, "does the name Deku mean anything to you?" And she froze. Yes, she found herself replying. It was a harsh nickname Izuku was given by someone when he was young. But what does that have to do with anything? The detective bowed his head. "This was never released to the news, Miss Midoriya, but that vigilante that popped up went by the name of Deku." She blinked, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Deku?" she repeated as something else began to fill the grief that